Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome. It's a brand new day right here. And of course, it's the 20th of October 20, 5th anniversary of NSAS, as some will say. But anyway, welcome to the conversation. Welcome to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, today, being October 20th, there is a planned protest that will rock Abuja and the nation. A free Nnamdi Kanu protest called by Omoyele Sowore. We'll look into it, look into everything related to that protest in the course of the program. So do come along with us as we dissect all of it. And also, Dangote urges Nigerians to support local products. And Nigeria's rising debt profile scaring away foreign investors. These are the words of Afeba Balola. Well, let's look at all these conversations and some of this in the course of the program. Welcome on board.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Those are the major topic of conversation today. You can be part of today's show, by subscribing. If not done that, go on to subscribe on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV. And then all the social media platforms, you have VOP TV Live. We also have a website where you will get fresh and trending news. And the website happens to be www.vop.ng. And we have interesting lineups for today. Very, very beautiful lineups for today. One of the topic of conversation is about the Nnamdi and then, Senator representing Delta North Senatorial District and the wife, Regina Daniels. Here, Nnamdi Kanu has broken his silence on the viral video showing his wife, Regina Daniels, in distress. According to Ngoko, Regina's recent actions are drug-influenced and unprovoked carnage, which he claims are as a result of her struggles with substance abuse. Ngoko alleges Regina has a drug and alcohol abuse problem, which has led to violent outbursts and destruction of property at their home. He claims to have offered her rehabilitation options in Aso Rock or Jordan to help her overcome her addiction. But Ngoko accuses Regina's associates, including her brother Sammy West and someone named Anne, of supplying her with drugs and exacerbating the situation. Ngoko denies allegations of domestic violence, instead pointing to Regina's alleged substance abuse as a cause of their marital problem. Quite interesting. This is coming up few days after the young lady's birthday, where we saw, well, I say $1 million ring and all that. And, nobody actually have come up to say that Regina happens to have been under the influence. This is the first time people are getting to know of this. Ned have not really made none of that. But the thing is a family problem. I believe they will walk through it. Yes, it's a family problem. Nigeria is let them solve their family problem themselves. Like, I don't see the reason you spend millions in helping, in getting someone a wedding, was a birthday ring and all that and all the plenty blings. At the end of the day, telling me the abuse was as a result of family problem. Solve your family problem. That's all I would say. Seriously.
Well, it is their family problem, but it's been out there in the open, so it's not our business. I mean, if you make your business our business, we will handle your business in our own way. Basically, that's what it is. But yes, it's been, I mean, social media has been agog with issues of Ned Nwoko, Senator Ned Nwoko, the husband, and then Regina Daniels, and then that video that trended, was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
2 days ago,
where she was seen, she was heard. At first, I dismissed it because I was like, no, it could be AI, it could be some content or whatever, you know. And then I saw the video and saw her being pulled around and pushed somebody around and all of that. And then, yes, you talked about the ring that went missing some time back.
Yes.
That trended. And so when he got her another ring, he put up a post that, look, it's a good thing. Finally, she has her ring back, and he knows that she will not misplace it like she did the last one. And then he said all sweet things. I love you, my G. Calls her my G. I love you, and all of that. I'm proud of the woman you are becoming, and all of that. Now, yes, it is. There's a lot going on right there, and a lot of Nigerians are taking sides. A lot of Nigerians are calling out the senator. Now, I'm not going to look at him from the premise of him being a senator. That is a job that he picked along the way. He's a senator, but I look at him as a husband, as a man who has been providing. I'm smiling because I had a conversation with somebody earlier, and I said something about, I know if I say this on television, people will kill me. But you see, the thing is, I am particularly not pleased at the manner in which he responded to, the allegations of violence. I understand that people get touchy when it comes to domestic violence and the rest. But honestly, sometimes, I think the less you say, the better. Coming out to say, oh, she's been abusing substance, drug abuse and the rest, I think that was a little too much. Maybe not necessary, if you ask me.
Under whose watch has she began to abuse?
Exactly my point. You are the husband. You are her covering. You are to protect her. So if something has gone awry in the home front, it's the onus will be on the man. Whether he's the cause or not, the onus will be on the man. Some might say it's unfortunate, but that's what it is. So it's your job to protect her. Protect her.
Even the fact that Mary has a very young age.
In terms of that,
she was a child, rather. She was still a teen girl.
She wasn't very young. Children. My grandmother had my mother.
That was your grandmother that year.
Let's not even go there. When was that?
Because how the license you married a 13-year-old girl. You married a 13-year-old girl and you brought her.
Was she 13?
That was there. You don't bring that up at this point.
Was she 13?
No, I'm saying about
so she wasn't a teenager.
Gentlemen of the phrase. Let me say, Tina says it's her personal life. It's Ned Nwoko's personal life. It's their married life and all of that. Well, fortunately for us, and unfortunately for Ned, he is a senator, he's a public officer. So when you become a public officer, you lose a certain level of privacy, to your life. Representing the good people of Delta North or Delta Central, but he's a representative of one of the senatorial zones in Delta State. And he aspires, last time he wanted to be governor of Delta State. Now he's aspiring to be the governor of Anioma State when it's eventually created for him. He's been pushing for that, So I think what he does in public and in private should be concern to us Nigerians because he's a public officer. But like I was saying, in trying to balance the argument both of you are having.
No, I haven't even finished mine.
Trying to balance
interrupted.
Trying to balance the argument that both of you have. My take on it would be, well, I think you'll be careful what you wish for.
Simple.
I haven't finished my argument.
I don't even have an argument. Just be careful what you wish for. But I think the fact that Ned came out to say, look, she's on drugs and all of that.
That is
he might have been defensive because one, he's been accused of
what is the
violence
essence of being defensive?
You know,
when it comes to your partner.
No, when you say that, when the public says the video made out to the public and they said
you care
you abused your wife.
You shouldn't care.
No, you don't take it like this.
She hasn't taken him to court.
But what if she
hasn't accused him of abuse?
No, what if she does?
When she does, and then you prove yourself in court.
No, you have to start now.
No,
he has to start now.
I don't think so.
This is not violence. This is what is going on. My wife is on cheap drugs.
I don't think so.
And all of that. Probably is asking for help.
You're spreading the dirty linen out there.
You know, from public.
What help is that he cannot render to the girl or to the young lady.
Now, let me render to the girl. $1 million ring, or is it $1 million ring?
So why would he convert that particular money to take her to proper rehab? Why wouldn't he come up to tell Nigerians?
Yes, he said, look,
before the video made it that the girl was battered, to come up to tell Nigerians.
He said, I have made offers.
To come up to say, I'm sorry.
Ned says, I have made offers to take her to Aso Rock or to Jordan.
Oh.
Yes, he did.
He did, yes.
He said.
Is it not the same Ned who was with his other wife, Layla, 5 days ago when she went to Chinese embassy in Abuja to promote her travel agency? Is it not the same Ned? It's the same Ned, and he put it up on X, Twitter.
Okay.
It's the family problem.
So what's the difference?
Let him handle
My wife. He said, "Oh, my wife Layla, I'm proud of what you're doing. You know, you're taking your agency M&S Travel and Tours to international heights. You're making international connections. I followed her to the Republic of China's embassy in Abuja. You know, it's the same Ned who is being accused of violence. So would he be violent to one and loving to the other?
It depends on how the other person reacts too. Ned says, when she takes these drugs, she keeps destroying property in the house. No, like television, including television sets and all of that.
And then he did a video.
You know my happiness? Let me just tell us my happiness.
So, okay, now do you expect that Ned will come to the public and say, oh, thank you very much, Regina, for destroying property at home?
I don't know if
of course, you will not do
you know why I said? Do you know why?
I'm trying to balance the argument. I'm on nobody's side. I'm trying to balance the argument.
Problem. Why I say that this is a family problem?
We've established that.
It's a family problem. Ned is a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
We saw a video made and posted on social media. Regina Daniels is she's somewhere in hospital. She's not yet out. Yeah, she is. To come up to tell Nigerians this actually is what happened. So we're waiting for her side of the story. But for me, I am not going to judge anybody. But all I'm trying to say, I didn't judge anybody. No, I didn't. I didn't judge anybody. I just said something earlier about the age difference and all that. I didn't judge anybody. Okay. I didn't judge anybody.
In all of this, to give yourself peace of mind, and I think we should encourage this more. Marry more than one wife. That way, if one starts to stress... Are you aware
that you are national television?
Yes, you don't marry...
And your wife is listening.
Marry more than one wife you cannot maintain. Marry more than one wife you cannot maintain.
No, there's no way you can maintain.
So now, let's see men, women...
Do you know the...
For you to maintain your peace of mind and also live above this whole shenanigans, try to associate yourself with more than one husband. Since people have decided to lose, forget about the sanity made earlier. It was made one man, one wife.
Let's be real now.
Let's be real too.
Who told you it was one man, one wife?
That was how it has been.
Who told you? Who told you?
Wait, who told me it was what? When God created Adam, who God created him beside
Adam?
So why is it when he gets this particular cherry?
How many women did Solomon marry? How many concubines did he have?
Now, did you hear that there was any issue of abuse where Solomon married those women?
You probably should call them and ask them.
No, we don't should repeat. We don't should repeat.
The people up north, they are like this up north and marry 4, 5, 6 wives. Do you get to know about it? One man came to the National Assembly. One man came to the National Assembly with his wife. Say, look, I'm a responsible man. I have 4 wives and
I'm able to control them.
You know, I am so tired. I'm so tired of the fact that he does not. So now I am so tired of the fact that African men, black men to precise, wake up on the table
and want to get into trouble. If you want to get into trouble, it's either you marry one wife or 2 wives. Because 2 of them
marry 3.
No, 2 of them can always conspire against you.
Okay.
But there is no way 3 of them.
So marry from 3 upwards.
Can conspire against you. At one point, at every given point, one will say
the others.
Okay,
no, it is not good.
How many wives does your dad have? 1.
Fina is my private life.
One. So now, please, when you want to pick advice from people, make sure you use your brain. That's all I can say to that.
Also trended last week about a man who went to the police station to ask if it was lawful to give his wife 2 million so he could marry another wife. Because the man said he's been wanting to marry another wife, and his wife will not, she will not let him. So he wanted to know if he was against the law or if the law supports him to marry another, and then he will just give her 2 million.
I think he's trying to go back to prenuptial agreement. Please, women, make sure that before you tie the knot with anyone, get a prenuptial agreement.
Fina is being
very
sentimental this morning.
I am just telling. I'm not living in denial.
You are living in
The way you people are making it look like it is normal for women or for men to marry more than one wives. Okay,
we are not
saying the same. Women, please, if you want peace of mind.
What Moses is saying is that if you want peace of mind, do more than one.
I'm happy that there's polyandry. Apart from polygamy, that's polyandry.
Gentlemen of the press, let's move away from that. Let's move away from that and get into something very interesting and serious as well. So, Lagos State Health Commissioner Professor Aki Abayomi is urging residents to prioritize saving lives over taking videos at accident scenes. Well, he emphasized that timely medical attention is crucial in saving lives and that every minute counts in emergency situations. Abayomi made this plea at the symposium marking World Trauma Day, where he highlighted the state's effort to improve emergency preparedness and trauma response mechanisms. The commissioner stressed that saving lives on the road is collective responsibility that requires the cooperation of all stakeholders. I like what the commissioner said. It's quite instructive. Sometimes there are the up and down sides of technology and innovation, Before the smartphones made on the scene, if there was an accident scene, you see people gather to help rescue, take people even volunteer their vehicles and all of that, take accident victims to hospital and to the police station in case of that. But since we got smartphones, the moment there's an accident, you know what people do? They start videoing. What are you doing that for? Meanwhile, someone's life is at stake. It's at risk. Instead of you mobilizing to take that person to the hospital, the first response now is to start taking videos and putting them up on internet. It doesn't help anybody. I have seen situations where during at a road accident event, a venue, we saw this young girl, who tried to rescue a victim, an accident victim, and she too was, caught in the conflagration. She was burnt and she couldn't survive it. That is the kind of courage we expect people to exhibit. But while exhibiting that, you also be mindful of your own life so that you don't end up taking your own life while trying to save another. What the commissioner is saying is that, look, when there is an accident, the first response you have to make, the first responders should be people that help, to ensure that the accident victims are given first aid. If possible, take them to the hospital. And when you get to the hospital, ensure that medications are given to the person, if you can, instead of just sitting by and taking photographs and all of that.
Quite instructive, I must say. And, just remind, I've been in a few accidents myself. And thank God that at the time, phones were not so common, especially these iPhones. That was, I think the last one I was in was in 2007. It was a horrific experience. I just, unfortunately, a few people died in that accident. They were burned to death. But the generality of us helped to get some people out of the bus. I was on the bus myself. I was on the bus, and then there was an accident, fire here and there, But if we had, modern day phones at the time, I'm sure the number of people that were assisted would have been fewer. The generality would probably have been making videos to see how people were jumping out of the bus. And so, yes, it's quite instructive what he said there about people. I mean, we've said these things over and over again. We've said these things. When a tanker explodes, don't scoop fuel, don't make videos, run away from the scene. We've we've said these things. NOA has even, I think, NOA has even done commercials to buttress this, even though I find some of those commercials funny, you know. But they've done something. They've done something to buttress the fact that you should avoid, and in an accident, help. In a tanker falling, fuel spilling, run away. You know, they've emphasized it, but it's up to the people. And I think schools should start teaching students to do same, because charity, they say, starts from the home front, and then it starts from when you're much younger. If that culture is imbibed, that look, if there is an emergency, solve the problem first, or run for safety first, then I think people will grow into responsible adults.
Now, I love what the Professor Akin Abayomi said about the Health Commissioner in Lagos said, but also I believe that the reason people started making videos is because of the fact that sometimes you get yourself roped into what you don't really know anything about. I had an experience, I could recall, yes, I had an experience. There was a day there was an accident somewhere, so I had to help out. Hello, let's get this person to the hospital. At the end of the day, I was the only one standing in the hospital. Every other person actually left. I never knew the reason they left. So when it got to documentation part, I was like, I don't know this lady. I don't even know who she is. I don't even know her from anywhere. I don't know anything about her. So I penned down my name to say, okay, this is me. I brought her in. But I cannot be in the hospital with her all through because I have other emergencies I needed to attend to and all that. But okay, let's see how it goes. They refused me leaving. Why? I had to answer some questions I don't even know anything about. I met her so place. This is the place that we picked her, and then had to bring her to this place. This, because I'm a beat empathic. I had to stay by to make sure that all this actually went in. I put in some money to it, but at the end of the day, it was back and forth. The hospital called me to ask questions. The police, so many things actually happened at the end. I was like, oh, fine.
Because you're the contact person.
That was just the reason. Some person will wake up to tell you, I am not going to let something.
So when made the video?
Now, some person make the video for, what will I say, eyewitness report. This actually happened. I wasn't the one who brought this. I wasn't the one who caused this. And I don't know if you've had any issue whereby you take someone who have maybe a bullet wound to the hospital and they'll tell you to get police report. I don't know if you've actually been in that situation before. And next thing you hear is that, okay, if the person eventually...
I haven't been in that situation.
If the person eventually dies, it's going to be on your head. Especially when there is no way to communicate or even contact the person's families. So some persons make the video for people to be aware. Okay, so thing happens to place. If you have anybody within this axis or if you have anyone applying this road, please try to get there. This, and all that.
If something happens, the first response is not to start making video. Offer first help.
First aid,
first help.
Safety first.
The best way to navigate all this is this. Please, Commissioner for Health in Lagos State, if possible, we will be needing you to communicate to the governor of the state to make ambulances available.
There are ambulances.
Where? How? Where?
If you drive through Third Mainland Bridge, you see.
What happened
at the toll gate in Ojota, there is.
What about other places where, for example, there was a day a tanker, what's it called, articulated vehicle. I don't know. Is it
a container?
A container. Thank you very much more for that. Flipped somewhere and it crossed some persons before the response team actually could get to that place.
There are ambulances.
So it shouldn't just be at selected places.
You can't have them on every street. You can't have them on every expressway. So we have them. Lagos State has them. But what we will now talk about is accessibility.
Yes, quick response.
Sometimes when there is an incident, for the rescuers to get there will be a problem because people would have crowded the place, staring at the victims, or they are making videos, making it impossible for those that want to rescue to get there. So what we are talking about is people should value life first. It's either you value your own life by running for safety, or you value the life of another of the person that has been affected by offering first aid to the person before you now make video coverage.
When the Dana airline crashed somewhere around Iju area of Lagos State, when the fire service men came, human beings had clogged the place. They couldn't get in. And at that point, it would have been possible before the airplane went up in flames.
Yes.
Before it exploded. The fire service arrived, but the whole place had been blocked. By who? By human beings. What were they looking for at that point? So that is, I think that's
it's a complex,
angle. It's very complex.
Issue.
It's very complex.
I know the fire service, and they have their own issues. Sometimes they get there without water in their tanks. That's a different issue.
So why do you go there in the first place?
No, that's not what we're talking about now.
Oh, okay. That's not what you're talking about now. No, continue. Go on.
That's a different issue. But anyway, let's get into another conversation before we take papers now. President Bola Tinubu's student loan scheme has been hailed as a groundbreaking initiative that will transform the lives of millions of young Nigerians. Now, the scheme, which aims to provide financial assistance to students seeking higher education, has been described as a pathway to liberation by Representative Remi Oseni, a member of the House of Representatives representing Ido Ibarapa, East Federal Constituency in Oyo State. The student loan scheme is designed to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, enabling students from humble backgrounds to access higher education and pursue their dreams without financial constraints. Well, according to Honorable Oseni, the scheme is a gateway to freedom for Nigerian youths who desire education but are limited by finances. Okay, I think it's just promoting the student loan scheme and the rest of it. I mean, I don't expect anything less from a House of Reps member, especially one who supports, who is part of the APC. But what we are saying now is these institutions themselves that have hiked fares, making it almost impossible for those that have even applied for these loans to effectively use the loans to offset tuition and get materials is the problem. So government should regulate in such a way that institutions will not be allowed to take their fees beyond a certain level. So the students themselves will be able to use the monies gotten to offset these fees and have seamless education process. So that's the regulation that I would like this government to put in place.
Yes, I think I disagree with the rep member, Remi Oseni, when he says that, look, it's a groundbreaking initiative that will transform lives of millions of young Nigerians. No, it is not true. The thing that will transform the lives of millions of young Nigerians is to reform the education sector, talk to Aso, rebuild universities, provide infrastructure, provide research grants, research and development. That is what, would uplift them. You give somebody a student loan, he pays, he stays out of school for 8 months, 10 months, 1 year. How has that helped him? It is nothing. See, I always say that our people in government, they have a false sense of accomplishment. Students' loan, what is it all about? Before the students' loan, before it was rolled out, Nigerian students were still going to school one way or the other. The main issue here is, please, rebuild the institutions in terms of infrastructure. Listen to ASU. What are they asking for? The national president of ASU says 85% of what we are asking for our demands based on rebuilding the universities. You go to schools, you see students, studying under very uncomfortable situations. Classrooms cramped. You have 400 students in a space that is made for like 150 students. And you are telling me that when you give the students loan, what percentage of Nigerian students take these loans? I'm sure less than 20%. So what happens to the rest? The important thing is to rebuild the institutions of higher learning, rebuild the institutions, provide infrastructure. That's it for me, and not the student loan.
All right. Thank you so much, Rep, for your information. I'm happy you actually made mention of it. But all the same, it's also important to know that if you are in Nigeria, you would have been able to understand that even the students who happen to lay their hands on that loan are on strike, like Chukuma pointed out. I don't know if ASU have decided to renegotiate with the government to call off the strike. And now I'm a bit confused about this. After this academic session now, wasted the money on strike, will the students who actually happen to be beneficiary of this loan, would they go back again to borrow another loan to complete the one that they paid that did not really yield any fruit? For example, I've paid tuition fee for 200 level, and Aso strike happened that I couldn't complete. So if I'm to come back, will I move over to 300? So I'll borrow another.
No, you complete the 200 level first before you move on to 300.
300 level. So
even
another.
If you spend 2 years at school, you go back and complete the 200 level.
Interesting.
So, and if you have paid, you have paid.
You have paid, right?
Yes.
Okay. God bless Nigeria.
All right, God bless Nigeria indeed. And that's not being sarcastic or cynical about it. That's an actual prayer. God bless Nigeria. Well, let's quickly run to the papers now. We have these headlines from the Vanguard. These are the headlines we have. Sowore, hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu now. Protest. Sowore urges police to protect protesters. Stay off Aso Rock. NAS police warn. FG declares prison red zones. Vanguard Mental Health Summit 3.0. Nigeria loses young people to suicide. Advocates warn. Regina battles drug, alcohol addiction, needs rehabilitation. Ned Woko. You've seen it. You see? This is what I can't stand domestic violence. Regina. Okay. All right then. All right. Anyway, some of the headlines here. Hashtag NSAS at 5. Memories, matches, unfinished struggle for justice. Why accountability remains elusive. Lawyers. Politics of forgetting by Nanre Navziga member. Hashtag NSAS United. Okay. And we also have Nigeria spent 3.53 trillion naira on raw material imports in H125. Sarah up to NAS, account for missing 18.6 billion naira commission office complex. Name contractors. And yes, those are the headlines, besides Mr. and Mrs. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper.
Up next is the Daily Independent newspaper, and the headlines are FG says mathematics still compulsory for O-level students. Forgery law puts PDP's national convention at risk. Right after that, Anyango petitions police DSS INEC. And we have the banner headline to be, we are considering proposals for viable national carriers, federal government. Keyamo says the airline won't be government funded. Sowore, Ozekome backs idea, urge discipline, transparency. US-UK DRC bound drug consignment intercepted in frozen snail and bulbs. The story is on page 6 of the Daily Independent newspaper. 2027, APC can't be saved even if all governors defect to party. That's coming from ADC. Pencom's personal pension plan unlocks 80 million untapped informal workers. Nnamdi Kanu, today's protest, sacrosanct. Sowore, Opera insists. And we have the rider to that. Steer clear of Aso Rock. It's Environs. Police warns protesters. Syrup gives Ababio about 7 days to account for missing NAS complex 18.6 billion naira. And another bold headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent, 18% inflation signals hope for rate cuts, market recovery. The bottom strip headline, Osibanjo leads ECOWAS election observation mission to Cote d'Ivoire. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper today.
And from the Punch newspaper, the big story, hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu. Protesters defy security warning, vow Vira march. With the rider, opposition parties back protest, 115 lawyers, medics to join rally today. Kanu's legal team fractured. FG backs DHQ as coup rumors. I'll check that again. FG backs DHQ as coup rumors sparks political firestorm. That story is on page 12. PDP convention faces fresh setback over alleged signature forgery. Oshibanjo leads ECOWAS team to monitor Cote d'Ivoire poll. Senate to agree NCAA local airlines on safety breaches. Gunmen shoot butcher dead in Lagos Barracks Market. Tinubu hails ex-Punch MD Osinubi at 70. That's it from the Punch newspaper, and that's how far we can go on newspaper headline this morning. Moses and I will return at 11 o'clock. Sorry, at 10 o'clock for more expanded review of newspaper headlines.
All right, then, well, let's get into the conversation. The very first for today. Police warn against protest in Aso Rock and its environs. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts not flawed. Truth not spear. We discuss not just politics but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle. And I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thanks very much for joining us again. Now, the Nigerian Police Force has warned against protest in Aso Rock and its environs, citing a federal high court order that restrain any form of protest in the area. The court order was issued in a suit between the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Sowore and 4 others on October 17. The police are advising intending protesters to avoid restricted areas, including the National Assembly Complex, Force Headquarters, Court of Appeal, Eagle Square, and Shehu Shagari Way. Anyone found violating the court order or engaging in acts likely to cause loss of life or serious injury will be arrested, investigated, and prosecuted under relevant laws. The hashtag Free Kanu protest, led by activist Omoyele Sowore, has garnered significant support from Igbo leaders, monarchs, and clerics. They're calling for the unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, who has been detained since June 2021. Igbo leaders, including former Senate President Adolphus Wabara and Professor Ihechukwu Madubike, have thrown their weight behind the protest, describing Kanu's detention as unjust and a national embarrassment. The coalition of northern groups, CND, has condemned the protest, labeling it reckless and provocative. Oh well. We have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumwo, and we're also being joined by Chijoke Alexander Oji, a chartered, a political affairs commentator, and one who's also proficient in management and petition and and the other things that my producer just wants me to get confused with all of that. But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining the conversation. Barrister Darlington, let's start off with you now. The protest is already, we hear that those that have converged, a lot of them have been tear gassed and also some are being arrested. Barrister, some have argued about the possibility of this protest making things easier or tougher for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who is, the focus of all of this. What are your thoughts, really? Do you think this will help assuage the government and help make way for Kanu's release, or complicate his travails?
In fact, if anything should happen to Nnamdi Kanu now, we should blame Sowore. Because,
really?
Yes.
You don't think his intentions are known?
In fact, he is the one who told us that the government have already taken a position to convict Nnamdi Kanu before you can now be talking of a political solution and all that. He said it himself. And so when you know about this, why are you doing what you are doing? I have never seen government in the world who was forced to do certain things. You don't force government to do things. You don't.
What do you mean you don't force government?
You don't force government to listen to you or to take a position and all that.
When it comes to fighting for rights of individuals.
No, this is not the way to do it. The courts are there if it is fighting for your rights. But to force government and say, I want this person released today or else the country will burn. No government will listen to you. No, it has never happened, and it will not happen under Tinubu. That I was telling this man, look, stop this pranks you are playing. It's pranks as far as I'm concerned. Because he knows very well that this protest will not yield any fruit. The effort the Igbos have been making would have been more plausible if it was allowed to say through. But to Sowore have carried his useful exuberance and rascality to go and spoil our show. Because that's what he's doing now. No government will listen to him with the way he's going about this thing. No government.
Barrister, do you fear that the Igbo person in Nigeria, Lagos now, will come under attack? Because, let me lay the premise to it. Yesterday, there was a report from the executive director of Trade Fair Complex, Erelu, off the cuff, I can't remember her name now, but she said that it will be in the best interest of the traders of the trade fair, who most of them are Igbos, avoid the protest. And the protest is supposed to happen nationwide. Now, she said it will be in their best interest because of the fragile nature of things in Lagos. And, of course, that there is a high possibility that it would be it would be hijacked and properties might be destroyed if they engage in the process. And so she said, because of the court order from Abuja, it will be in the best interest. So is there some sort of fear that if there is a semblance of protest, some individuals might hijack it to ensure that the Igbo person who is doing business is pushed?
Look, that has been the modus operandi in Lagos. Whenever any protest is to happen in Lagos, you can be very sure that there will be counter by these Agberos, street urchins. They will mobilize them.
Okay, I think her name is Erelu Barrister Vera Ndanusa. Yes, that's her name. The executive director, Trade Fair Complex, International.
That should have been Barrister Erelu.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying is this, whichever way you look at it, this thing is not proper. And the way Sowore is going about is what I don't even understand. Seriously. For over 2 or 3 weeks now, he has been speaking from both sides of his mouth, calling out Igbo leader. And when we say no, it cannot be Igbo leader, he now said the whole Nigeria. And when we say no, call out your own people. All this thing will tell you that it was not well thought out. To make matters worse, today is the EndSARS remembrance. Today.
Well, yes, before now, we've had protests happen in Lagos, some sort of convergence around the toll gate on October 20th. It's been happening. Making this a national thing, don't you think it's significant?
No, what we are saying is that you want to suppress and kill the spirit of EndSARS. Why not choose another date where it will resonate with everybody in Nigeria? You are not trying to dampen the spirit of EndSARS. Those youth that died at toll gate, you mean they are not significant? Can't you give them reverence and respect? Because we are not the one that organized that protest. You want to kill it.
Barrister, let's be very clear on this. The Free Nnamdi Kanu protest is happening within the presence of Aso Rock and the National Assembly in Abuja. There's another protest that was organized, or that is organized by the Take It Back movement nationwide, to commemorate the 5th anniversary of EndSARS protest. So I think the protest that Erelu is talking about is the Take Back the 5th anniversary protest.
No. That if it's so, he wouldn't have mentioned the trade fair people that they should not join. It's about Nnamdi Kanu.
But are you aware that the Take It Back movement is also organizing a protest? We brought the Benjamin here the other day, and he talks about the Take It Back movement conducting a protest against demolition and the EndSARS anniversary, which is today.
You don't mix up these things. It doesn't speak well. There is a date, today's date. It should be anniversary for what? EndSARS movement, where scores of our youth died. At least you give reference to that particular day. Then use your Free Nnamdi Kanu. A date is can be taken. How do you want to mix up the whole thing in one day? Where will you now go? Which people are going to protest for this, and which people are you going to divide yourself into two? It looks very, very unorganized.
Now, Barrister, when you talk about what this ED of trade fair, come up to talk about telling the people or in trade fair to make sure that they are there, not to join the protest. Isn't that more like an overreach? Because protest should be a personal thing. So why, come up to tell persons that want to indulge part of the protest not to, or to shun it? Why bring up such directive?
Look, she is acting as a government official. If she's a member of that trade fair, whatever, do you expect them to clap for you that you want to protest? They will say what they usually do or say, disregarding the court order. But what I'm saying is that look, there is a way you will organize this protest.
Barrister,
yes.
sorry, please.
Yes. Do
you think, or could it be that the call for protest, I beg your pardon, could it be that the court order asking that there be no protest in certain areas of Abuja, the National Assembly, Eagle Square, and the rest. It's just giving for people to be arrested. Could that be the motive?
Yes, if you remember, listen very well. If you remember, before October 1st, there was this rumor that some people were planning coup. And at that point, the government had to be very cautious. That's why they said, avoid these areas, so that all these coup plotters may not join you in the guise of protest and do harm, especially in Aso Rock.
Okay.
Yes.
So what would be the way to go? Because about a better way to address these issues.
Good. Look, if you want to do protests of this nature, yes, you don't even need police or whatever. Are you getting it? It is for you now to organize this in such a way that police will now protect you and guide you.
But they've asked for police protection.
And they said, then if you want to go ahead, restrict yourself to those areas.
Which areas?
Those areas that they call say you should not even venture.
But the reason they are moving the National Assembly is to ensure that the National Assembly hears the voice of the people and decides to do something about it.
Anywhere you protest, they will hear you. As long as the press are there, they will carry all over Nigeria. As I'm talking to you now, we are viewing what is going on in Abuja. The people that have arrested, the tear gas and everything, they are seeing it. It doesn't have to be in Aso Rock for your message to be, and that's why we have been saying that look, this thing, you don't inflame the country because you want to protest Nnamdi Kanu. There are moves to free. There are moves to free. You cannot tell me that the Igbos are just sitting down doing nothing. No.
Now, Boris, when you say there are moves to free Nnamdi Kanu, so many persons actually will be of the opinion that those moves are not yielding whatever.
Who told you that?
For example, we have 50 House of Rep members who went to visit the president, talk about the release. Also, we have so many other persons, even a former General Federation decided to be his counsel and all that. Now the back and forth, even his health challenge also is playing out, and the way the whole thing is going, some persons will say that those measures are not really working. You also share that line of thought.
No, it's not possible.
No, there's been also a clamor for a political,
Nnamdi
settlement.
Kanu cannot remain in detention forever. It is not possible. And I gave you examples. When Al-Mustafa, Abacha CSO, was arrested, he was in detention too.
What if something
happens? Especially now that his health is bad.
Leave this off. What if?
No, but we have to consider what if.
Look, they have ordered for his medical examination.
And the man says,
I'm not feeling fine. Your feet to stand trial.
Okay, now.
So don't you think that report could be political?
No, listen very well. They have already, government wouldn't want him to die in detention. They know the outcome. They know what will happen if anything will happen to Nnamdi Kanu in detention.
But yes, he has been incarceration since 2021
well. The report of the doctors are there. That's what I'm saying. Whatever anybody is saying, Nnamdi Kanu can never remain in detention forever. It's not possible. It can never be. And I gave you examples of other people that eventually they were let go without any quarrel or anything. So why must Sowore make the political capital out of this particular one? When Mustafa was there, did he protest until he was released? How about himself? How about Sunday Igboho and all the rest? So what I'm saying is that they cannot mess up all the moves we are making.
What if, I mean, if the man himself, Nnamdi Kanu, dissociates self from the protest, will that exonerate him from the likelihood of things getting out of hand?
I don't even think they will give him the opportunity to talk on it. I don't think so. What we are saying is that there are moves to free him. Don't go and mess it up. Because no government wants to be forced to do something. No government anywhere in the world.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister. Let's go to Chijoke Orji, who just joined us virtually now. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. I do believe that you've been following. What are your thoughts, really, on the protest called for, the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu protest called for by Omoyele Sowore? Do you think it will truncate the efforts that are playing out already for his freedom? Do you think it will get him out or make things worse?
Thank you, first of all, for having me. Good morning to Nigerians. First of all, I'd like to say that the protest is actually in order. Sowore has made a very bold move, a move that has now, raised questions as to the integrity, as to what the Ndibo really stands for. There's a slogan that Ndibos use to identify themselves, that Igobike. Igobike means that there's togetherness, is strength. But when we have an individual who has been echoing majorly on the marginalization of the Ndibo, which is a visible, clear scene in all angles in Nigeria, I'd like to reiterate the fact that Sowore has shown the fact that he's a true detribalized Nigerian. Sowore has dared the government to indeed showcase if truly indeed this man has any justification to be kept behind bars without, being convicted. What he's simply asking for is that indeed the government can go ahead with its proceedings.
All right. Can you please tell me, sorry to butt in at this point. Sorry to butt in at this point, but can you please tell me where protest helped to soften the minds of government in the case of El Zakzaki or any other person from anywhere else in the world, one who the government is, having issues with, and then protest by the person's people or supporters helped in softening the stance of government? Is there any?
In every aspect of life, in every country, protest has always brought to bear the voice of the people. The laws are meant for human beings.
Did it work in the case of El Zakzaki? I particularly pointed
in the case of El Zakzaki was a political thing. Let's not forget that it's about the same thing that El Zakzaki was facing with these persecutions.
Okay.
When they have people who are deliberately using the state powers against individuals, they will always ensure that the rule of law is not adhered to.
Okay, but
we had in the case of
some have called that of Nnamdi Kanu also a political
let's not forget that in the case of
a political solution.
You see, first of all, before I go to the political solution to Kanu, I'd like to remind your guest in the studio that when he says that Sowore is trying to spoil the show to free Nnamdi Kanu by the Igbo's efforts, I'd like to say categorically clear that there is no move by Ndibo. The moves have not yielded any efforts. Your powers determines your level of negotiation. The Ndibos have shown that they are cowards. Only to plead with former President Buhari, to now pleading with the current president, who I believe is a Democrat. We have seen the cited examples that demanding for self-determination is not a crime under the constitutions of Nigeria.
Okay.
If the people say that they don't feel justly being treated, just like currently we only hear of 3 ethnic majority in Nigeria. Meanwhile, there are other minorities that are being persecuted too. They too can decide one day and say, we also want to go our own way. We have seen it in several countries. After all, the ritual broke out from Ethiopia. Are there no human beings existing?
Okay, all right.
Welcome in a nation. They have a right to completely secede.
Okay.
The Sunday Igboho, in his own case, he pleaded for the same thing.
Okay.
Was he not under the same persecution? Why is he not behind bars?
All right, beautiful. Now, Chijoke, I'd like for us to talk about intentions and outcomes. Like they normally say, the best intentions don't necessarily bring about the best outcomes. Now, do you think that the government, as we have it today, the Nigerian state, let's even talk about the Nigerian state and not the government, do you think that the Nigerian state will yield to pressure, through a protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, if you consider if you walk back and see, consider what Nnamdi has passed, what the Igbo nation has passed, the agitation itself, do you think that the government will necessarily or will ordinarily release Nnamdi Kanu because a few people, mounted protests?
It is not a matter of protest. This protest will definitely lead to the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
Really?
Despite the fact that you will have pockets of individuals who will come out in the open to criticize it and say all sorts of things. Why? Because they are not privy to the build-up of all these whole cases. Let's not forget the real reason why this individual is being prosecuted for. Or perceived to be prosecuted.
Okay.
Because till date, the government is yet to come out with clear terms. We've had several cases brought up and several cases dropped. But again, I want to also let us know that the same protest being called up by Omoyele Sowore, he didn't say that people should come out with machetes. He didn't say that people should come out with guns. He didn't say that people should come out to maim and kill individuals. What he simply said is come out and let the world, which is now watching, see.
All right. All right, okay. I would like for you to hold your thoughts.
They are down because
I don't know if you can hear me, but I would like for you to hold your thoughts because we're getting live feed from Abuja, the venue of the protest. So please, gentlemen, stay with us as we go to Abuja to bring you live incidents happening as we join our correspondent in Abuja.
Hello, hello, Lagos. Hello, Lagos. I'm hearing you in the studio, so you can talk to me.
All right, Edoba, good morning if you can hear us. Good morning.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
You're live,
good
please.
morning to
Let's
you.
get information. What is really happening in Abuja? How's the practice going?
I can inform you that we are around the Federal Secretariat, the Central Business District of Abuja, and before early this morning, the police had come and cordoned off every part of the Central Business District, meaning that is the old, the three-arm zone where the judiciary, Aso Rock, and other places are blocked. As you can see behind me, they just began to allow some traffic to get through. You can see the ropes. The police cordoned off this place very early in the morning. That even behind the camera here, all the civil servants going to work could not even go. Unfortunately, however, right here, we've been tear-gassed at least 5 times here. But I've been able to, at least in the usual VOP style, spoken with the police officers, and they have just calmed down and they've begun to allow traffic to go. So if you can see very well behind me, you can see this place is a beehive of activities usually, but there's nobody here now. And the protesters cannot be seen anywhere from here.
We're talking about the protesters. Do we have any person there, like Omoyele Sowore or the team, or even Nigerians who have come up to say we want to protest?
I wanted to give our viewers a perception of what is going on around Aso Villa, the Secretariat, Old Parade Ground, and other areas where government business takes place, where the protesters want to seize. The information we had a few minutes ago is that the protesters are starting out from somewhere in Utako. So as soon as I finish reporting to you from here, I'm going to move down to Utako, where I believe that you will join me again, where I understand that some protest is beginning, and they are planning to move from Utako down this area. But first, we are getting an idea of what is going on here, that everywhere is cut off. The police have been shooting tear gas at us, and we are here.
That's the question. Now, the question is this: why would the police use the tear gas on innocent persons who are applying the road when they are not protesting? So why will you people?
That is the question we are asking. That these people are not even protesters. These are civil servants going to the office, but due to this place being cordoned off by the police, they could not access their office as vehicles were not allowed to pass through. So the vehicles had to drop the civil servants here. and then suddenly the police started shooting tear gas. I do not understand that. It is clear that the police are jittery. So everyone has to be very careful if they are watching us in Abuja here in accessing the 3-arm zone and the secretariat today.
All right then. Oh, thank you very much, Adobo. Well, we can see, it seems the tear gas has fizzled out because we can see people moving around without covering their faces.
That's why I was
it seems they are
so
doing okay. But we'd like for you to let us know.
We are going to drive from here to
I can hear you.
where we understand that the protesters are gathering there. I don't know if the government is aware, and they are planning to move down. From here to Utako is about, say, 6 kilometers.
So the protesters have gathered
down
at
there,
Utako.
and we can bring you a report of the protesters from that end.
All right, so if I understand you clearly, the protesters have gathered at Utako, and they intend to ply this road, but the road has been cordoned off already, and tear gas has been fired into the air, but that seems to have, the effect of that seems to have won out already. But would like for you to, let us know how many people, if you can put a number to it, have gathered at the protest ground, and what is the atmosphere like at the protest ground, if you have that information.
See, look, it's not about the atmosphere at the protest ground. There is tension all over Abuja today, right from early in the morning as people were coming to work. As far back as yesterday, people were worried, how am I going to get to the office? And true to the information, getting into town today has been very tense. Everybody is under tension in Abuja because nobody knows what is going to happen. As soon as the Sowore gave the press conference yesterday that the protest is going to still take place, tension rose in Abuja. So the whole city is tense. It's not about that. So until we get to Utako, where we believe and understand that the protesters are gathering right now, we cannot actually get the feeling of the protesters. But here already, police have been firing tear gas all around the secretariat. Because I got information
thank you very much.
The news central reporter who was there earlier that they were firing tear gas at every minute somewhere behind the secretariat. We are in the front of it, and we have been receiving tear gas here, which I think they got, the police here must have gotten a directive from their senior officers that they were handling it wrongly by shooting tear gas at people and blocking the road. Because if you can see, a little bit of traffic is moving. 15 minutes ago, this was not so. So for now, I will leave you and head to Utako, and once I get there, I'll give you a signal, if it's possible, to put us back on, to give you a report on exactly what the protesters are doing right now.
Thank you very much. We'll wait. We hope that you get to Utako in good time, and because what we actually want is to see the atmosphere on the protest ground itself. So if you can make it to Utako, please do let us know what is going on right there, and stay safe yourself with your team. Well, there you have it. Well, he said tear gas has been fired about 5 times, but the place looks calm because I've been in a place where tear gas has been fired. I don't think it clears off in such shorter time. But maybe, well, anyway. Let's go back to Chijoke Oji now. Let's have you've heard the reports from the protest ground, or some places in Abuja where civil servants have been roads that have been cordoned off and preventing civil servants from getting to their places of work. But we can see vehicles now moving, as our reporter just said. But you were saying something about the viability of the protest. Go ahead, please.
When the world saying that when you have a protest, the whole idea is it creates a form of dialogue and allows the government to see the other side that they don't see from their own angle. The whole essence of protests is an objective, raise of condemnation of things that you criticize or do not like. And it's simply a call to the government to awaken to the responsibilities of addressing those issues. It only gets violent or out of hand when we have the responses. Let's not forget that it is usually the responders that creates the next level of crime or scenes, in the situations. These individuals are simply probably carrying those placards and, showcasing their grievances and angers. Now, the police firing tear gas will probably lead to the chaos. And of course, the next thing would probably be live bullets or rubber bullets. And in such situations,
what do you say to a court order? What do you say to a court order that was issued restricting protesters from certain places? And then the police also have said, look, if you defy the court order, we will arrest you. What do you say to that?
Yes, of course, the government would have done that to prevent itself from direct, having direct confrontations with these protesters, because they know that coming to the Aso Rock gate will definitely disrupt the movements of people coming in and out of the villa, which is meant to attract and get the attention of the residents of the villa. But if the government has seen that and decidedly ahead to get the court order and preventing these individuals from there, fine and good, yes. But let's not forget that Nigerians do not need permissions to move around in their own country. This is our country. It belongs to us. It doesn't belong to a few individuals who have taken powers and decidedly on what to do with our own nation. No. Nigerians must reclaim it back. And if indeed this whole relationship is not working and certain individuals are clamoring for a secession, it is not a crime. The same thing is happening globally all over. In nations where people seem to be treated unfairly, they simply request to go their own way. It is not a crime. So I do not think that cordon off areas because you don't want the protesters to come to, for instance, at the National Assembly, which have been a good focal point to be able to address these issues. Excuse me.
All right.
One point of getting the attention of the lawmakers, who are also the ears of the president, and also drumming in the support to ensure that whatever the demands that the protesters are making is being heard. So I do not think that it's out of place to also get a court order, but I do not think that it's also out of order to allow Nigerians who are protesting to walk by these areas, showcasing their grievances and registering these grievances in a cordial manner.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you can see in the small corner of your screen, live feed from the protest ground, amateur video captured, put out on social media from the protest ground. You could see some persons running. It seemed that he was being chased. And these are some other persons. You can see some people are injured already. And this is from today's protest, indeed. Well, some persons have been injured. Some are scampering for safety as they seem to be chased. Okay. Well, those are reports coming to, well, these were gotten from social media.
But these are the things that trigger beyond this protest to get out of control. Because when you begin to attack the people will rebel. These are the things that I believe Omoyele Sowore preached against. I do not think that it is a crime, and it is never stated in the Constitution that Nigerians do not have the legal right to register their grievances. If people are making this registration, they need to be respected. And when we begin to see that this disrespect is coming to a brutal fight, then they should expect that there will be repercussions. Let's not forget that Nigerians do not have the power today to curtail, violences that could even escalate more than the NSAS, which was just a taste of the iceberg.
All right. And we can see, well, thank you very much. Let's get back to the studio as we wrap up this conversation shortly. We can also see Omoyele Sowore right there. We can see our lawyer, Jimako, right there. That venue of the protest, and we can see vehicles of security agencies, that of Federal Road Safety as well. Well, they seem to have gathered at, this looks like Utako. Well, there you have there you have some protesters moving around. Oh well, Barrister, let's have your thoughts again before, and yes, that's that one where the man was being chased.
Sowore assured Nigerians that it will be peaceful. So what is this thing we are seeing now? That was the first thing he told everybody, that it will be peaceful.
Well, if he says it will be peaceful and things get out of hand, should he be blamed for that?
Of course. Of course.
Even if he conducts himself and others in a peaceful manner.
He was the one that started all this thing without assurances. Without assurances that there will be a peaceful protest.
Pastor, what assurance would you have wanted to see?
Look, if it was properly organized, government would have allowed them to come to the National Assembly, present their grievances in a peaceful manner, and then go home. Somebody would have been there to receive their protest letter, and then everybody go home. But when he went about calling everybody, calling market women, calling the whole Nigerians, how do you think government would just sit down and be watching and listening? They had to react because the protest, as usual, will get out of hand, as it's getting out of hand now.
Barrister, we have not heard that the people who are part of the protest are destroying things. We always saw happen to be individuals who are marching and chanting solidarity songs, and they are being scared away, by police using tear gas and all that.
Your overstep is bound. The court said, don't cross this boundary. That was the instruction from the court. If all of us begin to disobey court order like the government, then there will be chaos. Yes, they said, don't cross this boundary. All right. Why did you not cross it and expect the government to welcome you and laugh at you? Eventually, this protest, this protest may not even get to government. Because nobody will be there to
You also said, anywhere you protest, there's the media to carry it. And people
the essence is to go to the authorities and present your protest letter. That is the end game of any protest. Let them receive it. Now, with this thing that's going on now, we don't even allow him to get close to National Assembly or to receive any protest letter. It will end up in disarray. That's what I'm telling you here.
All right.
But with the government getting a court order and all that, does it even look like the government wants to get any protest later from people who are protesting?
We have seen protests in this country. Natasha and his people, they went as far as the National Assembly. Is that not true? They went as far as the National Assembly. They entered there. Was she not received? Has she not gone back to her job? Look, the intention...
Yeah, she went back to her job because the suspension expired. It wasn't...
No, if they wanted to, they would have told her to wait until the court order is over. But that was the initial disagreement.
All right, Barrister, thank you very much. Now, while we keep our eyes on events happening in Abuja and nationwide, talking about the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest, let's move on to another conversation. And then when we get other reports, we'll bring that one to you. Dangote urges Nigerians to support local products. Of course, this is what a lot of Nigerians have been talking about, a lot of prominent Nigerians actually, talking about supporting locally made products. Let's talk about this when we come back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. A billionaire, Aliko Dangote, has called Nigerians to prioritize locally made products or manufactured goods here in Nigeria to strengthen the economy and create jobs. In a video message, Dangote emphasized the importance of prioritizing made in Nigerian products to build a self-reliant economy. He stated that buying local products helps create job and prosperity, urging Nigerians to support local products and production and also industrialization. President Bola Tinubu has announced plans to increase the visibility of made in Nigeria products in public procurement and key sectors. Speaking at the 53rd Annual General Meeting of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Tinubu outlined a 6-point plan to implement the Nigeria Force policy aimed at promoting local industries and economic growth. We have been joined by Comrade Christopher Ojekere, who is a public affairs analyst and a political commentator. He'll be joining us from Edo State, as also the State Media Coordinator Committee to ADC Party, a member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organization of Nigeria, and also human rights activist. And then we will be joined by Chief Dr. Emmanuel Rayanama, who is a socio-political commentator and advocate of good governance. He is also a seasoned and licensed human resource practitioner. And we still have with us virtually Mr. Alexander Oji. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this particular conversation. Let me start off with you, Mr. Oji. What do you make of this particular call from Aliko Dangote, given the fact that even those who happen to be within the corridors of power don't even patronize Nigerians to start with? We saw the SUV that the president bought for the members of the National Assembly, and we have a Nigerian also who is running such business, yet they were not being, the products were not being bought from them. Rather, it was an imported vehicle. What do you make of this call and the fact that it's been tied also to the growth and prosperity of Nigeria?
It's a laudable call, but just like you cited too, we wish indeed that the people at the top would adhere to, because they say charity begins at home. You know, why it is very important that it is seen as not just a call, but as a national policy, is that this is what every country is doing. They prioritize their own, in fact, they are proud of their own homemade grown stuffs. And that's why it should be a culture to Nigerians promoting their own local indigenous products and services. Not just products. We should also look at the services being provided by our own selves. Because the fact that I know him, I know her, who can render such services, and I can reach him or her at any point in time, gives me the comfort of being, feeling at home. But because it has become a trend that we look out for anything across the border, in fact, we see it as more genuine. We see it as even more, that it has more content than it is. And in most cases, this is not, it's not as effective or as quality as compared to the locally produced indigenous products and services. The one thing I would probably even call on Dangote is to see how he can support the local MSCs, including the local industries, and also individuals who are willing to demonstrate and showcase to the fact that they are available to produce these local goods. Because the problem again is that we are having two conflicting policies. The government is shutting the doors for other products to come in. And meanwhile, we don't have enough to meet with the local demands. And that has never addressed the problem.
Nigerians too. That happened to be the concern of some Nigerians. Because some persons were asking, where are these goods that we're going to get from? We learned about, I think, over 7,000, manufacturers also shut up their business to say they are not doing it because of the fact that the policies are not favorable. So where are the goods now that Nigerians are expected to buy?
Just a few months ago, I think over 8 months ago, I raised the concerns that it is disturbing now. A lot of people may not notice it. But of course, if you go to the supermarkets regularly, you'll find out that most of the supermarket shelves are either half or completely empty because there are no goods to display. It's simply telling us that it is a bad economy. In a situation where we don't have even our own local product on the shelves, then we're doing ourselves more harm. Because when people have nothing to eat, they become more hungrier, they become less productive. And yet, This is a fertile land with able-bodied men and women available to do the needful. All they need is also direction. That's where the leadership is lacking. We have the demands, and then we have the people that can provide or fill in these demands. But because we have leadership crisis, we have the wrong people at the helm of affairs. And that is why we're losing the chances each day to make Nigeria a better country.
Now,
the ordinary man on the street, if he's well-fed, clothed, and has a house or roof over his head, he doesn't care who's even governs. And that's where the people at the top miss it. Because they believe it
now,
is
we're talking
having people showcase to them at their campaign rallies that means that Nigerians are doing well. It shows you that we have a lot of jobless people out there. If you can do a rally, on any day you call out a rally, you see thousands of people. It shows us that there's a bigger problem in the nation. Because the people are not coming because they are out of or their holidays or that they took time off of work. These are completely jobless people. And it is a ticking time bomb that the other nations around us should even be securing their borders.
Okay, now talking about patronizing locally made products, the ideology would be that locally made products would be a lot cheaper for people to purchase. But how do you achieve that? Seeing that, I mean, if the reports that came out today is anything to go by, that Nigeria has spent 3.53 trillion naira in the first half of 2025 importing raw materials, which of course we know, and this is higher than what it was last year. Last year was 2.95 trillion naira. And this year, first half of the year, Nigeria has spent 3.53 trillion naira importing raw materials, which of course we know will have a ripple effect on the price of goods produced, which might make them even more expensive to purchase. So is it then viable? I don't know if you've ever visited a supermarket. Sorry, please, allow me to land on my thoughts. I don't know if you've ever visited a supermarket and they present 2 tins of milk to you and they tell you this is made in Holland or somewhere, but the prices are relatively the same, basically the same. Go ahead, please.
Yes, okay. The truth of the matter is that what Nigerian government is not understanding is that why other nations are working is that they try to create incentives and in most cases subsidizes the production of these products, thus making it affordable for their own citizens. When I hear people do comparison, go to eatery in Nigeria, no matter minimum wages at within 1,700. This takes care of housing, takes care of food, takes care of transportation, takes care of everything. It is depleting.
All right,
because
I'm happy that you brought us to this.
Industries are closing down, are shutting down on a daily basis.
Beautiful.
Why? Because it's no longer sustainable to produce.
We can. Because I don't see people in Europe trying to rush to Nigeria or to Africa to buy made in African products. But we always rush to Europe to buy made in Europe products. So what should we do to reverse that trend? We are done with problems. Now let's look at solutions.
Okay, good. The first solution is abolish the idea of selling raw materials out there. It is not profitable. Why? Because the indices are against our own currency. Imagine how much raw materials you will need to sell to get $1 million. And what does $1 million afford you today? A basic flat in Lekki or probably some Environs. Basic, not the real top-notch. What equipment can $1 million get for you in the Western world? Very basic very. So what it simply means that using what you have to get what you need. We have the raw materials being exported, and this time they come back in finished or semi-finished products, and in most cases we have to buy them 10 times or even 15 times more. And then the government puts its taxes on it, it becomes even more exaggerating in terms of cost. Look at how to, first of all, empower the people. How do you empower the people? The first thing to invest in is knowledge. let an average Nigerian see that the waste collector is a meaningful job. It's even a job that most Nigerians go to do in diaspora. Let the average Nigerian see that the welder is a meaningful job, which are the voices and the expectation from the NOA, the Nigerian, NOA, Nigerian Orientation Agency, should be promoted. Let Nigerians begin to see that having one Moruf or Ayodele or Haruna as just one mechanic, you have to drive several kilometers to go and fix your car. Meanwhile, every street you pass on every part of the country, you see idle men and women whiling away time, playing Ludo and bettings on a daily basis. That you can engage these people, even if in 3 months trainings, they can either become useful to themselves or to the society or to their families. And the first thing is knowledge base. When you impart knowledge, you now begin to provide the means to doing it. People have said a lot about agriculture, but yet, how much of our land is being cultivated? And yet, every day, Nigerians begin to, wonder out of the blue that things should happen automatically. Yes, because they're looking at the government who they expect should know better. But it's obvious the government, let's not play politics of jokes with it or imaginations that things are going to become better automatically. No. The truth of the matter is that the people in governance today have not shown any credibility of knowledge.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Oji Alexander.
Address the gaps of the need. The need is that lack of knowledge, lack of entrepreneurship is missing across board in Nigeria. The minute you begin to create this, you have created a complete nation that is working.
Exactly.
Look at it in the area of road construction.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I sincerely appreciate it. We need to get to Port Harcourt to get Chief Dr. Emmanuel Reyanama join the conversation. Chief Dr. Emmanuel Reyanama, good morning, if you can hear me.
Good morning. Good morning, Nigerians.
Thank you so much. I know you've been part of the conversation. We've talked about what Dangote said and also pointed out the fact that things are not the way it should be in Nigeria, especially, Nigeria is not having trust in using made in Nigerian products. But the president made a statement when he went for the 53rd Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Summit. We have 6 points from the president. He says that first, that the federal government is going to reform the federal procurement. Secondly, enforcing quality and standards also so that consumer trust will be built in Nigeria. They will have expanding export, improving access and finance, addressing energy and logistics, and developing skills and impute security also to be part of what we're going to do. He promised that this is part of the agenda that he has. Now, are we going to see Nigeria anytime, be that strong in producing what they are to eat or what they are to use? And are we going to see Nigerian politicians or even those who happen to be rich and mighty use or utilize all the things if they've been produced in Nigeria too? Because we're looking for a way for us to make more money and for us also to stay stable economically and financially.
For me, talk is cheap. The president today is not the first person that have discussed or said everything he had said had been in the papers for God knows as how long. It's an issue of pursuing the things we say. It's an issue of implementing the things we say. Now, the last speaker was asked initially, what do we do to solve the problem? You have 36 plus 1 state in this country, for instance. What are the problems for manufacturers? Basically, they provide light, energy, they provide roads, they provide every other thing. Can these 36 states plus the Federal Capital Territory 37 take it as a duty to say, we will build industrial parks, we will build innovation centers, and make it the free zone type of a thing? Light is provided, the basic issues that will be minimal tax for this level of persons operating in these places, and then we will choose areas where our imports seem to be high. That was this advice. No advice could be better than that kind of advice. Until you begin to buy things manufactured within you, you cannot give your currency value. The reason why the dollar is playing the naira right at the center is very simple. Our consumption is dependent from outside, and the dollar is what controls that outside. Simple. So, what can government do? If you can't give the entire Nigeria light, choose these centers and provide those basic power, energy for these people to do the things they know how to do. The other expert is one my colleague raised where he's talked about reorienting Nigerians. Come to Aba, they make shoes, they call it Gushi. You won't hear them call the shoe Nnamdi, Emeka. They call it Gushi, they call it all the beautiful names outside. And that is because that is what the average consumer wants to see to buy. I've said on this platform before that our biggest problem is food. By the time some of us started working, our salary was never used for food. We made food for ourselves. We had our small gardens for ourselves. Nigerians should begin to think of how to spend less to get things.
Okay, Dr. Emmanuel, the way you say that our problem is food, you know, a lot of people will also think that our problem has to do with our value orientation. I say that in the light of the fact that when India was coming up, you know, there was this mantra in India: if you don't want to wear Indian-made goods, Indian-made clothes, you go naked. If you don't want to wear Indian-made shoes, then you go barefoot and all of that. If you don't want to drive Indian-made cars, then you trek and all of that. That kind of concept, isn't it a problem that we have here, that we always try to identify? I mean, if you walk into the streets, you know, when someone looks at you, he wants to see that that their trousers, you know, the pants are imported, that the shoes, like you said, are Italian shoes, that the suit you are wearing is Italian shoe. Italian suit? Isn't that a problem of value orientation? Don't we need to change all of that concept before we can get it right?
Yeah, I said that we need to do serious value reorientation, particularly from the top. You cannot be telling Nigerians to buy made in Nigerian goods when all you use around you is foreign. We had a time in River State when the state government wanted people to ensure you're employing Rivers persons, and I asked simple questions. I remember working then with the Nigerian Engineering Works. And went to the State Assembly, I looked around, all the ACs we found in the State Assembly were imported ACs. All the fans we saw were imported ACs. Meanwhile, these are things we were manufacturing in Nigerian Engineering Works. And so the question was, how will I employ Rivers persons when everything that comes from the taxes Rivers will pay is sent outside to get things from outside? Because employment is a function of capacity utilization. The manufacturing firms we have in Nigeria, what capacity are they utilizing? Most of them are below 30, 20. And that's because there's no sales. So if government, who is the major buyer himself, buys every other thing that is imported, then followers should begin to copy. That's one major problem. So to do that orientation, we must start with government. The president, you used India as example. When the Prime Minister of Britain visited India at those periods, she was made.
All right then. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel.
To ride in India cars with the President of India, with the Prime Minister of India. Can that happen in Nigeria?
Okay, I think that one day we'll get there because we are with this Nigeria First policy. Let's see how far we can drive it. I would like for you to stay with us as we get into the next topic of conversation. Same with Mr. Chijoke Alexander Oji. We appreciate your presence. Now, we'll go for a short break. When we return, Nigeria's rising debt profile is carrying away foreign investors. Now, this is coming from Pa Afe Babalola. Join us again. We'll be right back. Nigeria's growing debt burden has sparked concerns among economists, investors, and policymakers. According to Pa Afe Babalola, founder of Afe Babalola University, the country's rising debt profile is scaring away foreign investors, undermining economic stability and threatening sustainable development. Nigeria's total public debt stands at a staggering 152.4 trillion naira. That's about $99.7 billion. This massive debt burden has led to a decline in investor confidence, with many businesses hesitant to invest in the country. While the local financial sector is also feeling the strain, with banks complaining about the Central Bank of Nigeria's inability to honor government promissory notes. The consequences of Nigeria's rising debt profile are far-reaching. The country's economic reputation is deteriorating, making it challenging to attract foreign investment. While the debt burden also limits the government's ability to fund essential public services, exacerbating poverty, unemployment, and infrastructure challenges. Afe Babalola has called for urgent reforms and responsible fiscal management to restore economic stability and investor confidence. Well, let me stay with you, Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama. We have turned the corner and the worst is over. One of us, a revered legal luminary, is an investor too. He is a business person. He has a private university that seems to be doing well. And he's saying, look, our public debt profile is scaring investors away, but our president has been globetrotting, looking for foreign investors. And the National Bureau of Statistics gave us a figure, and I think that was sometime in November last year, that we raked in excess of $30 billion, as foreign direct investment. In all of this, as these investments are coming in, we also hear that our debt profile that that this administration met at 40 trillion naira is now 152 trillion naira. How are we able to marry all of this? Are we actually making progress? Investors are coming, we are earning so much, we are owing so much money. At one point, we say we are not borrowing locally again, and in the next breath, we are going outside to borrow. Can you help us understand how that affects the economy? We are just coming from a discussion about made in Nigeria goods, how to industrialize the country, how to make manufacturing, thrive in Nigeria and all of that, so that Nigerians can have soaring income. Help us understand all of these contradictions that we seem to see in the economy.
The biggest danger in borrowing is the fear that what you borrow, you cannot have the capacity to pay. And that's the biggest threat. And what everybody's speaking about when we look at fiscal responsibility is the fact that, look, at one end, you're showing that you do not, you borrow because you say you don't have. But you that don't have, if you look at your expense pattern, you spend as if you own the world at one end. And so it doesn't really make sense. A typical investor is looking at you and asking himself, is it borrowing for partying? What is really happening? Borrowing ordinarily the world over is a normal thing. But the question is, what are you borrowing for? What are you using what you're borrowing for? How much is coming out of it? We borrowed money to build railways, and we had a time we felt that the railways will be able to recoup. And I'm asking myself, how long is it now? How much have we recouped? Because even the same lines, every other day, the rails are not moving. So anybody that wants to give you money again will begin to ask himself, to what extent what are we really doing? It's a threat. And I've said this severally. Our government and people must begin to look at what we're really doing. We should think of the generations to come. What will happen? Will we keep this debt for people such that at the point there will be no country called Nigeria again? We're at a crossroad, as it were. At one time, government told us if they don't borrow, we can. Of course, you saw what happened when Buhari came in. The first instance was that even the states could not pay. They couldn't pay salaries. Is that the kind of country we want to get into? The foreign investors sure will be afraid that as they commit their monies, they won't have the money to get out. And if that is the case, they will run away. And what capacity do you have locally to take over those things? That's the question we need to ask ourselves.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama. Let me come to you, Chijoke Oji. Chijoke, can you help us understand all of this? Foreign investors are being scared because of our rising debt profile. What is the implication of all of that? You are a management consultant. You are chartered, as a matter of fact. Help us understand the implications of our high debt profile. Because we also understand that, look, America, Japan are also heavily indebted. You know, they have high debt profile. But maybe GDP to debt ratio might be slightly different. So why is our own situation different? Why is our own case different?
I think you can also join Germany, Spain, and all other nations, you know, in the same debt profile.
Okay.
But in the case of ours is recklessness, just like the previous speaker mentioned. In a situation where people are not held accountable for how they disburse and spend this, it's a loan. That means that it's expected to be repaid back, and in most cases with interest. Now, when Nigerians go on this borrowing spree, they treat it like a personal money, and so when they start up any project, not completed, the people are happy that it is a Greek gift, and in most cases, we never see these things come to fruition. Just like the railway project and other similar infrastructures that they tag as the main essence of this borrowing. How many years do we designate, and in which way do we designate to repay these loans?
All right.
Because the first thing is that when you tie a loan to a particular infrastructure, you should be disciplined, first of all, in the completion and the utilization of such. Because other nations, they are very disciplined to ensure that they, first of all, meet the delivery of the project, they meet the utilization of that project, and that the proceeds from such projects are kept in ways that in strict compliance with the loans, they are being met up.
All right.
And if indeed they need for expansion, they could borrow more.
All right then. Now I would like for you in a few seconds to just conclude for us as we have to run to Abuja now, the scene of the #Free Nnamdi Kanu protest. Just give us your conclusion in a few seconds.
Okay, first of all, I wanted to also conclude on the previous topic.
Okay, go right ahead, please.
There is, first of all, this assumption that Nigeria is a thriving economy. It's not true. Nigeria is only the most unregulated economy. And that's why you see that every flight coming into Nigeria, you have more Indians and more Chinese, because they know that there's advantage to take in the country. In a country where you can bring in anything, you can sell at any price, you don't have the regulatory agencies are weak, the same regulatory agencies go to the same market and they see what happens. In a country where you can bring in any product, the agencies meant for testing the standards of it are not even allowed to.
We're absolutely out of time. Alexander Oji,
how this money is repaid back.
I must say a very big, I do thank you for your contribution on the program. Thank you very much. And Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama, let's have your conclusion in 30 seconds, if you can.
Nigeria must survive. We must push for accountability. Those in government must realize that borrowing, though good, what you borrow should be used efficiently. We are a country that has everything. Nigerians must begin to love what is Nigerian.
All right, then, quite up.
Buy made in Nigerian goods.
Thank you very
goods
much.
Are also good.
Thank you very much, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama. He says, buy made in Nigeria goods. So he's a socio-political commentator and an advocate of good governance. Thank you very much for your time on the program. Well, that's it on VOP this morning. On behalf of the backroom staff, our correspondent in Abuja and Port Harcourt and Benin, I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. But stick around as we now reconnect you to Abuja, the ground of the protest. My colleagues here, Chukuma Okorofina Ogachuku, thank you very much once again for joining us. Let's take you to Abuja.
You are a reporter?
Yes.
Okay.
BBC Pidgin.
Where?
BBC Pidgin.
Okay, BBC Pidgin. Mama, they do all those kind of Nigerian translation. How are you doing? What's your name?
Chukwunemi.
Okay, Chukwunemi. NS. Yeah, well. I'm disappointed. I'm assuming they do well. You don't know that one minute important in reporting live news, you are asking me, are you the venue of the protest? Tell them in the studio to cut off the interview and connect Abuja. You don't pick your phone. No, listen at the work. Madam, I am disappointed. I am disappointed. I am on the street. I'm on the street pursuing news. Hello? Madam, I'm on the street pursuing news. You're asking me what I say, connect me. Soldiers, police, their trucks, where they intimidate. So why did they not take me from the studio? They were asking questions of the guests. I wanted them to take me that time when police and soldiers crossed full road. It doesn't mercy when
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you. This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To sky-high secrets, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Obisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and
Oh Lord, this is Ayotunde Adejimo chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventure.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. And, of course, we're still keeping our eyes on events happening in Abuja at the #Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest that is taking place in Abuja. We've seen protesters that gathered. We've seen some of them scamper for safety when the military or the police try to apprehend a few people. But let's go to the papers and bring you what the papers have for us today. We have with us Barrister Darlington joining the conversation. Barrister, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Once again. Good morning once again.
My pleasure.
Welcome. And of course, Chukuma Okoro right here with us as well. Well, let's quickly run to it. Well, from business day, let's talk business first and then we'll come back to protest and issues. Business Day has this headline, says Nigerian banks tap solar to cut rising energy bill. Nigerian banks tap solar to cut rising energy bill. And we also have foreign investors show confidence in Nigeria at World Bank IMF meeting. It's interesting. These are contradicting stories. Foreign investors show confidence in Nigeria at World Bank IMF meetings. But we have Afi Babala saying that foreign investors are leaving Nigeria because of interest rates and, the way the economy is being run.
High debt profile.
High debt profile and the rest, chasing foreign investors. So we have conflicting stories here.
Which paper wrote it?
Well, this is Business Day. The other one, I think it's one of the dailies. I can't pin out which one right now, but one of the dailies has that other headline. Fractured opposition paves way for Tinubu's dominance, they say. Nigeria's reform revival to trigger Africa's next big wave. Interesting headlines here. Now, let's go to other dailies. The Vanguard report says Sowore urges police to protect protesters. Stay off Aso Rock. NAS, police warn. FG declares prisons red zone. Well, we've seen how that one is playing out already. And also, Nigeria spends 3.53 trillion naira on raw material imports in H1 25. Account for missing 18.6 billion naira commission office complex. Name contractors. That's Serap to NAS. Now, Punch newspaper has these headlines. #Free Nnamdi Kanu. Protesters defy security. Protesters defy security warning. Vow Villa March. How successful is that at the moment? Well, we'll wait to see. Opposition parties back protests. 115 lawyers, medics to join rally today. 115. That's well, I don't think I've seen that much people. But Kanu's legal team fractured, they say. Okay. More headlines here. FG backs DHQ as coup rumor sparks political firestorm. PDP convention faces fresh setback over alleged signature forgery. Is that it for the PDP? Some have said the fate of PDP rests on whether or not the convention will hold. If it doesn't, then some say that will be it. Oh well. Osinbajo leads ECOWAS team to monitor Côte d'Ivoire poll. Senate to grill NCAA local airlines on safety breaches. Gunmen shoot butcher dead in Lagos Barracks Market. Tinubu hails ex-Punch MD Oshinobi at 70. All right, so these are the headlines here, Barrister. Let's make your pick, really. But let's start off with the. I mean, we've talked about this already, but it's a recurring story. Protest happening.
This idea of setup always telling government to make account of the expenditure in a particular project is very, very wrong. Ordinarily, nobody should persuade the government to give account. It should be there on their website how they spend money on whatever project. But it is not there. That's why setup is asking them.
You got me scared, though.
Sorry?
You got me scared initially. I was wondering where you were taking the conversation to.
Yes, because it has been recurrent every time. Make account of this, make account of that.
And that's because the government is always mum on issues.
I'm telling you, and that is because something is not right. That's the truth. If something is very straightforward, would they waste time in doing that? They will not waste time. They will post it there. You go and see it. We are talking of 210 trillion naira. Do you know what that will mean to this economy, Mr. Okoro and the Moses? We are owing 149 trillion naira. And now you, the government, you are looking for 210 trillion naira. Up to today,
the latest figure now is 152 trillion.
Are you serious?
Debt exposure, yes.
So somebody said that, Abi?
It's on record. It's on record.
Oh, really? Can you imagine? And yet you are owing the international community 149 trillion.
No, that's what I'm saying. We are owing 152 trillion.
52.
And we are looking for 210 trillion.
And somebody said, what is
but the 210 trillion is over a period of 10 years.
Before I remember that the money is missing. It's missing.
You know, this missing money, you recall that at a point, former CBN governor, Sanusi, came to say that a certain $20 billion, was missing. After a while, he recanted and said, no, it wasn't 20.
It was even Jonathan that set up a committee to look at that money.
And at the end of the day, I think nothing was missing.
Nothing.
But I think they just wanted to embarrass Jonathan.
Yes, now, when they were all looking to see him out. But this one is 10 trillion. I mean, in 10 years now. Who have been in government since 10 years now, Mr. Okoro?
APC.
Oh, so what are you saying? All this funding of terrorists, Mr. Okoro and Moses, have you ever asked yourself, where are terrorists getting their funding from?
From outside.
No, don't go there. Please, don't. The government of this country cannot tell me that they don't know who is sponsoring this thing as to go and warn them. That is the first thing you would have done as a government. If you have traced the funding of terrorists up to a point, you expose it. But they are giving them list of those funding terrorism in Nigeria. Yet they kept them on. What does that tell you? If you have exposed them, maybe they would have stopped. Report them to international community, to UN and all that. They may even help you to even track them and even caution them. You just kept quiet and you are telling me that it's from outside. No. It is round tripping. The money leaves Nigeria, gets to somewhere, they now brought it back to Nigeria. No reasonable human being, a businessman, will make money and use it to fund terrorism.
To what end will anyone fund terrorism?
They are looking for what they will get in Nigeria. If the jihad succeed, they have the whole Nigeria to control. Can't you get it? They are funding this in believing that jihad will have head in Nigeria so that they will now come and take over the whole country. Is that not the only reason? Any other thing? When I told you here that, look, with these oil resources, I can give people subsidy and nobody will know about it. Saudi Arabia, that their people are not paying taxes. Is it not from oil money? Dubai here, somebody very intimate told me that, look, here, they don't pay for water, they don't pay for light, they only pay their house rent. I said, what? Another person confirmed it. Small Dubai that came to borrow money from us in the 70s. Look at where they are. So this money is in people's pocket, Mr. Okoro. Don't deceive yourself about it. There is money, but it's in people's pockets. They want to be richer than Nigeria. And that is the end game. So that at the end of the day, Nigeria will even come and borrow money from them, like that man in Zaire, Mobutu Sese Seko. Is that not what they are looking for? Look at all the money that these people have made. In fact, PDP for their 16 years, they never made the money these people have made. If you do your calculation very well, they have made more money than all the government in Nigeria put together until they came in. So all this money they are making, why is it that Nigerians are not asking the question? Yet they want to squeeze the light out of you. They want to squeeze the light out of you. Look at even NEPA. They removed tariff. And we thought that we are going to have light. 1 unit, 209 naira. 209 naira for one unit like this. The Tokoro calculate it. Meanwhile, the megawatt of electricity is still there. It has not changed. Where PDP left it. You can see now, with all the money they are making. So, these are things you and I need to interrogate, Mr. Look, all these protests, these are things that you needed protests. We need to ask questions where these things are happening. Well, I mean, where this money are going to. Instead of people exploiting political issues to hoodwink you and I. The serious issues that are confronting us today, we are not looking about it. We are looking at where to make political capital. This terrorism, is it not enough to protest? Is it not enough? No, this terrorism, is it not enough for somebody to say, look, enough is enough. They can't kill my people again. Let me see whether the whole Nigeria will not join them.
No, the women of Plateau protested and Benue protested the other day.
Would you have been women? Would you have been women? I'm talking of the whole Nigeria. You say women of would you have the women of this thing? The whole Nigeria should come out. Let me see how many people they are going to shoot. But here now, it has been sectionalized. It has been sectionalized. And that is why this thing that's going in Abuja now is happening. They see it as Igbos trying to take over government. Because that's how they're going to term it at the end of the day. Forget about Sowore. I told people here, do this in the way. Not even now that there is rumors of coup. Every little thing now, people say, hey, they don't come. They don't come. They are coming through this way now. Shoot them. Shoot them. Shoot them. They are coup plotters. Instead of what to do, there are things that you will do today, Mr. Okoro, there will be peace in Nigeria. I'm not joking. If this terrorism should stop in Nigeria today, you and I, things will be so easy for us. This Naira exchange rate, in fact, Naira will even become, even if 100 Naira to $1. And you know the ripple effect in an economy. All these are issues because we were there before. How come we have descended so low from number 1 now to number 4 in Africa, economically? Nobody is addressing these issues. And the government is very, very trickish. All those issues, they don't want you to go there. They just want you to remain where you are. Every little thing, they must spend money. Mr. Okoro, anything that we call 10 Naira, they say, 10 Naira is too small now. Why not pad it up? 10 Naira will want 10 billion. And you and I will swallow the hook, line, and sinker. The rest of the money will go into private pockets. And tomorrow they tell you, there's no money. Nigeria has no money. Nigeria is poor. Account for the money you have been taking from Nigerians. Nobody have accounted for anything. Nobody. Even the website where they are even posting their expenditure, they have removed it. You won't see anything there. You will not see anything there. And you are telling me, cool. Is it not the person that went to go and fetch firewood that is infested with the ants that is calling for lizard to come for a party in his house?
Oh, well. A lot has been said about Nigeria's economy. It's up to the government to, take some of these advice and ensure that the economy grows. Oh, well, as we hope that the economy grows, we should also ensure that democracy is sustained. And that leads me to the very next headline here. Federal government backs DHQ, Defense Headquarters, As coup rumor sparks political firestorm. That's the headline put forward by the Punch newspaper. Barrister, you want to react to that one?
Yes, Mr. Ogoro and Moses. Please, if you are told in your wildest dream that a Tinubu presidency will give us this type of feedback, would you have believed it? No, be sincere to yourself. With what he told us and with the antecedent that you know him for, would you have believed that the Tinubu will behave like this in office? Would you have believed it?
How? Barrister, how? How?
This thing is giving us now, is that democracy? Tell me. From administration to economy to security, is that what Tinubu promised you and I? Why is it that he's not paying attention to the economy and this insecurity? Rather, it's all about 2027. It's all about 2027, how to win election. As if the world will end after 2027. Have you asked yourself that question?
Barrister, we are talking about the remote coup plot.
What is wrong with that? Who called for it?
Do you think it is real?
Whether rumor or not, who called for it?
Who called for what?
Look, it is easier for you and I to sit down and be pontificating and analyzing. Not everybody have that mindset. Yes. People just get angry. Look, Mr. You don't know what your people are going through out there. You don't know. A military officer, maybe a junior officer that is going through hell because of this economy.
Now,
will they be patient with you?
Let me take this headline from Daily Trust. It speaks to the same issue. It says, alleged coup plot, ex-governor under watch, more officers picked. This seems to be very serious issue.
That's why they abandoned the parade, Independence Day parade, and ran into Aso Rock.
So which means practically the government had information.
What are you telling me? What did they know?
That is what
did they not know? That is why I keep wondering, what is this insecurity? How can't you stop it? Every day they are going.
We definitely don't want to truncate the democracy that we've been enjoying for the past 20, 25 years.
No, you don't want to.
The VOP.
Okay.
I mean, VOP would not call for a coup.
Nobody's calling for coup. Nobody's calling for coup. But when you ask, when you draw problem to yourself, you solve it. Abi? You call for trouble, you solve it. Because you cannot be hiding under there is no coup in Africa, no coup will be tolerated, and we are doing worse than the military. Can't you see what people went to Addis Ababa to do? These AU people, all the African leaders went to AU and said there will be no more coup in Africa. We cannot tolerate coup. Anybody that do a coup, we ostracize him. He will not be a member of AU. You know, and for that reason, they now want to go and do worse than the military they were trying to shove out of government. What does that tell you? I ask you a question here. Is this thing you are into now, is it a democracy? Mr. Okoro, you have not answered that question. You have not answered me. So if you are not in a democracy, then what are you talking about? What are you talking about? A democracy where one man has become
Nigeria. It could be different. No two democracies are the same. It could be Nigerian style democracy. Obasanjo has been asking for us to design African style democracy because looks like the European model doesn't suit Africa.
No, it's just the individuals. Because I remember Jonathan in office. The man said that, look, if I even use 40% of my power, I will become a dictator. And he didn't want to go through that route. He even said that his re-election does not want the blood of one single Nigerian, and he kept to it. So these other people, now that they came in and things went haywire, how do you describe it? How? That is the question here. Nigeria has become a country of brigandage and violence, gangsters. Everything you have, every action they are taking in this administration, they always reverse it, Mr. Okoro. What does that tell you? Fuel subsidy, reverse. Releasing of amnesty for some people, reverse. All the things that just go and check. I don't need to start naming them. Naira, floating of the naira, they always use dollar to show it up so that it will not fall to its actual value. Every time they are padding it up, so that it will not go beyond 1,004 and 1,005. Is that not what has been going on? They are using dollar to shore it up. So it was not thought through. It was not. That's the fact here. Mention any other policy that, yes, you can say, this one, Tinubu got it right too. You are not taxing people. We are saying here that 7.2 million businesses are closed down, both big, small and medium. They have all closed down in Nigeria.
But that thing, is it 7.2 million or 7,000?
What are you telling me? 7.2 million.
Businesses. What are those 7.2 million businesses?
I said small businesses, all these small scale businesses.
What were they doing?
All these small power.
No, those businesses, 7.2 million businesses. What were they doing? Production or reselling of products?
When you hear businesses, please, it doesn't have to be I said big, medium,
SMEs, small and medium enterprises.
All of them. It's not one particular one now. All these people that are selling along the road and all that, they are businesses. Yes. They have closed shop because of what? First thing, power. Some of them cannot pay for electricity. And so they yank them off. What will you do, Mr. Okoro? What will you do when you are in a small shop and they bring a bill of 400,000 for you? 100,000. Will you live in that shop? No, be sincere to yourself. You are in a small shop using only one bulb. Every month they say, your bill is this, your bill is that. What will you do?
Of course, businesses will close down.
What are you telling me? Serious issues that nobody is addressing. When Aso Rock could not pay his own NEPA bill, Mr. Okoro, what else are you talking about? That's the signpost that things are not well. Okay, where is the light? The people you put in band, where is the light? Yesterday, over the weekend, I know how many times they took the light. For a long period before they brought it. Is that part of it? Okay. How do you make a business? How do you work in a country of 200 and something million and you are struggling with 5,000 megawatts, Mr. Okoro? Look at all the countries in Africa that we are rubbing shoulders with. Mention any of them that is enjoying such an embarrassing megawatt of electricity. From South Africa to Egypt, to all these other countries, mention. Even their population not even reach 1/4 of Nigeria. Some of them 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 megawatts. And you, the giant of Africa, 5,000. And nobody is ashamed of all this, Mr. Okoro. So how can progress come? As if that one is not enough. Look at insecurity. Mention any other African nation that is whining and dining with terrorists the way we are doing here. Mention, just show me one example. As to say, it's general, it's all over the Africa. That's what is going on. Mention one. And you are talking of progress. How can that progress come?
All right, Barrister, let's look at a few other headlines. Hopefully we'll have something cheery. Yeah, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Okay, let's hear it.
Diri, Fubara, Dauda, Dixon, others to be honored at first Daily Excellence Awards, okay? Account for missing 18.6 billion naira NAS fund, name contractor, civic group demands transparency, probes alleged diversion of assembly project funds. Sarab to Akpabio Abbas, okay, we've talked about that one. PDP crisis deepens as IAU petitions DSS, INEC, over forged signature. And then we have China commends DSS, security agencies for rescuing 4 kidnapped nationals. Write your will. Write your will remark, not a threat. Abia government defends Governor Oti. And then we also have federal government clarifies mathematics still compulsory for all O-level students. Okay. And bottom strip from First Daily, we have customs foil 112.6 million naira smuggling attempt in Adamawa. Oh, well. Is that cheerful?
Nothing is cheerful here. I was waiting for you to finish reading. I wanted you to tell me that naira is now exchange rate is now 100 naira to $1.
But as they foil, smuggling attempts, We hope that in the next 5-10 years,
there's nothing,
those arrested will not be pardoned.
There's nothing cheery about it. They will. Are you sure they've not released by now? If you can release them.
Okay, let's go to Daily Independent. It says federal government says mathematics still compulsory for O-level students. I wonder why they have reversed it. Did they reverse?
They have reversed it, yes.
Did they reverse or clarified?
It should be clarified.
It's clarified because at no point did
they
they say that.
reversed it because parents protested.
No, Barrister, they didn't reverse. They only clarified
that.
What they said initially was that art students would not need it for admission. Not that you will not need it. You will not write it in exam in O level or WAEC. You will write it.
If you don't need it, why do you want to write it? Look, can you just imagine?
No, you write it even if you fail it.
Write it for what? If you are a student, you don't need it. So why will anybody even ask me whether I took it or not? Look, when people are trying to be funny, don't give them room. You say I don't need it, and I am a student. What am I going to write it for?
No, you write it.
No.
If you're writing 9 subjects or 7 or 8, write all of them. If you now fail, you will know, okay, you're going into art-related courses, and you may not need mathematics.
No, if I'm not going to need it as an art student, there is no need in taking it. There's no, all this one, they're talking to themselves. You said I don't need it, I don't need it. I cannot concentrate my energy in other subjects. That's the truth. And that was what the government said, that the parents had to cry out. They said parents protested, and now they have revised that mathematics remain. That's what I heard this morning.
Mathematics remains for what? For admission.
O-level. Writing O-level.
Mathematics was never removed at the O-level.
That's the point
it was as an admission prerequisite.
Exactly.
You know? Into art courses. Into art-based courses.
Yes.
Yeah, listen very well. If you did not take it, how would they not demand it when you are seeking admission?
But it was never taken out at the WAEC level. That is the point we are making.
You heard what the government said.
What did government say?
That mathematics is no longer a prerequisite for our students.
Okay, Barrister, let's make that conversation. Let's talk about.
I wish you can go further and read what they said.
Let's talk about another conversation. We are considering proposals for viable national carrier, FG. Kiyamo says new airline won't be government funded. Sergei Ozekome back idea, urge discipline, transparency, and national carrier.
The one that happened before, have they explained to us what happened?
They are probing.
Until when? Mr. Moses, until when? That kingdom come and be. Remember that this happened under Buhari?
Yes.
That's the last month of Buhari's leaving office. Up till now, 2 years, going to 3 years down the line, nothing. Nothing, and the man is moving around. He will even contest election, though, if care is not taken. He will contest election. Because they will tell you, have any court convicted him? What other conviction are you looking at? When a man did all he did, in fact, Ethiopia had to even sue the federal government for using their plane to do forward. Look, there are things you don't even need to begin to think about in Nigeria, seriously. Something of this magnitude happened, and the man is walking about instead of in detention. Why did you bring that plane from Ethiopia and painted it? Just to deceive who and who? Did you even see the prayer he made that day? I thank God, oh, this and that, oh, that eventually the thing had become a reality. I said, come, what is all this? One plane, one. And now you are proposing another one.
You know, but Nigeria is an unusual place. A lot of things happen.
But we know the minister is working.
No, this minister is
Kiyamo is working.
He's working.
So if he says there's a proposal, I think we should consider him.
No, he's not working. No. He's looking for money for his election in Delta State. Forget that. He's not working. What is he working?
For his election in Delta State?
I say yes.
As what?
He's the next governor of Lagos State.
What happens to Sherry Oborowe?
Oborowe just entered now.
Don't worry yourself. After him now, he's the next anointed boy.
Okay.
He's the next anointed boy. So I thought that he's not working. He's not. Because there are so many gaps in that airways. Okay, he said and aerospace, Abi?
Aerospace management.
So what has happened there in your aerospace? What has happened? No, tell me, is there any invention? Is there any breakthrough?
No, but Barrister, we might not have any invention, but it doesn't stop us from applying inventions that other people have made, and that is what we are doing. Air safety.
Which one have you applied?
Are we not?
In what way?
At least since he became the minister, we have not heard of any major accident.
Okay, all over the world there have been accidents, have you?
No, the accidents happen like in India. It happened the other time. No, the fact is that I would like for us to talk about a national carrier. Nigeria needs a national carrier because I recall as a young boy, the first time I flew an aircraft, an airline, an aircraft, it was Nigeria Airways, and this green, white, green color and all of that. But it wasn't business oriented. It was not business oriented. Until people like Okada and Cabo, came to give the Nigeria Airways a run for its money and all of that. And it was at that point, we have a problem of continuity, sustainability in government in Nigeria. And if you look at Africa, 3 airlines stand out. In fact, a lot of them stand out, but you can mention Ethiopian Airlines, you can mention Kenya and South Africa Airlines. Graciously or somehow, these airlines are not, they bear the names of that country, but they are not
owned by
wholly owned by government. Government owns a certain percentage.
Ethiopia.
Yes, it is private sector driven. It's private sector driven. So why can't we do that? I was thinking that was what Hadi Seriki wanted to do. And at that point, why was it only one aircraft? How could you? Which routes was he going to fly, local and international? Because the mistake that time was that, look, they didn't choose their route. So if Nigeria Airways was to leave Lagos to Makurdi, at 10 o'clock, by 10:15, 10:20, if there were 3 people on board, it would fly. If it wanted to move from Lagos to Kano, and there were just about 10, 15, 20 people on board, it would still fly. So I think that was their problem. Until people Okada came to prioritize. If you are going to a certain places, they will now take double routes, join routes, drop you off and go to another place and pick passengers and come back here. But the industry became hostile too. That was why some of them couldn't survive.
You know why? Most government officials, they killed the Nigerian Airways because a lot of people were using that place as their family.
Yes, they were issuing tickets like that.
They just pack their children, everybody enter free, go to London, come back free, and this thing was depleting the fortunes of that airline. That was one of the major reasons. Major government official was at a free ticket. Nobody was even cared that these people they are not using fuel to power this thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they'll manage it better if we finally float one. They'll manage it better. Well, let's go to. Sorry, you want to say something?
Let's just hope that they will manage it better.
They will not.
Let's have them float it first.
Hope. Nothing. The government manage anything.
No. He said it will be wholly owned by the government.
Not even wholly. It has to be wholly. After all, that's why he threw this. What's it called? UK. This thing is thriving. Our man there is managing it. This Ogunisi. Abi.
Oh well, let's go to the streets now. We have our correspondent Matthew Oguswada as he speaks to Nigerians on their opinion on the headlines from today's papers. Matthew, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Moses. Good morning, Nigerians, and good morning to the rest of the crew. It's another beautiful morning right here on the streets of Lagos. And as always, Voice of the People Television is right here at the newspaper stand to, of course, bring you the opinion of Nigerians and hear their thoughts on what's trending on the newspaper dailies this morning. And I have with me a Nigerian that would like to react to one of the significant stories this morning, which coincides with the 5th year remembrance of the EndSARS protest, which happened in Nigeria in the year 2020. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Lagosians. This is Mr. Wale Olariwaju.
All right. Let's hear your thoughts on any of the stories and your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm here to speak about the EndSARS, the one that happened about 5 years ago. That was in 2020. So the EndSARS protest was a really baffling issue. I think the NSAS protest was supposed to be an unforgettable moment. No, the government was supposed to set a day of remembrance for the NSAS, because that time was a very, people, Lagosians come out and express their feelings. Actually, and all those people that was terrorizing the state or the country, but then they were doing their work on absolutely improper, because then they always go to local places, maybe the bars or the hotels, all other local places, and harass people anyhow. That was not supposed to be so. So they've left Lagosians, the citizens, with no other option than to come out and say their mind. Actually, the first time that the NSAS was allowed to work, that the Lagos allowed them to say, okay, you people should go outside there and do your work. We really appreciate them because they are really vibrant. They are doing their work very well. But not less within some years, they now change their attitude. They started harassing people anyhow. So that was what made Nigerians to come out and put and say their mind. So then, actually there was a place called the Lekki Toll Gate then, because the incoming profits for Lagos State then was much from the Lekki Toll Gate. So people have to come out and go there to show their mind, express their feelings. So the Lagos State government was left with no other option than to bring out the military people and started shooting the open fire. So I think during that protest, many people, many citizens lost their life, which is a very painful one. It's not supposed to be so. We all have, as a citizens, we all have equal rights. No one was supposed to maltreat one for another. It's very wrong. I think Lagos State government, or let me say Nigeria government, was supposed to do something towards harassing people anyhow, because we all have equal rights. So my peoples, my advice to you people is that anything you feel something was wrong, just try and come together, come out, express your mind, let the government people, let them know what you people are facing. Then there was one that was actually happened to my junior brother then. He was going to work and the SAS people stopped him. They harassed him. They claimed that he's a Yahoo guy because they saw an iPhone with him. And then my junior brother was a footballer then. So they harassed him, took him to their station. I was forced, when they called me, I was forced to go there with my lawyer. I go there, I meet the head of their department. I explain everything to her and tell her that why would they harass him like that? Before they now ask for his ID card, they now see that the guy was a footballer. So I thank God then he was released without paying kobo. But let's assume somebody was unable to come out for the guy. That's how it should have. Maybe they can take him to jail or something or whatever. It's not supposed to be so. The SAS people will carry somebody and even follow you to the ATM machine. Then you will press your code and withdraw money and give it to them. It's uncalled for. It's not supposed to be so.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. What's your name again?
My name is Mr. Wale Olarewaju.
All right, so that's Mr. Wale sharing his thoughts on the state of the nation and of course reacting to one of the headlines.
In his view there, very passionately so. Well, just a few words as we wrap up newspaper review. Barrister, would you say NSAS achieved its purpose or achieved anything at all? Because from then till now, we still have some of the complaints.
I'm telling you, it did not. It did not, and it will not, because the government in power is not interested in making some changes. Things have even gotten worse from all indication. Things have gotten worse.
Yes, but SARS was
but transform into, like Amweba. They take transform from one thing to the other. Abi, is that not what they taught us in biology? It just transformed, but it is not gone. That's the truth. Other Amweba paramecium, they just transform from one evil to the other.
I think you should stick to law. You should stick to law. Leave biology law.
Paramecium will be better.
Oh, well.
So they transform from one evil to the other. So have you not gotten worse? If they have stamped it out completely, the roadblocks are still there. Mostly, they are still harassing youth who are carrying a backpack. Up to tomorrow, they are still doing that.
Indeed.
They are still doing it. So,
oh well.
Not any lesson.
Oh well, it's 5 years after, and those that lost limbs and friends are still counting their losses. Those that ran away from Nigeria, I'm sure they want to come back. But what has been the gains and the lessons from NSAS? Have we learned anything? Have we gained anything? Those are the questions that will continue to linger. Well, that's it on the show. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for your time on the program. Chukwuma Okoro makes a return at 6 p.m.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agoma. We'll talk about the protest today and going forward about the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the appropriate track to follow in getting him released. Then it promises to be quite interesting.
There you have it, and that's it on the show today. That's it on Newspaper Review. That's it on VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Stick around, 11 o'clock, sports, and then we'll go back. In the course of the day, we'll bring you more reports from the protests taking place in Abuja, the Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest in Abuja. We'll keep you updated. Stay with us. Bye for now.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news.
Yes, that's a very awesome moment between golfer Tommy Fleetwood and his son Frank. They call him Frankie Fleet. Yes, the young Fleetwood there. I mean, very awesome moment. And Tommy Fleetwood promised his son that he wants to win the Indian Tour, the DP World Tour for him, and he did so. That was his dream of his son, to spur his father on, and his father did well to deliver the trophy to his son. That was absolutely fantastic there from the world of golf. And I mean, it was a fantastic sporting weekend. I trust that was how it was for you, my viewers out there. And I'm your host, Afiz Ogubanjo. And on the show, you know, how we do on Sports Republic, we bring you the juiciest stories from the sporting world. And there is a whole lot to cover. I mean, from the world of football, from the world of golf, like we saw there, from the world of, basketball, tennis, name all the sports. And you will be sure that we will cover you right here on VOP TV. And do well to follow us on all our social media handles. And yes, follow us on, like I said, on all our social media handles so that you won't miss any notification coming from the world of sports right here. And yes, we'll be starting from the world of football. Yeah, of course, football, you know, how this is Jogo Bonito, the beautiful game. And we'll be starting from the FIFA Under-17 World Cup. It's something like a rather sad story, not sad, disappointing, where the Flamingos, yes, the Flamingos, that's talking about the Nigerian Under-17 women's team. They suffered a very, very heavy defeat to Canada in the opening match. But before that, like I said, in a whole lot of, you are seeing right there on the screen from the football action during the weekend. That's Mason Greenwood. Yes, that's Mason Greenwood. Kylian Mbappe in the Spanish La Liga. I mean, you could see he scored against a very, very determined, Getafe side. A very determined Getafe side. That's Adagula right there. Mbappe got the goal. Yes, the only goal to separate Real Madrid and Getafe ahead of the El Clasico weekend coming up this weekend. And that's Mason Greenwood right there in Ligue 1. Yes, scoring 4 goals, and he also created an assist in Marseille's 6-2 win over Le Havre. Yes, Mason Greenwood right there. I'm sure Man U fans, Manchester United fans will be asking, I mean, how did he let this boy go? I mean, let's angle on this picture for a minute. I mean, I just stumbled on this picture. PSG, by the way, they played a 3-3 draw against Strasbourg, and Dembele was not in that game. But then I saw this picture, and it reminds me, it's something iconic. I mean, you could see our very own JJ Okocha right there. We have Ronaldinho, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Look at Neymar Jr. and Ousmane Dembele. And I want to ask, who do you think is the greatest number 10 to ever feature for Paris Saint-Germain? I mean, looking at that picture right there, really, really iconic. Current Ballon d'Or winner, Ousmane Dembele, I mean, is the one that you can see he has the Ballon d'Or, also with Ronaldinho, out of the 5. And that's really, really good for PSG. Like I said, they played a 3-3 draw. There were other results as well in the football during the weekend. We have more pictures, to come your way, and we are going to speak on them. Just like I said, and that's this is the Premier League, the shock. I won't really call it a shock, but then because it's 2 wobbling teams, but it is a shock. Manchester United getting the results, 2-1 against Liverpool. Yes, against Liverpool at Anfield, and Liverpool now have 4 straight defeats. 4 defeats on the bounce right now for Liverpool in all competitions. I mean, that's 3 in the Premier League and 1 in the Champions League. Arsenal as well, they're at the top of the table. You can see the Environs is still on the tree after they got a 1-0 win, over the weekend as well. Leandro Trossard scoring that goal again from a set piece for Arsenal. And this is hat-trick hero. Yes, Jean-Philippe Mateta, he got a hat-trick against Bournemouth. He should have gotten a 4th as well, but he skied this. I love this celebration, the boom celebration, yes. There was a time they said they would be giving him a yellow card for this, but I'm sure the fans have come against the FA that, look, this is a fantastic celebration. That's talking about the boom. I just love Mateta. He is a good striker. He came in the Premier League. He wasn't really known. He came in from Mainz, but he has gotten himself a good deal with Crystal Palace. He's been performing very, very well for Crystal Palace. And this is another man that has been performing. This is Nick Votemada, yes, of Newcastle United. He got a goal, a fantastic goal, Nick Votemada. Even though they lost against Brighton, they lost 2-1. And this is a record signing. He came in for 90 million pounds, or 90 million euros thereabouts. That's talking about Nick Votemada. He scored a fantastic goal against Brighton, but they lost 2 goals to Danny Welbeck. Yes, Danny Welbeck scoring 2 goals for Brighton to down Newcastle. Maybe not the result Newcastle wanted, but Nick Votemada, 5 goals in the competition. Alexander Isak is here to score for Liverpool, and he replaced Isak, and that's the man on your screen right there, Alexander Isak, who is here to score for Liverpool in the Premier League and even the Champions League. He has gotten a goal in the Carabao Cup, actually, but then this is the Premier League record signing at the moment, and is yet to get a goal for Liverpool in the Premier League and the Champions League. And his replacement at Newcastle, Nick Votemada, has gotten 5 goals in all competitions. And the Slot, I mean, it was, what do you have to say this time? I mean, when people were saying before the start of the season, a lot of people were already giving Liverpool the title, but then reality has set in. They've lost 4 on the bounce, including a 2-1 defeat, yesterday to the hands of Manchester United. And some fans have actually come out to say, hey, they're not going to forgive you. That's talking about Arne Slot. And with that, let's move on to our first story of the day. And yes, I was talking about the Flamingos. That's the under-17 women's team of Nigeria. And they got off to a very rough start at the 2015 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, suffering a 4-1 defeat to Canada, yes, in their opening Group D match. Canada dominated the game with Julia Amiri scoring a brace and Gabriela Istoki and Melissa Kekic adding to the tally. Queen Joseph scored the lone goal for the Flamingos, briefly equalizing the score in the 38th minute. Canada's strong performance was evident from the start, with Istoki opening the scoring just 2 minutes into the game. Despite Aziza Oduton's efforts, the Flamingos struggled to find their footing, and Canada's pressure paid off. Yes, with Kekic's goal in the 73rd minute. Amiri sealed the win with a second goal in the 84th minute. That game, I saw that game, and I mean, it wasn't really easy for the Flamingos. And the coach has actually come out. He's been under pressure. A lot of people have been talking, saying you didn't select the squad based on merit. He has said that the players, the girls, that they are suffering from lack of confidence. I don't think so. I think they were just dominated in that game against Canada because and the goal, their third goal, Canada's third goal, was a gift, a very, very big gift from Nigeria's goalkeeper. She got the ball under no pressure just to catch the ball, and she gave it away, and it led to Canada's third goal. They should be back. They should be back. They should bounce back from this defeat because they are playing France. Yes, the Flamingos will look to bounce back from this defeat when they face France in their next match on October 22nd. But France, that's the Flamingos want to play. They got a win. They started their campaign very, very well with a 4-2 win over Samoa, setting the stage for an exciting matchup because, trust me, should France beat the Flamingos and Samoa loses to Canada, I think it will be bye-bye for the Flamingos unless they could muster something enough to give them a chance to be one of the best third-place teams. But then, Nigeria, are we going to be at our calculators even for the women? Are we going to be at our calculators even for the women? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be because we've been bringing out our calculators in recent times. We did it for the under-20 national team. That's talking about the Flying Eagles. We also did it for the Super Eagles themselves. We couldn't rest. We couldn't qualify direct. All have to bring our calculators and everything. We can't even sit back. When are we going to sit back and say, okay, Nigeria is going to qualify from this group. Nigeria is going to qualify from this stage. Nigeria is going to qualify automatically without even looking at the calculator. When are we going to do that right here in the country? Because even if women's football, we are still struggling. We are still struggling, and it shouldn't be so. But I wish them a good luck. Let me say that. I wish them good luck for their game against France because France is not going to be easy. To be very honest, France is not going to be easy. But shout out to the Flamingos. And the Flamingos coach, yes, is likely to face criticism. In fact, he's been facing criticism with some questioning their tactics and team selection. I mean, Olowokere is a fantastic manager, but then a lot of people have been coming out to say that you didn't select this team based on merit at all. That there are some names that are still missing. But I think he still went with his best legs. Our captain, I'm trying to remember her name now, the captain. She is actually voted in the recently brought out CAF Awards, the list of the nominees. Yes, she's there for the Young Player of the Year. That's talking about the Flamingos captain. I'm still trying to remember her name. Forgive me if you are listening or watching this show. Yes, and the team's performance has sparked debate with fans and pundits calling for changes to help the team regain its competitive edge. And we are moving on to, yes, you could see right there, that's talking about the Flamingos. But we're moving on. I mentioned the FIFA Under-20 World Cup, yes, where Nigeria, we couldn't even beat Argentina. We were knocked out by Argentina. But if Nigeria could not do it, another country actually made Africa proud. And that's talking about the Atlas should I call them the Atlas Corps? Because their national team, the main national team, they are known as the Atlas Lions. But I think I want to call this was the Atlas Corps. The Moroccans, yes, the Atlas Corps or Lions of Morocco, the young Lions, they made history by defeating Argentina. Argentina were, I'll say, they're like the biggest favorites, to win this tournament. The biggest favorites to win this tournament. And they lost to Morocco. Morocco made history by defeating Argentina in the FIFA Under-20 World Cup final, claiming their first ever title in the tournament. Yassir Zabiri led the charge, scoring the decisive penalty in the 12th minute and adding another goal in the 29th minute to secure Morocco's victory. This win marks a significant milestone for Moroccan football, making them the first African nation to win the Under-20 World Cup since Ghana in 2009. I mean, that Ghana final was against Brazil. I watched that game live and on TV. Sorry, it was on TV, but it's still live. It was a live match. I watched the game live then in 2009. Nigeria participated in that tournament as well. I remember we were in the group with Spain and Venezuela. Yes, where we had the likes of Dani Parejo, Emilio Nsue, who is playing for Equatorial Guinea right now. He played for Spain. He scored against Nigeria in that game. Ander Herrera, I'm sure Manchester United fans will remember that name. Ander Herrera was with us in that group. He was playing for Spain. I think we also had Avi Martinez. Yes, Avi Martinez was also there. We had the likes of Salomon Rondon. Yes, Salomon Rondon. I won't forget him, who was there for Venezuela. I think he also scored against Nigeria. We had Jonathan Del Valle as well. 2009, Ghana went on to do, I won't call it the impossible, but then it was a very, very difficult task against Brazil in the final, and they won on penalties. If I can still remember players from Ghana that time, I remember the likes of Andre Dede Ayew. Yes, he was there. Andre Dede Ayew was there. He was 18 years of age, playing for Ghana. Had the likes of Dominic Adia. Dominic Adia, he got a move to AC Milan after that tournament. Kwado Asamoah was there as well. Emmanuel Agyemang Badu was there too. These are players that went on to play, for the Ghana national team. The Nigerians that played, you could barely even remember them. You could barely remember them. And this is what we are saying about developmental football. Look at Morocco. This has been it's been a long, long journey in the making for them, and they've really done it. I mean, the king of Morocco has invested how many years now? 15 years, close to 15 years to develop Moroccan football. And look at them now. They are hosting tournaments. They'll be the host of the AFCON in December. They are hosting the playoffs where Nigeria will be participating against Gabon. Look at the national team. They have some of the best players. The football now, the football setup is now appealing to the players that are even born abroad. Now they want to come home to come and play for Morocco. Look at the likes of Brahim Diaz. I know a lot of people will say that he won't get a chance to play for Spain, but he was in tip-top form. And Morocco, they told him to come home, and now he's playing for them. They have good players, Azzedine Ounahi. They are taking giant steps. I mean, this is a team that got to the semi-final, of the FIFA World Cup in 2022 in Qatar. No African team has done it. Only Morocco. We know Ghana got to the quarterfinals, but Morocco went a step further and got to the semi-finals. They played top place and they came third. So why can't we give Morocco their flowers right now? They are taking a giant step, and look at their Under-20 World Cup team, defeating the favorite, the big favorite, Argentina, who has been blowing teams away, defeating Nigeria 4-0 to knock the Flying Eagles out. They have good players playing in the Premier League, players playing in Portuguese League, even players playing at home. Yet, an unfancied, yes, because before the tournament started, Morocco were an unfancied team, and they still went on. Not as if it was even a fluke win. They played Argentina really well. Argentina could not get going. The Moroccans attacked from minute 1 to minute 90, and they got the win. I mean, I want to say a big shout out to the Moroccans today on the show. I mean, fantastic. Zabiri, I'm looking forward to seeing him play for the national team in the future. And as for the Argentines as well, I'm sure some of their players today have given a good account of themselves. The likes of Alejo Sacco, their striker, who's playing for Bayer Leverkusen. Maha Carrizo, a fantastic player too, who's playing for Vélez Sarsfield. Ian Subiabwe is there as well. Julio Soler is there. Dylan Gorosito. Young players are playing well. But where are the Nigerian players, like of Daniel Bamei, Ebenezer Akot? Hopefully we can see these players come to come and play for the Olympics qualifiers. Good one for Morocco. Morocco's journey to the title included the penalty shootout win over France, yes, in the semi-finals, while Argentina secured their spot in the final with a hard-fought 1-0 win over Colombia. Yes, and Colombia as well, they've done well for themselves. They were in Nigeria's group, by the way. That's talking about Colombia. And they went on to pick up third, beating France in that third place encounter. And the other African teams that participated in the tournament included Flying Eagles of Nigeria, South Africa were there, Egypt were there. But unfortunately, the Flying Eagles and South Africa were eliminated in the round of 16, losing to Argentina and Colombia, respectively. And Egypt was knocked out at the group stage. Morocco's success in the Under-20 World Cup is a testament to their growing football prowess. They've also won a bronze medal at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Yeah, pardon me for not even bringing that out. You see the giant steps that the Moroccans are making from the 2022 semi-final at the World Cup to the 2024 Paris Olympic Game where they won the bronze medal. I think I want to remember the players that negotiated that tournament for them. I think Hakimi was with them. I think he went there as maybe overage player or one of the overage players. Sofiane Raimi was there. I think like Nai was there. I'm trying to remember their players. But I know Sofiane Raimi was the star of the show. He performed really well. And now they're having young players. I mean, the likes of Ryan Umahi was there. Mama, who played for them at this Under-20 World Cup. I just mentioned Zabiri. They have other players coming up. Yacine Ketchta, who plays for Le Havre in France. These are players that they can call at any time. Bono, Yacine Bono is a long-standing, is a veteran in the goalkeeping department. The football is set up already, and they didn't just start, yesterday. They've been building it and building it and building it. Other countries, look at Senegal as well. There was a time Senegal, I think they were dominating African football. Their male national team won the AFCON. The Under-17 won, I think, the AFCON as well. The Under-20 also. Senegal were dominating at some points, just recently. When is Nigeria going to wake up to do the same thing? When are we going to say, okay, when are we going to have that time where our Under-17 is dominating, even in the world? Because we've won the championship, the World Championship Under-17, we've won it the most times. 5 times. When are we going to continue on that path? Under-20 as well. Morocco and Ghana are now representing Africa. They are the only African teams that have won it now. When is Nigeria going to do the same thing? Under-17, Under-20, these age grade tournaments, even after they've played, that's talking about the players that negotiate the tournament now. When are we going to see them to represent the national team? You can't tell me that all the players were bad. There are some that are still good. When are we going to nurture them into the national team? Because if I remember 2009, clearly, Under-17, when Nigeria hosted, I can tell you players that are still playing today that were in that tournament. Players that are still playing for their countries. Players like Skodran Mustafi, Mario Götze, Neymar, Isco, Granit Xhaka was there, Marc-André ter Stegen was there. What have I not mentioned? I think a lot of Emiliano Martinez, Aston Villa's goalkeeper, was there. Casemiro was there. Philippe Coutinho was there. What is going on with Nigeria? I mean, but then there's still light at the end of the tunnel for Nigeria. It's not all doom and gloom. But we really, really need to do a lot. We need to do a lot. Yes, and Morocco, yes, we were saying they defeated Egypt 6-0 in their top place game at the Paris 2024 Olympics. Colombia secured top place, yes, in the tournament. Like I said, defeating France 1-0 on Saturday. The win marked a successful campaign for Colombia, and it's clear that the team is on the rise. Of course, I remember Colombia at that time as well. In age grade tournaments like this, that's where our very own James Rodriguez came from. I think he played in the 2007 Under-20. I think he was there. 2007 under maybe 2009 Under-17. I think he was also there. James Rodriguez. Yes, I remember him. Look at what he did at the World Cup for the national team in 2014, and he's still playing. Where are our players? In 2007, the likes of Macaulay Crisantos, Akishola, Ramon Aziz, Haruna Lukman, I mean, he was there for a while. We saw Haruna Lukman. We saw a bit of Ramon Aziz. But how about Crisantos? It's like he just faded into the abyss. Where are all these players today? David De Gea was the goalkeeper that played that final against Nigeria when he went to penalty shootout against Spain. David De Gea was the goalkeeper, and he's still keeping. He's still at his best for Fiorentina. I remember Bojan was there too in 2007, in 2017. Bojan was the star of the show for Spain. He's retired now, but he went on to make giant steps. He played for Barcelona, played for Stoke City and the likes. I think there was Toni Kroos. In fact, that's even the biggest name. Toni Kroos was there too. He recently retired, but he could have gone on to play. That's talking about Toni Kroos. Where are the Nigerian players? Where? But then, it's not, like I said, it's not all doom and gloom. But we move on still in the world of football. And this time around, I think I went from one disappointing story, then to a good one, and to another disappointing one, where Remo Stars, yes, Remo Stars, that's talking about the current defending MPFL champions. They were crushed, battered, bruised. I don't want to use any other word. Against Mamelodi Sundowns. Yes, that's talking about Remo Stars. They were knocked by Mamelodi Sundowns. Sundowns put on a ruthless display, demolishing Remo Stars 5-1 in Abeokuta in their CAF Champions League first leg clash. It's a historic result for Sundowns. I mean, the heaviest continental home defeat suffered by a Nigerian club. Yes, that's talking about Sundowns defeating Remo Stars 5-1 away. You know how they say it on the street, oh Lord, far. Now this one go far. Yeah, this one really go far. 5-1, and this was a team that had 8 of their players called up by the national team. About 6 or 7 of those 8 were heavily involved for Bafana to secure them a World Cup ticket. These players came in not even up to 2 days. They had to fly down to Nigeria again. They landed in Lagos, went to Abeokuta, and still got a 5-1 over a team that has players that didn't even... How many players of Remo Stars represented that team? I think it was only maybe Obasa. That's talking about the goalkeeper who represented Benin Republic. Obasa Adebi. I think it was the only one. I don't think any other player was involved for the national team. And they still got walloped 5-1. I understand that, let's say, they played against an experienced team. That's talking about Sundowns. They're 2016 champions of the CAF Champions League. They were runners-up of the last edition. They've been coming close ever since 2016. Fine. But then you have time to prepare. And these are players that, some of the players were even coming from injury. That's talking about Sundowns. Some of the players like Reyners, he just got back from injury. Shalulile, I know he was involved for Namibia. But these are players that were involved for the national team, and they still came to your home ground and knocked you 5-1. What do you want to get the second leg for now for the qualifying? What do you want to get the second leg for Remo Stars? But they just have to do it. It's like a mere formality. I know in football, anything can happen. It's not over until 90 minutes. It's not over until the referee blows his whistle. But low-key, be like say, well, over small. Because for a team to beat you 5-1, and away goal still counts. Away goal still counts. It's bleak. It's really bleak for Remo Stars right now. And, I mean, when was the last time? I think it was Orlando Pirates that was the last South African team to come to Nigeria to get a win. And that was that not in 1995 or something? Since that time, about 30 years later, Sundowns have come to Abeokuta. Personally for me, it's not supposed to be Abeokuta because I hold MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta. I hold it in high regard. That's a stadium I see like almost every day. And they still came there to beat you 5-1. Remo Stars, there's work to do. And it's been showing even in their performance in the MPFL. They've not really done well at all. That's talking about Remo Stars. And I mean, they're on the verge of being knocked out from the qualifying. A lot of people were asking questions that how would the champions of Nigeria also face the champions of South Africa? I mean, too early this stage to qualify for the group stage, I understand. But let me just quickly explain and say, when CAF was in the qualifying, all teams were open for qualifying. They didn't do it automatic group stage. There's some teams who play qualifying. No. But then in the qualifying rounds, there's a ranking that they made the team with the highest, two teams with the highest points on that ranking, that's talking about Al Ahly and Sundowns, were given buys. They were given automatic buys to go to the next round, while the likes of Remo Stars played qualifying rounds. The last one they played before Sundowns was against Comoros side Zulimanju, that they negotiated 5-0 aggregates. They won 1-0 and 4-0. They qualified 5-0 on aggregate because Remo Stars, even though they are the champions of Nigeria, the defending champions of the NPFL, they are still not as ranked as high as the others, so they have to play the qualifying stages. So it's by coefficients and ranking. So they have to play the qualifying stages, and they went on to meet Sundowns for a chance to get into the group stage. And I know it's like the new boys playing against the seasoned veterans, because Sundowns and Remo Stars, to be honest, they are not on the same level. They are not on the same level, to be very, very honest with you. I mean, Sundowns are like they're a step above. They've been there. They've done that. They are champions of the CAF Champions League. They won it in 2016, like I said. And they are playing basically the new boys that are looking to get to the group stage for the first time ever. So for me, I think it told, the experience told. But then, I mean, home advantage should be able to count. I know they are not playing. They didn't play at Ikene. They played in Abeokuta. But at the same time, I mean, they should have done better. 5-1 for me, it's too much. It's just too much. But I will still congratulate the Remo side. I mean, they had to do what they had to do, and now they'll be going to South Africa to see if they can get one over the Brazilians, like we call. That's what the Sundowns are called. They're called the Brazilians because if you look at their jersey, I mean, you could see that it's yellow and blue, almost like that of the Brazilians. National team, and I don't know how they want to negotiate that second leg. It is going to be tough, but I still see them. You know, maybe eventually just get a win, but I don't see them qualifying. I don't see them qualifying for the group stage. Sundowns were clinical. They were composed. They were merciless, punishing every lapse from the Nigerian champions. Remo Stars started brightly. They were pressing high. Umbauma created chances. I mean, Oyowa, the likes of Goita, but Sundowns' precision and speed soon took over. Sapelo Matthews scored the opener in the 12th minute, and then, yes, the man I mentioned earlier, Peter Shalulile, doubled the lead just before halftime. After the restart, Sundowns continued to dominate, yes, and Miguel Reinildo, popularly known as Reisinho, yes, he scored his first ever goal in African competition. And Remo Stars struggled to cope with Sundowns' tempo and tactics, and their defensive organization was in tatters. Yes, Ato Sales and Siki Unsabeleng. Yes, a young man. Yes, Siki Unsabeleng, a fantastic player, young player, added to the scoreline, making it 5-1. 5-1. That's funny and sad at the same time. Remo's only consolation came from Samson Olashukwu. Yes, he came from the bench. I was talking about Samson Olashukwu. He came from the bench, and to score a goal for Remo Stars is like. It has this inability around it. That's talking about Olashukwu, always coming from the bench to score. But then, this was a game should have started. Now, where you know your goal is going to come from him, why didn't you start him? Before he became a super sub, the damage was already, done. Damage was done, and but then, what can we do? You should start him in the second leg. Maybe he can muster up a miracle. And yes, the only consolation came from Olashukwu's goal, which prevented them from going scoreless. This defeat is a painful reminder of the gulf in experience and depth between the Remo Stars and Sundowns. I mentioned that earlier. The Nigerian champions must now produce a miracle in Pretoria to overturn the 4-goal deficit. Sundowns, on the other hand, celebrated a statement victory that will restore confidence in their team. Yes, they've had a shaky start to their PSL season. I was talking about Mamelodi Sundowns. Though they topped the table, but before the international break, they suffered a defeat in the hands of Marumo Gallants. Yes, penalties in the Telkom knockout. That's talking about Sundowns. Remo Stars also, they've been shaky as well. They've not had the good starts. As it stands right now, I think they're in 15th place in the NPFL log, though they still have about 2 games in hand because match day 9 has been concluded in the NPFL. But Remo Stars have only played 7 so far. But with the way they've been, I think when I saw their start of the season, I think I wanted to blame it on continental commitments. As it is now, they've lost 5-1 at home. Qualification might it's not sure for them. If they don't get to qualify, I think they should just come back to the NPFL and focus on it so that they can defend their title. Because right now, other teams look to be, lapping them in the NPFL. And yes, for more on the NPFL, trust me, when the boys are coming by 5 p.m. later today, they will break down everything that has happened in the NPFL and also in other areas in the world of football. The return leg in Pretoria on October 26 now appears to be a formality, with Sundowns looking to seal their spot in the next round. Remo Stars will need to regroup and find a way to turn the tide around if they hope to advance in the competition. Well, I wish them, I can only wish them all the best. That's talking about Remo Stars. But as for Sundowns, it appears to be just a formality, and I think they will just be negotiating the group stage. And it will be sad if they even beat Remo Stars even more. Talking about the second leg in Pretoria. We'll be taking a very, very short break right now. When we come back, we'll move on to other stories. It is still Sports Republic. Don't go nowhere. Stay with us. All right, welcome back, and it's still Sports Republic on VOP TV. That's Voice of the People TV, and we are still talking. We've been taking the stories so far, majorly football stories, and yes, we still have more stories for you, and still sticking to the world of football, where from the recently concluded World Cup qualifying, I wasn't expecting this from a man like this, but then he's still giving us our props and still letting us know that we deserve to be at the World Cup. Because, and let me ask you a sincere question: what is the World Cup? What is the FIFA World Cup without Nigeria? I know a lot of people will say, wait till you do. Were you there in Qatar? You were not there. We still enjoyed Messi winning and all of that. But come on, big the vibes now. You know how it is. Nigeria is never a dull moment. And Didier Drogba, yes, Ivorian legend, Chelsea legend, football legend, Africa legend, anything legend. Yes, that's Didier Drogba. He's simply a legend. And he has emphasized the importance of Nigeria qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Yes, he highlighted that Super Eagles, he highlighted them as one of the Africa's most influential teams. Yes, despite Nigeria's inconsistent start to the qualifying campaign, Drogba urges Nigerians to be patient with the Eagles, stressing that their presence at the World Cup is vital for Africa and global football. Nigeria narrowly missed out on topping Group C. Yes, that was done by South Africa. They finished second with 17 points, 1 point behind South Africa, who secured an automatic ticket to the World Cup. However, the Super Eagles showed resilience in their last qualifier, recording a dominant 4-0 victory, yes, over Benin Republic, reigniting their hopes of reaching the Mundial. The Eagles will now face Gabon in the semi-final on November 13th, with victory setting up a decisive clash against the winner, yes, between Cameroon and the Democratic Republic of Congo for Africa's sole slots in the intercontinental playoffs in March 2026. I mean, when I'm talking about these playoffs, it's always stressful because at the end of these playoffs, the African playoffs, the winner is like a tournament, it's like a mini tournament happening in Morocco. There will be a semi-final played. That's where Nigeria will be playing Gabon, while Cameroon will be playing DR Congo. The winner of the semi-finals will go on to play a final. After that, it still doesn't mean that you qualify automatically. You are still going to go to the intercontinental playoffs that will be happening in Mexico in March next year to go and play again. this time it's not just going to be 4 teams like the African playoffs. It's going to be 6 teams. That will be, I think, about 4 seeded teams and 2 unseeded teams. I mean, okay, 2 seeded teams and 4 seeded teams. I beg your pardon. So it's still never sure. Even if Nigeria makes it out of this, African playoffs, they will still go and play teams from other continents. The Oceanians, the Asians, who else? The CONMEBOL, South America, the CONCACAF, North America. Stress. I think the Super Eagles, they will know better that they should have qualified automatically. If they are qualified automatically, all this stress no go there. All this one, we want to go play Gabon, we want to go play this one, we want to go play that one. It won't be there. It won't be there if they have done their jobs and they've qualified automatically. But it is what it is. There's no point crying over spilled milk. The deed has already been done. Drogba defends the Eagles, stating that reaching the AFCON final is no small achievement and praising the current generation of Nigerian players. Drogba, this is where I want to have small issue with you. You said reaching the AFCON final. We played your team. We played Ivory Coast and we lost. I know it's not a small achievement, but hey, calm down, Drogba. I know you're trying to trick us on the side, but you are a legend. We will take it. We'll take it. So Drogba stresses that criticism over the Eagles is unwarranted. Yes, citing their past achievements and quality of players like Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. Yeah, those are the back-to-back African footballers of the year, and he believes the team deserves support, not criticism, and is optimistic about their chances of qualifying for the World Cup. Good one for the Drogba, trying to back the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Nigerians in general, saying we need to be at the Mundial next year in USA, Canada, and Mexico. Drogba has said his own. I would put it now. He has talked the talk. Let me put it that way. And now it's time to walk the walk when the playoffs come in by November. And when the playoffs come in by November, we are hoping to do our jobs so that we can play the next playoffs that will be coming up in March. Stressful, but then we found ourselves in that position, and it's up to us to get out of it and qualify for the World Cup come May or April, or June, in 2026 at USA, Canada, and Mexico. Moving on to weightlifting quickly, and Nigeria's powerlifters, they showed brightly at the 2025 World Powerlifting Championships in Cairo. That's talking about in Egypt, right there. They finished second overall with a total of 11 medals, 3 gold, 4 silver, and 4 bronze medals. China dominated the championships, taking the top spot with 15 medals, including 10 gold medals. China, they are a very strong team when it comes to tournaments. And yes, even in powerlifting, they did well. They took top spots with 15 medals, including 10 gold. Yes, that's a strong one for China. The standout movement for Nigeria was for Lashade Oluwafemi Ayo's world record breaking lift of 168 kilograms in the women 86 kg category, securing our 4th world title and adding to our 2 Paralympic gold medals. Yes, pardon me for that. Vita Ferdinand also impressed, winning gold in the women's 79 kilogram category with a new African record of 153 kilograms. These are strong. How many can I even carry myself? Other notable Nigerian medalists include Esther Nwogu, who won silver in the 60 kilogram category, and Rukayat Okpeyemi Ajiboye, who took bronze in the same class. Esther Oyema also secured gold in the women's 55 kilogram category, contributing to Nigeria's impressive medal haul. The championships held for the first time on African soil drew 537 athletes from 70 nations and served as a qualifier for the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games. Nigeria's performance was a testament to the country's strength in powerlifting, with athletes showcasing their talent, discipline, and dedication. Good one, really, really for Nigeria. We know that when it comes to Paralympics and powerlifting, Nigeria, they even get to do better than the able-bodied. And I really want to give it to the powerlifters. Oluwafemi Ayo, the 40-year-old, doing really well. She's a world champion, a world record breaker. Shout out to her. She was the captain Ajiboye as well, Unwogu, Onyema. I see you guys. Thank you. We can only say thank you on behalf of Nigerians. You can say thank you for making us proud at the World Championship in Cairo. And we'll be seeing you Cup 2028, yes, by God's grace, at Los Angeles for the Paralympic Games. And we trust again that you will do us proud. Nigeria's contingent success was met with widespread celebration with the Federal Ministry of Sports Development, lauding the team for their remarkable achievements. I mean, athletes' determination and hard work have reaffirmed Nigeria's global status in parasports, inspiring a new generation of lifters. I just want to put it again and say congratulations to the power lifters, and thank you for doing us proud. As I wrap on the show, let's move again to the world of Formula One this time around, where, I mean, a title race that has looked dead. People were saying he's already down and out, but Max Verstappen, yes, popularly known as Mad Max, yes, he has come back. He closed a gap that was, I think, 104 points. Yes, he closed a 104 points gap. He has closed it to 40 points. He's still third on the Drivers' Championships. That's talking about Max Verstappen. But the gap between him and the racing leader, that's talking about Oscar Piastri, is now 40 points from 104. And there are still 5 more races to go. I think Max Verstappen is on his way to getting the championship, the title 5 times in a row now. It is well and truly on. And like I said, Max Verstappen dominated the USA Grand Prix. Yes, that's the USA GP, claiming a lights to flag victory for Red Bull at the Circuit of the Americas right there in Austin. Lando Norris salvaged second place, making a late pass on Ferrari's Charles Leclerc. I think for the course of the race, it was not even about Max Verstappen, because he blew them away, taking them from pole and taking them all through the race. He was the leader. He wasn't even bothered about what was going on behind. But Charles Leclerc of Ferrari and McLaren's Lando Norris, they were going at it all through the race. But then Lando Norris secured second place, and Charles Leclerc was third. Sir Lewis Hamilton was fourth. Yes, and Verstappen's win brings him within 40 points of Piastri. That's talking about the leader right there, with 5 rounds of the 2025 season remaining. Norris' strong performance closes the gap to within 14 points of Piastri, who has been struggling with uncharacteristic errors and drop-off in pace. Lewis Hamilton took fourth, completing an improved display for Ferrari, while Leclerc ended a streak of 5 races without a podium. Oh, sorry about that. It wasn't Leclerc who finished third, actually. It wasn't Charles Leclerc who finished third. Verstappen's chances of a 5th successive driver's title are looking bright, and is focused, yes, on being perfect for the rest of the season. George Russell was 6th, with Mercedes failing to reproduce that Singapore pace, while Yuki Tsunoda claimed 7th for Red Bull. It was a good one, almost completing a Grand Slam right there for Max Verstappen, but fastest lap went to Kimi Antonelli. He was, I think he had the quickest time. He led from pole. He won the qualifying. He was number 1. He won the race itself. I think it was a good one right there for Mad Max. That's talking about Max Verstappen, the Dutchman. Good racer, and is looking to get 5 wins on the bounce. He's going to get 5 wins on the bounce, and I believe he can do it. It's just 40 points. He is third on the table. I know Norris and Piastri are still ahead of him, but like I said, there are 4 races to go, and the next one is in Mexico City. Yes, and with McLaren already securing the Constructors' Championship, Mercedes' advantage over Ferrari in battle for second is just 7 points, and Red Bull is closing in. Piastri's struggles continue, and is looking to understand what went wrong this weekend. Norris, meanwhile, is enjoying the thrill of the chase, saying it was a good battle with Charles. He fought hard, and it was tough. Like I said, it was that race was between Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc, and it just reminded us of their previous rivalries. But it was a fantastic victory for Max Verstappen, and we hope he could get on to get 5 titles in a row. But it's going to be tough, like I said, with Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri still in the competition. And that's why we'll be drawing the curtain on today's show, today's episode of our Sports Republic right now. And yes, it's been a fantastic show throughout. Fantastic stories coming your way from the world of sports. And yes, midday news will be next today right here. And I will be saying, please stay with us. And my name is Afiz Ogubanjo, and I want to say, stay sporty and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu. The headlines. Sowore others flee as security operatives fire short tear gas. Soldiers, police block major roads in Abuja over #Free Nnamdi Kanu's protest. Opera rejects police claim of protest ban. Lagos police assure safety with show of force. Mokolo calls on NIS to curb Red Sea journeys. INEC begins PVC distribution, mock accreditation. And business, Ethiopian Airlines pays NCAA sanction fee. In sports, Morocco makes history as Africa's second under-20 World Cup winner. In entertainment, Senator Ngoko cites drug abuse in Regina Daniels' outburst. Now the news and details. Sowore others flee as security operatives shot tear gas at people who were protesting. Human rights activist Omoyele Sowore narrowly escaped gunfire during a protest in Abuja. Security operatives forcefully dispersed protesters gathered near the NCC headquarters in Maitama for the #Free Nnamdi Kanu Now rally. In a viral video, Sowore and others were seen fleeing as shots rang out. The group, including Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, barrister Aloy Jimako, had planned to march to Aso Rock to demand Kanu's release. Kanu is the detained leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. Protesters were heard chanting "Free Nnamdi Kanu Now" and warning police not to use tear gas moments before the chaos began. Authorities had earlier declared key locations in the capital as no protest zone. Police say the Federal High Court ordered restricts protests around sensitive areas, including Aso Rock, the National Assembly, and Force Headquarters, Court of Appeal, Eagle Square, and Shehu Shagari Way. Force spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyi urged all groups to comply with their ruling.
Hold on. Yes. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now.
In a related development, commuters and civil servants were stranded for hours Monday morning as soldiers and police set up heavy checkpoints on major roads in Abuja ahead of the #Free Nnamdi Kanu protest. From 4 a.m., military personnel blocked the Kefi Abuja Expressway at Karu Bridge, stopping and searching vehicles entering the city. Thousands from Nyanya, Karu, Maraba, Masaka, and nearby areas were affected. Similar disruptions were reported along Duse Buhari city center, where motorists on Airport Road were diverted at the National Mosque due to roadblocks to the central areas. In the meantime, lawyer and activist Maxwell Opara has disclosed that organizers for the protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu by the Tinubu administration did not see or receive any court order banning the protest, as claimed by the police. Speaking at Berger Axis of Abuja during the protest, Opera, however, wondered why the selective implementation of court orders, noting that several court orders had ordered the release of Kanu from detention without being obeyed. He noted that the unseen court order the police are claiming only said protesters should stay away from the presidential villa and the National Assembly. He added, he went further to confirm that some of the protest leaders were arrested by the police, but said it will not deter them from forging ahead with the protest until the federal government frees Nnamdi Kanu. Here in Lagos, the State Police Command has assured residents that the state remains safe and calm despite report of protest in other parts of the country. State Commissioner of Police Oluhundare Jimo gave the assurance during a show of force exercise in Ikeja today. Jimo said the exercise is part of effort to reassure the public and demonstrate the command's readiness to maintain peace across Lagos. Strategic development have been made to key 4 flashpoints, including Lekki Toll Gate, Ojota, Maryland, and Gani-Fawmi Park. The show of force aims to deter troublemakers and prevent disruption under the guise of protest. Police units have been instructed to send situation report every 15 minutes for real-time monitoring. Meanwhile, Kenneth Okonkwo, a lawyer and ADC chieftain, has in the meantime renewed calls for the release of detained indigenous people of Biafra leader Nnamdi Kanu. Okonkwo demanded a political solution, condemning Kanu's 7-year incarceration and the poor justice system. He said many Nigerians are frustrated with the government's handling of the case, stressing that under Section 36 of the Constitution, every Nigerian is presumed innocent until proven guilty. In another development, Senator Nnamdi Kanu has urged Nigerian Immigration Service to develop strategies to prevent desperate Nigerians from undertaking perilous journey that often end in tragedy and harm the nation's reputation. Speaking to reporters in Abuja, the Delta North lawmaker and chairman of the Senate Committee on Repatriation and Repatriation stressed that the need for thorough due diligence on Nigerians traveling abroad. Kanu called on immigration and Nigerian embassies to verify travelers' purposes, communicate with hosts, and confirm job description, and even authenticate employers before approving trips. Still on the news, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has scheduled the distribution of permanent voter cards and for recent registrants in Anambra State from October 22nd to 26th. In a statement from the Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Victoria Etamesi, registered voters are advised to collect their PVCs at the registration area where they originally registered. She stressed that PVC collection is strictly by the individual. Additionally, INEC will conduct a mock accreditation exercise on October 25 at selected polling units across the state's 3 senatorial districts. The exercise will test the upgraded bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, and the uploading of results on the INEC result viewing portal ahead of the 2025 Anambra State governorship election. Etamesi reaffirmed INEC's commitment to transparency, operational efficiency, and stakeholder confidence. Moving on, the Presidential Coalition Committee of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has inaugurated thousands of street captains as part of a drive to boost voter registration at the grassroots in Lagos State. The launch took place at Police College Ground, Ikeja, gathering supporters, community leaders, and volunteers. James Faleke, the state coordinator and Ikeja Federal Constituency representative, announced that over 40,000 street captains have been appointed. Each is tasked with convincing at least 5 people in their area to register to vote. Faleke emphasized the initiative is about civic duty, not political campaigns, and that these captains will go door to door, encouraging residents to register and collect their permanent voters card. Kolade Alabi, chairman of the planning committee, added that the move aims to reconnect governance with the people and strengthen grassroots democracy. You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. And joining us virtually to help analyze today's Media News is me, Benjamin Ogulami, a human rights activist. And also we have joining us too, Ayoyinka Oni, a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Ayoyinka Oni. Good to have you join today's Media News. If you can hear me, please, I would like you to unmute your device if you can hear me.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
I can hear you loud and clear now. Good afternoon once again. Good to have you join today's Media News. All right, without wasting much time, let's start first from looking at what is happening in Abuja, where we learned that Sowore actually have decided to start off officially. Today is the 20th of October 2025, and it's the day for the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu protest, slated or scheduled to be somewhere in Abuja today. What do you make of the fact that some persons have come up to say that the police were using tear gas, and also there was even a case of shooting too that made some persons to scamper for safety? Help us actually walk around this. What do you make first of the protest? Hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu. Given the fact that today should be the 5th anniversary over the hashtag End SARS that happened, and also the fact that Nigerians, I'm talking about youths now, lost their lives during that particular protest, especially in Lagos here.
Thank you very much, VOP TV, for having me. First, the NSAS protest happened across the country, 36 states, and Lagos, Abuja inclusive. Whatever should be done regarding the anniversary should be done. It doesn't in any way affect protests for Nnamdi Kanu. But of course, if you are on social media, you see that the NSAS is trending, and people are talking about it, and the call for justice is still on. What we are not seeing is the fact that there are no activities, as it used to be, probably a protest and other events that happened before the protest, But that's not a problem. The day is still being commemorated, and people are still remembering what happened on the 20th of October in Lekki, Alausa, Mushin, Ojo, River State, and every other part of Nigeria where people were killed just for demanding for a better society. But the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest, of course, the protest started very early as 7 a.m. with Mr. Sowore, also the lawyer of Nnamdi Kanu, few people, and also the gubernatorial candidate of Anambra State, AAC, who came all the way from Anambra to join the protest, which is a good representation of, Igbo people. And not quite where they started, the police, of course, bounced on them with tear gas after repeated warning by Commander Sowore that should not be done. But we expected it. We know that there will be reprisal just to prevent the people from speaking out and demanding for what is just. And what are we saying? Free this man, because his arrest has been become a political tool for people to remain in power, has become a political tool for people to settle themselves, and has become a political tool to make sure that the Southeast is put in an unrest situation, which is uncalled for. And you are saying, release this man, use political strength to make it happen so that there can be peace everywhere in this country. Nobody is saying stop trial. We are doing two proper trial, where bail has been granted to Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, which the government of this country have refused to obey. You cannot say you are going to use court. We are not even obeying that court, But despite the tear gas and all, the people have been regrouping after every reprise. And that is what we are saying, that no matter the attacks, no matter the tear gas, we will continue to demand justice for Nnamdi Kanu. And what is this justice? Free Nnamdi Kanu now.
Now, some persons are saying that this is not really the way to go about it. It's more like forcing the government to do what they might not really want to do and all that. I'm talking about protesting the release of a man whose case is in court. And then from what we got also from the judge, the presiding judge about the matter, the trial will begin in 2 days' time, or rather in 3 days' time, 23rd of October. And it's going to, be a speedy trial, maybe 6 or 7 days or thereabout. Isn't that more like this protest? Isn't that more like preempting the court, trying to tell the court to, you must do what we say you should do at this point?
Of course. Nigerians have the right to demand what they want and what is just. Free Nnamdi Kanu is not saying shoot the crowd. Free Nnamdi Kanu is not saying let there be hunger. Free Nnamdi Kanu is not saying let there be unemployment. So why should the people be afraid of saying somebody that has been put in an unjust detention should be freed? Of course, it's their right and they should do that, regardless of whatever is going in the court, But why are we not talking about the criminality of the government, of the APC, starting with Muhammadu Buhari, now to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with his attorney generals and security agencies that have been doing this crime against humanity? And what is the crime I'm talking about?
Exactly, because that's the next question I wanted to ask you now.
Nnamdi Kanu since 2015, 2017. And in 2017, you took soldiers to his hometown and to his house in an attempt to kill him. And you killed people. The same thing that was done for Sunday Igboho, where they killed people in his compound, where he escaped from his life. Exactly the same thing happened to Nnamdi Kanu. That is a crime. Who is talking about that crime of the government? Who has taken the government to court for that? This man fled for his life when you attack him. And that's after he has gone to court and bail was granted. After he has left the country due to your attacks, you are not claiming he jumped bail. He did not jump bail. You went to attack him. You took guns to the problem that is political. The demand for Biafra is a political issue. It's an economic issue. But they made it to be a war. They made it that there's a problem. The people that are ruling us have what I call history syndrome. Historical syndrome that they have not moved away from 1967 or 1970. They are still stuck in the past. They still continue to have a problem with the Igbo race. Nigerians do not have problem with the Igbo race. The people that are having problem with people from the east and those in power that want to continue to malign them, that want to continue to refuse them to get the resources of this country, that want to continue to kill them. And they have the right to demand for Biafra. I'm not saying Nigerians should separate. I'm not saying I support Nigerian separation, but I'm saying people have the right to demand for it. And that's what Kanu has done. The crimes did not finish there. You lured him to Kenya and you sent at conjunctions with soldiers and police in Kenya to arrest Kanu, to torture him, to chain him down like criminals, to blindfold him. That is not how to bring people that you need to come back from a country. They are legal process to do it. In Nigerian government, the criminal Nigerian government of Muhammad Buhari did not follow the legal process. They went through a criminal route to bring Kanu back to this country and send him straight to DSS detention, which he has been for over 5 years. Why are we talking about that crime? Why are we now alarmed that people are protesting? It's too late. It's too late to demand the people to be looking at the court system that have kept a man for 5 years. Now it's time for political action, and we want to thank Sowore for leading that action. And Nnamdi Kanu will be free no matter what they do.
All right, thank you so much. When you say Nnamdi Kanu will be free no matter what they do, I know you also understand that I think over 50 House of Representative members have decided to visit the president to talk about the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And so many other prominent Igbo leaders have also decided to seek a political solution to the freedom of that particular man. Up to today, we're yet to hear or get something out of it. And even in court, where him and his counsel submitted a no case report, we learned also that that particular report was returned by the judge, saying that he must stand trial. We're looking at his health at this point in time, the back and forth. One happens to be a report from NMA, another report from his own medical team, and him as a person saying that his health is deteriorated. Help us actually walk around this when he said he will be released with all actually that, will I say, they've been unfolding and still unfolding at this point. All that have unfolded before and is still unfolding at this point in time.
What the struggle of Nnamdi Kanu has lacked is what we are seeing today. It has lacked citizens from whatever race, Igbo, Yoruba, demanding physically for his release. There have been few protests during court cases and all that, that are not well organized. People come around, but there have not been serious protests like we're having today. And this protest is not going to be the last. It's just the beginning. But what has also been lacking, and it is not surprising, is the fact that politicians from that region of the country especially have refused to use their voice to demand for his release. What they have been doing for the past 5 years is to play politics within Nnamdi Kanu detention. So, the president has put in detention Buhari's personal prisoner. You go there as an Igbo man, you have a seat, you have a going to meet Buhari, and Buhari said, okay, I see what I can do. In the process, Buhari will give you some positions. In the process, he will give some of your children jobs. That is what they have been doing. They have been using Nnamdi Kanu and the struggles of Biafra to bargain for their own political push. We even have governors in the last 5 years that have said, please don't free him now until when I'm governor or after I've done my tenure. Oh, yes. Wicked governors. But what Sowore did in the last 2 weeks is to call out their bluff, is to call out their hypocrisy. And quickly, many of them started speaking. We see the president and yes, they should go see the president. That's good. But what should not stop is the boots on the ground. And not just in Abuja, also in the southeast. People should come out and demand for the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu. So that this mess that has gone on in this country for 10 years, orchestrated and engineered by Buhari and his regime, should not continue under Bola Ahmed Tinubu's regime. And if Tinubu thinks he will also use Kanu to bargain like Buhari did and say, okay, after I win my second term, probably I'll release him, he will be joking. Because the protests will become more hot, protests will become more loud, and there will even be civil disobedience. We're going to block express, we're going to block airport for the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu.
Wouldn't that be
Because
more
every
like
man
infringing
demands
on the
freedom.
right of another person? You know, when you say there will be civil disobedience, wouldn't that be infringing on people's rights, especially those who actually might share different opinion, you know, as regarding the protest and, you know, what it entails to achieve through it?
The right to freedom of movement is freedom of movement. If the roads are blocked, you cannot drive, you can walk.
But you know within yourself that where
You
your
can
right ends is where another person's right begins. Freedom
Yes,
of
that's
movement
what
and
I'm saying.
everything is
So
related.
it's freedom of
So
movement.
blocking
He said freedom of
blocking the
movement.
way,
So move.
blocking
Just
the
move.
highways and cause, you know, more like going for civil arrest at this point in time, wouldn't it be infringing on the right of every other, or maybe overwhelming Nigerians?
Not at all. When we go out to protest, I'm not protesting for my personal benefit. I'm protesting for the well-being of Nigeria. But I say something, I want Nigeria to quote it. Freedom of movement is freedom of movement. When we are protesting and we are doing to the we are not saying don't move, but we are saying cars are not passing at now because there is civil disobedience.
And I needed a place to get to with my car.
You can always move with your leg. You can move.
You know, because you wanted me to hear your own voice and you wouldn't want to listen to mine. Isn't that a way of infringing on my own fundamental right as a citizen?
No, of course not. So when we block, I give you an example. When we shut down the road in some of our protests and the new citizen approach and they say, we need to move, there's a pregnant woman, we open the door. I've done it many times. I have videos of my own personal experience. When I see someone is sick, we open. And sometimes we open probably at intervals.
All right, let's bring it down here to Lagos.
So movement will continue.
Let's bring it to Lagos, where we learned that the ED of the Lagos Trade Fair have come, you know, she came up to give one particular line, you know, saying that though the majority of the traders in trade fair are Igbos, but more like giving them a warning not to be part of the protest, saying that that is going to cost a whole lot for Lagos State and also the fragility of the trade fair, the way it is already. You know, recall some time ago there were demolitions in that place and people were already speaking about that. And, you know, what do you make of the fact that this restriction actually is coming up at this point in time? Given the fact also that during the time of October 1 to 10, protests against, I'm asking this question because you actually happen to be an active participator during that protest of the hashtag End Bad Governance. Some persons also protested against the protest, you know, issuing out threat to people, you must open the market or else you lose your right of belonging there and all that. You know, help us walk around this. And what do you think the majority of the people who actually are interested in the protest, but they are being cowed not to join because of one or two things that they would think they have? What do you think they would do at this point for their voice to be heard?
I'm going to ask them is, why you did not join the 2024 End Bad Governance protest, which lasted for 10 days, and the one that was also done in October? Did you not lose your properties despite not joining? So you joining protests or not joining protests does not save you from the calamity of Nigeria. Whether it's through your economy or through security or through healthcare, Nigeria will happen to you. So when you continue to allow people that have access to the wealth of the nation, either directly or through indirect means of those that are close part to government, to be dictating to you what to do when there's a need to fight for your country, then you are not a serious person. What I will tell people that have been threatened is that they should stand their rights. People have the right to own shops, and people have the right to sell, and people have the right to close it when they want to close it. It is not your shop, it is their property. So telling them that if they close down their shop to join a protest, they will lose it, it is stupid. Allow me to use that word. And anybody, I don't know who that ED is, but that person must be a very useless person for saying that. Nigeria is not a
please,
slave
we
camp.
would like us to remain civil, you know, let's
Yes, I'm very civil. Because we have to be serious with these people. Who are you? Who are you to come out and tell a human being like you, a Nigerian like you, a citizen like you, that if they not do something, then they're going to lose their property? Who are you? Even the governor of Lagos does not own the land of Lagos. Lagos is owned by Lagosians. Lagos is owned by Nigerians. And when you buy a property, that property belongs to you. So these people should stop all this, and Nigerians should stop accepting it from them. It's when you accept that they think they can do more. How dare you issue and threaten people that own property, that bought property, that are part of the economy of the state? So I call out to the people in trade fair, Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, whatever tribe. If you are interested in joining the action and you feel that closing down your shop is going to be a sign of solidarity, go ahead and close it down. I tell you, if you are victimized, reach out to us. We get lawyers for you.
Now, when you're talking about reaching out to you and the lawyers you have standing by, some Nigerians are still curious about the fact that, I think 11 persons who protested the hashtag End Bad Governance, they are still in incarceration at this point in time. I'm talking about the Abuja 11. Can you also help us, tell us what have been their situation thus far? And also the persons that were also charged for treasonable felony also during that particular protest because they participated in it.
So all the people that were arrested that we know, we make sure we work on their release.
So all of them have been released?
Some of them, I'm not going to say all of them are released. There are still some End-Bad Governance protesters in detention, especially in the north, because of the fact that there's a way they can. You remember the children that were arrested, 11, 12, 15. It took some time before we even knew that they were arrested in Kanu and Kaduna, and we sent lawyers over there. So anybody that has people that might still, I can speak to you now that even during NSA, some people that were arrested during NSA, some of them are still in detention, but we got so many of them out. So if you know anybody that's still in detention regarding End-Bad Governance, reach out. We will get them out. We're not forgetting anybody. We have also gone to detention, So these are some of the things that happen when you struggle for a just society. But Nigeria is an open concentration camp. We have to stop being nice to ourselves. What's the difference between we that were in the open prison and those that are in an inner prison? A concentration camp is a place where you are not free. You can't travel safely between Kanu and Kaduna, between Abuja and Kebbi, between Lagos and Ibadan. Is that not a prison? You cannot guarantee free healthcare for yourself and your agent. Is that not a prison? So basically, we see this country as an open, and we need to all solve that problem. So please, they should reach out. We will help them out, but do not allow anybody to force you into slavery. It is slavery if you tell me I cannot decide to close down my shop in support of a struggle. Who are you? How dare you say that? Manage your business. Let me manage my business. Don't dictate to me how I'm going to run my business.
All right, now let me just get your opinion on the fact that we have a show of force in Lagos by the police command here in Lagos State. And that actually is for them to assure the people, especially those residing in Lagos, that everything is okay. And also, the way for that to talk about this particular show of force is a way to make sure that they prevent disruption under the guise of protest. What do you have to say about this? Because we have also an information saying that police operators are expected to give within 15 minutes to report, or rather give a situation report of what is happening where they're being sent to monitor.
So basically, the police are just trying to be on guard, as they usually do when it's early 20th of October. Remember that we always do the NSAS remembrance every year, and it is always hot. And there is almost a permanent signal to the police that NSAS remembrance should be repressed and attacked. There's no year that they don't attack. So that is what they do regularly. So they go at Lekki and the Keja area, and now they have joined Ojota and Alausa into it, and Maryland because of the regular protests. But it is just an illusion where you are telling people they are safe because of you came out on the 20th. Lagosians are not safe, please. And it is not protest that make Lagos to be unsafe. It is not. They are kidnapping in Lagos. There's robbery in Lagos. They don't even look at your face before they rob you. So it's not protest that make Lagos. In fact, protest expose the level and readiness of the police to safeguarding the people. You know, so what assurance are you giving Lagosian? The commissioner of police should give assurance how we can stop thieves in Agege, thieves in Oshodi, how we can stop thieves in Yaba. He should give assurance how he can prevent court clashes. Are you not aware that courts have been killing themselves in Ojo for the past 3 weeks? What have the CP, Jimo, done about that? This protest that is giving us analysis. They are killing themselves, even right in the barracks, in the cantonments. And not only Ojo. So that is the assurance that we want to hear. Not assurance that people want to protest, there's not going to be peace. Protest is not unpeaceful. Protest is not violence. Protest is peaceful and is necessary to uphold democracy, to fight for democracy, and to prevent an unjust society. So please, we don't need such analysis.
And
you should tell us the analysis of prevention of crimes, real crimes.
As a Nigerian and also an activist, I would like you just to tell Nigerians. Now, it's not like we're having a gala of protest. All the protests have been organized within this particular administration, 2 years and all that, starting from the August 2024, also the October, even the one the women actually did and all that. Can you say that they have actually been successful?
Well, success is relative. The reason is because the success that we want, that we are involved in the struggle for a democratic society, is that the people that are looting us should be gone. Should run, should know that the society does not belong to them and get real leadership. That is our own ultimate success. That Nigeria should be ruled by reasonable intelligence and people with vision. That those that have been looting and stealing us will not be paraded by EFCC briefly and start campaigning again like Yaya Bello. That we will not have those that have drug cases, those that are involved in drug abuses, drug selling internationally, and are also land grabbers who now end up as president, vice president, senators. That is the success that we are talking about. But of course, do we get little success at least for Nigerians with all our protests? Yes, many policies have been reversed because of our protests, including the one that the House of Representatives leader wanted to launch about Tajuddin against free speech. You know, even there was something as small as regarding national anthem when they want to be arresting people and all that. Reversed. The taxation that we are talking about, Bola Ahmed Tinubu wanted to start immediately. It came up. He has been keeping it just because of our civil disobedience. What of police brutality? So many things, so many instances. We have gotten a lot of people out of detention through protest. So are we getting the little result? Of course. But that is not our ultimate. And there's one that's very important. That Nigerians are not leaving the street for the looters and the crooks. They don't want you to protest. They don't want you to complain. They don't want you to make any demand. They just want you to continue to suffer like prisoner, live, die, beg them for peanuts, and that's all. But the fact that we are still coming out, we are still fighting, we are still making demands, it shows that there's hope for our society. The time we stop, we go into a hopeless society, which is very dangerous.
All right, thank you so much, Oni, for your submission today. I sincerely appreciate. Thank you. I would have loved to get your opinion on the call, you know, from Nedungoko, Senator Nedungoko, talking about finding a way to curb the issue of migration, especially when people are, are stranded. He made that call on the floor of the National Assembly, saying that if possible, that before people are being granted visa, that there might be one or two investigation to make sure that people who are leaving the shores of Nigeria will not be stranded and end up, being repatriated afterwards. What do you make of that, in, let's say, 1 minute?
Daddy Woko has always been a senator that dance around problems, but the solutions are always so terrible. I remember it was the senator that was proposing handing weapons to Nigerians as a way of curbing insecurity, just because of one of his personal assistants was kidnapped. Now he's talking about migration. That is not the solution. That is in no way the solution. The solution is to get your economy working. Oh, we want to live when things are fine. It is simple as ABC. The countries where people are not migrating is because they are enjoying their society. I will not pick my bags and leave my fatherland because of his fun, because of I feel like. People sell all their properties, people borrow money just to go and have a good life. Even though they are going to go there to go and do a menial job or whatever job, you know, the fact that they are safe, they are in a sane society, nobody harass them, they leave. The senators, 108 of them, and the House of Reps should be ashamed of themselves. Some of them have been here 20 years, 30 years, 15 years. That despite all the resources of this country, they have refused to give Nigerians a good life. But they are giving themselves good life and getting medical trip abroad. Or their children's school. When their children's school abroad, they come back and still come and get the best jobs because they have gotten the best certificate. So the solution is terrible, wrong, and doesn't make any sense. If we want to reduce migration, we should make the economy better. We should provide free quality education, healthcare, and a safe society.
Thank you so much, Ayoyin County, for your submission. Thank you so much. It's still the media news, and we'll be speaking with a public and political affairs analyst, Ayoyinka Oni. Thank you for being part of today's media news. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the media news continues. Glad to have you back. Still the media news and voice of the people television. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated the Oba of Benin, Omonoba Niedo Ukwabolobolo, on the 9th anniversary of his ascension to the throne. In a statement by presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga, Tinubu praised the monarch's dedicated service to the Benin Kingdom and Nigeria as a whole. He commended the Oba's effort in promoting peace, unity, and tackling issues like human trafficking and illegal migration among youth. The president also lauded his advocacy for cultural preservation and the return of the stolen African artifacts. Tinubu described the Oba's reign as nearly a decade of impactful leadership committed to safeguarding Benin's rich heritage for future generations. Moving on to security matters. A wanted alleged murderer, Sita Ali, from Wanune community in Taka local government area of Benue State, has died following a gun duel with police operatives sent to arrest him. Ali was wanted for the killing of Taka local government area hunter commander Aondoaka Yayol on June 20 and his wife Kashimana Yayol on February 11, 2023. Both incidents occurred in Wanue. Benue State Police spokesperson DSP Udeme Edit confirmed the incident, revealing that police recovered one AK-47 rifle, a locally made shotgun, several live ammunition cartridges, and 7 suspected stolen SIM cards from Ali. The police commissioner Ifani Emenari urged residents to avoid criminal activities and report suspicious persons to security agencies promptly. In another development, the Lagos State government has assured that property owners with valid planning permits will be adequately compensated if their buildings are demolished due to road construction on the right-of-way. Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Oluyinka Olumide, made the statement during a public awareness event organized by Lagos State Fiscal Planning Permit Authority. Olumide explained that demolitions will target structures built on the right-of-way, but those with proper permits within approved layouts will be protected from arbitrary demolition. He urged residents to obtain planning permits to avoid losses and stressed the government's commitment to orderly and sustainable urban development across Lagos State. And moving on to education matter, the National University Commission has approved the return of management degree programs at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Ogun State. This follows a recent resource assessment visited by the NUC to evaluate the proposed courses. According to a statement from the university's acting head of public relations, Olasokomi Olajide, The approval was confirmed in a letter dated October 17, signed by Abubakar Gire, Acting Director of Academic Planning, on behalf of the NUC Executive Secretary, Professor Abdullahi Ribaidu. FUNAB had initially introduced management programs in 2017, but they were discontinued in 2018 after a directive from the then Education Minister, Adamu, who urged specialized universities to stick to their core mandates. The approved programs include BSc degree in accounting, banking and finance, business administration and economic, along with a new MSc in agroecology. You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People's Television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. Business, sports and entertainment story will come up next. Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People Television. Now to the business segment of the news. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has confirmed that Ethiopian Airlines has paid its sanction fee for consumer protection violations earlier this year. NCAA Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Michael Achimogun, disclosed this today in a post on X. With the payment, all three international airlines sanctioned by the NCAA in 2025, I beg your pardon, have now fully compiled. Achimogo clarified that the sanctions were corrective, not punitive, aimed at improving service quality and enforcing consumer protection standards. He reaffirmed the NCAA's commitment to safeguarding the rights of passengers and all aviation stakeholders. Earlier this year, recall that the authority had penalized 3 international carriers for poor customer service in passenger rights violations. Elsewhere in business, a date-laden French luxury group, Kering, is selling its beauty division, including top perfume brand Creed, to cosmetics giant L'Oreal in a deal worth $4.6 billion. The agreement also granted L'Oreal 50-year exclusive licenses to develop and distribute beauty products for Kering's fashion labels, including Gucci, Bottega, Veneta, and Balenciaga. In a joint statement, both companies described the move as a long-term strategic partnership in luxury beauty and wellness. Moving on to the sports segment of the Media News. Morocco are the new champions of the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. The North Africans defeated Argentina 2-0 in the finals held earlier this morning in Santiago, Chile. Yasser Zubiri was the hero, scoring both goals in the 12th and 29th minute to seal Morocco's historic victory. They become only the second African nation to win the tournament after Ghana in 2009. The win marks Morocco's first ever FIFA trophy. Colombia claimed third place with a 1-0 win over France. Still talking sports, Canada's under-17 girls scored 3 second-half goals to dominate Nigeria 4-1 in the opening match of Group D of the ongoing FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup Finals in Morocco. The Flamingos will next take on France on Wednesday evening. Moving over to the entertainment segment, Senator Nnamdi Kanu has broken his silence on the recent domestic crisis involving his wife, Nollywood actress Regina Daniels, attributing her alleged behavior to drug and alcohol abuse. In a statement posted on his verified X account, Kanu claimed that the 25-year-old actress has been battling substance abuse and must undergo rehabilitation for her safety and that of others. His remarks follows a viral video showing Regina in distress, sparking speculation of domestic violence. Kanu dismissed those claims, describing the incident instead as an unprovoked carnage, a rampage allegedly triggered by drug use. He revealed plans to place her in a rehabilitation facility either in Abuja or in Jordan, where she would be completely isolated from drug access. According to the senator, her violent reaction came after he insisted she began treatment. Meanwhile, politician Prince Bobogiri has commended the public's reaction to the incident, calling the celebration of such personal crisis unfortunate. In an Instagram post, he criticized those who spread negative about the private lives of public figures. Still in the world of entertainment, Nigerian music star Davido has commissioned a new female hostel at Clifford University in Abia State, naming it the Veronica Imadi Adeleke Hall in honor of his late mother. The singer attended the university's convocation ceremony alongside his management team and close friends, Kibara Chief Priest. Addressing the students, Davido urged them to stay committed to their dreams. He later caught the ribbon to officially open the newly built Green Hostel. Sharing moments from the event on social media, the 32-year-old artist described the experience as inspiring, saying he saw a generation poised to change the world. That is it on the media news. But before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Sowore orders flee as security operators fire shots at tear gas. Soldiers police block major roads in Abuja over #Free Nnamdi Kanu protest. Opera rejects police claim of protest ban. Lagos police assure safety with show of force. We also told you that Senator Nnamdi Kanu was called on NIS to curb risky journeys. INEC begins PVC distribution and also slated a date for mock accreditation in Anambra State. In the world of business, we told you that Ethiopian Airlines have paid the NCAA sanction fee for the infraction committed in 2025. In the world of sports, Morocco makes history as Africa's second Under-20 World Cup winner. In entertainment, Senator Kanu cites drug abuse of Regina Daniels' outburst. Saying that is it. And Media News and Voice of the People Television, do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV. And on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. We also have a website, www.vop.ng. There you have fresh and trending stories. Up next on our schedule is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina. Okay, Chiku. Good afternoon.
Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Yes. You not Jagasos. You are right to protest. Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Jagos cannot stop us. Nnamdi Kanu now. Jagos cannot stop us. Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Don't take us. Don't take us. You not Jagasos. You are right to protest. Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Jagos cannot stop us. Nnamdi Kanu now. Jagos cannot stop us. Jagos cannot stop us. Nnamdi Kanu now. Sit. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Let's go to Beggar. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now.
This is present situation in Sokale, Duse, FCT, Abuja.
Hello, beautiful people. Yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. So today, a lot has been happening. Like, seriously, a lot has been happening today with the protest of the release of Nnamdi Kanu and the rest of them. A lot has been happening. Everybody is just here and there. All right, yes, it's a new day to stay positive and inspired and grounded. We are bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. So first on our list, we're talking about Nwoko, a senator representing Delta North, and his wife, Regina Daniels, a Nollywood actress, are embroiled in a public spat. So Regina Daniels shared a viral video alleging she was a victim of domestic violence in her marriage to Nwoko. In the video, she appeared distressed, saying, "In Nwoko's house, I am nothing, but in my own house, I am a queen. Not again. I can't stand the violence. It's too much." So Nwoko denied the allegations, claiming Regina Daniels is battling substance abuse and was responsible for the chaos at their home. He shared a statement and a video showing damaged property, alleging Regina Daniels' violent behavior and destruction of property. So Nwoko accused Regina Daniels of drug and alcohol abuse, claiming it's the root of their marital problems. He stated she refused to continue her rehabilitation program and instead moved to a place where she could access drugs easily. So Regina Daniels' brother Sammy West took to social media to support his sister, accusing Nwoko of physical assault and threatening to defend her. He wrote, "Makachi, he pay me say una won't finally laugh my sister." Senator Nwoko, you get luck. Say after you beat my sister again, smash her head for war. It's well. So Ned also claimed Regina Daniels threatened to kill their resident nurse for exposing her drug abuse and accused 2 individuals, Sammy and Ann, of supplying her with drugs. The situation is ongoing with both parties making public statements and counter accusations. As now, Regina Daniels hasn't issued a formal response to Ned Nwoko's claims. So this is a lot actually. And for the fact that people are actually coming out to say, hey, she did this, she did that, like I'm asking this question. Are you people supposed to be happy? This is something that you see a young girl crying over something, and a lot of people are already come out to be saying plenty things, and you are happy about it. It's like Jesus. It's funny to see someone instead of you to be the person, like someone had issues in her marital home, and the next thing you people are coming out to say is, that she has left her, she be the talk and say she go leave the marriage. That means you have been planning and be waiting patiently and praying that she leaves her marriage. But it's well with you people. A lot of even people where they come and say they talk plenty things about it, they receive what pass. People are saying it's better to cry in a Bentley than cry in a Ferrari and do this one and do that one. Even let me tell you, even the poor people, even the poor ones self, that they collect too. They collect. And I don't want to really talk much, but you're going to use Osinachi's case as this, When Osinachi was, she could not voice out a lot of things. She could not voice out a lot of things. She was dying in silence. Tell me. Now she has come out, everybody now shining their teeth up and down, saying plenty things. Well, we have a lot of comments concerning what people have said concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people saying things concerning this whole issue, whole saga with Ned Nwoko, Senator Ned Nwoko, and Regina Daniels. Yes, somebody said this is so sad. Young, beautiful, and talented. That old man is wrong for this. Well, I won't call her name because he himself is saying that she is under drug abuse. I mean, she's using drug. But my own is, we don't even know the true God. We don't know the true story because this one is saying this one is saying this story has to be balanced. Everybody get what they want to talk. You get what I'm trying to say. But then we should not try to, how will I put it? Try to put blames on anybody because you are not sure. And trust me, a lot of people, when I don't already see video, and they go, they post, they talk plenty things. You don't just rush into situations like that. You want to talk because you want people to hear you. But trust me, what you just did was just the wrong step you took. All right. Actually, Sule said, "Na movie set, make una calm down." Okay. Oh. Another person said, "It's better to cry inside Ferrari than laugh inside Corolla. Keep enduring." Like, this is what I'm talking about. Why are you people accusing this girl for, hey, the blood of Jesus? Even people who said, we never even see Ferrari, never see Corolla safe, see they receive beating. So what are you even still saying? Do you get what I see? I don't support violence at all. I don't support abuse at all. So if she cannot continue with the marriage, it's better she moves. Simple and short. Everybody will rest. Wahala will calm down. But it's okay. All right, DJ said, this is just to show us all that Jesus is coming to us. Don't worry. He's well. All right, please, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this, and trust me, it's a lot. Yes, another person said, Bro Sammy for president. But come to think of it, you need to see that video. That guy really fought for his sister. Like, please get brother where they fight for you, because I'm serious. Get brothers that really so they care about you. It's actually beautiful seeing that the guy stood up for his sister. But then I don't want to side, but I'm just telling you that violence or abuse, how will I put it? It's not the right step or anything. But then drug abuse too is wrong. So we don't actually know in fact, we don't even know the person that is even saying the truth, because this one is coming to say, that you beat me, you hit me, and the rest of them. The other one is saying, that you broke my window, plenty. Everybody's just coming out to say things. But me, if you ask me, everybody should just calm down till this whole water. Everybody, see, but the truth is, everybody, last, everything will still come out. To make everybody know they talk plenty things concerning her. People are all coming out blaming her. She's this, she's that. if they ask una self whether una go marry Ned now, all of una self where they talk plenty things, now go first chat, yes, I go marry. Because say wahala don't boss now, people don't they talk plenty things, they blame the girl. But it's all right. Yes, another person said probably having a movie coming up. Don't believe everything you see on social media. Yeah, it's true, but then I think this particular one is true. So yes, another person said now her brother give me joy for these videos. Very support. I think we need to see that video. Please, let's see the video. A lot of people have actually said something concerning this. Let's see the video.
It's okay. In Ned Woko's house.
No.
In Ned Woko's house, I am nothing. But in my house, I am free.
No, you're still as valuable. Mom, look at me. Look at me, Mom.
Baby, once again, I cannot stand the violence. It's too much. It's too much.
Don't go give water now. Don't go give water. Just
relax.
Wait.
I better give her water, Daria.
Just wait.
I actually want something.
Just relax.
Wait. Shame on you.
Are you bringing out a gun?
Hey, can you imagine? Hey, can you imagine this?
Come, I will bump your eyes. Please, ma, we are begging you, please. Please, ma. Please, ma.
Now go is something you fight. I mean, now go is something you fight. Now mine never. Basami, calm down. Basami, don't do. You don't do. You don't do. You don't do. Okay, maybe I check him. I say you won't use your gun. Basami, calm down, please. Calm down. If anything happens to my sister.
See, domestic violence is not just the right thing. I keep saying this. I don't know, like, I just still pray for Regina Daniels that everything will be fine and she'll be okay with her husband. So yes, a lot of people actually come out to say things concerning this. A lot of people are angry at the fact that she's going through that, and a lot of people are also, coming out to say, that they are in support of what is going on. So I don't know, like, let's take more comments. But it's actually not good to see this kind of a thing. And I just don't know, like, people as well. All right, somebody said some women laughing at her in the comments. Meanwhile, most of you all suffer domestic violence from your broke boyfriend and broke husband. And that's true, yeah? So I pray she heals and moves on. Amen to that. And yes, another person said, I hate violence. See how much she's shaking. All right, is well. I just pray that she gets better and everything will be fine. All right, that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage has sparked controversy with her recent comments on polygamy, stating she's open to being a second wife. So in a podcast interview on Lip Service, Savage explained that her dating options are limited, with most eligible men being either in their 50s or already married. She said, if I meet somebody who can really marry me, they are either in their 50s or already married. So I don't know. Maybe I can be a second wife. I think so. I could be a second wife, she said. So Savage emphasized she'd be respectful and not troublesome to co-wife, focusing on her career. And according to her respect, I think I can go along with the first wife and she's going to love me because I am not going to be troublesome. I'm going to, like she is saying, I'm going to be going on tours. I'm not really going to stress you. I'm very respectful, and I know that you are the first wife and will accord you that respect, she added. Her comments have divided fans, with some praising her honesty and others criticizing her views. So this whole Tiwa Savage statement of her, accepting to be a second wife, like, hey, Jesus. A lot of people are actually not, in acceptance of that. And trust me, if you ask me, I tell you the truth. It's not like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a second wife or anything, but can you withstand the whole drama that comes with it? Because women, as we did like this now, we are always so conscious, we are always so overprotective of something that we own. Do you understand? So if I would say a woman wants to, be a second wife, can she actually withstand all those, the first wife and the rest of those things? You get what I'm trying to say? Because it's a lot. Some of them go on, they do plenty things, going from here to here just to attract your husband. Polygamy, to me, I don't accept them. But then, if she feels that that's the right thing for her to do, who knows? You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. People are saying, I support Tiwa Savage. Me, I don't have issues with second wife, yeah? So VDM Integrity said, Tiwa Savage, they pitch to be a second wife, yet women still think they are the prize or should be the prize. So, and Beniza said, when your eyes go clear, go tell person, them know they tell person. And Timaya said, thanks for the advice early. All right. Another person said, you don't need to be second wife somewhere. Come, you will be my one. You be like, say, people don't, they come and they potential husbands don't they come and they come apply for the, they did the line, they wait for her. All right. Another person said, Omo. Okay, somebody said desperate chicks. This song. See, I still don't support polygamy. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't support polygamy. But for people who say, if you say, now second wife they won't marry, now second wife they won't be. Kudos to you. It's your choice. Do you understand? But when the dancing of the thing constant, no call person name. If you can stand everything that comes with being a second wife, it's your choice. A lot of people are actually saying a lot of things. Let's take more comments. So Payemi Pele said that it is the best thing and mature way. Okay. Another person said Oba Oluo is calling. Okay. Another person said, bros, you sabi wine. Oh yeah, just self they observe. All right. Another person said, did she really say that? Take and play first now. Another person said, if I'm married and my husband wants to marry you, I will be happy. You are beautiful. Hey, blood of Jesus. This one said, don't even accept, say, please, you are welcome to my home. Okay. Another person said, make I marry you as first wife, leave second. Okay. So we have a lot of comments. A lot of people actually saying more things. And another person said, Mama no gets choice again. She needs where to squeeze head. Please. Does still look like someone that is stressed out or anything? The lady's maid. Why you? Oh God, I beg. All right, another person said, I'm here. All right. Ogun Lobosa said, Ned did watch and smile, but his head turning amazing. You never want to carry him as second wife, as a 7th or 8th wife. I bet more than leave me. For this comment. All right, another person said, na 10 wife, I won't be though. Okay. All right, V, I said, Toke don't learn. Tiwa and Co don't they learn the hard way too. We they wait for the rest for front. Okay, is well. All right, a lady, then that takes us to our second gist. And yes, that happens to be. A lady has revealed the shocking moment she met her husband with a side chick. So this video of a lady, she actually posted, she came to a restaurant or a bar to sit out, and funny enough, she met her husband there, but the distance where she met her husband was quite far. So she was actually videoing where she met her husband with another girl, another lady, talking to the husband. So please, let's see this video. Let's see this video. We have a lot of, this particular video is like, it's saying a lot. A lot of people are actually saying things concerning this, because men are cheating. Jesus Christ. Men are cheating. A lot of things. Like, seriously, I got to ask, see, I don't like the fact that you're in a relationship, and I'm not basically, categorizing this, but I'm trying to say this in two ways. Men cheat and also women cheat. But then, I think if you're sharing this love with somebody that you cherish a lot, so why all the cheating? Why putting a lady in such, your wife actually in such state You get what I'm trying to say? Like the other day, which we talked about a lady that was in the labor room. The husband brought her to the labor room to give birth. And the man was flirting with, do you get what I'm trying to say? Flirting with the nurse. Seriously, what's all this? Like, Ben, you people should try to do better because it's a lot. A lot of people have been thrown into depression. I'm not even saying this basically for the men, for the guys or the men. But yes, ladies too say that they do their own. But then it's also good that we, as human beings, we should come get conscience. Maybe they get conscience. You marry wife, you leave your wife for house, go to flirt with another woman. If you say you won't carry second wife, kuku tell your wife say you won't marry second wife. You understand? That's the is well. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this story of the woman meeting her husband, where she actually went to hang out with another lady and was actually videoing them. So let's take some comments. A lot of people are actually saying things concerning this. Let's take some comments. And trust me, you see, infidelity and everything that concerns it is a lot. Because why? You get, I feel that this thing has, this thing called love is actually beautiful. And we should make it look like that. Because the ones that are seen now, like, I don't blame some ladies, where we come and talk, say that they're not ready to settle down. Because what is going on? The men with the breed of men that these days they are really shocking. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Trust me, it's not funny. And being in such state, you come out to see your husband with another lady, talking to another lady. Me, if you ask me, I go best. You get what I'm trying to say? But then, it's also good, to the men, you love your wife, take care of her, cherish her. It's actually a lot. Trust me, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. A lot of people are saying this. And yes. All right. Yes, and trust me, infidelity is not just the best thing. And talking about this whole case of you cheating on your wife, on you cheating on your husband, you get what I'm trying. If now woman do this kind of thing now, trust me, everybody go to shout. But man, do am now. You get so is well. All I feel is that the men out there should actually cherish and love their wife. We will be woman, they go through a lot. Trust me. They talk say, as a man, you get, man, to be a man is not a danger. To be a woman is not easy too. We go through a lot. We pass through a lot of things. So the least you can do for us is to love and, care for us. All right. Yes. And that is it. And we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we have a lot of things to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Yes, we have a guest joining us. And don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances.
And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
We were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel, you know. We live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, I know we've been talking about a lot of things, a lot of gist, a lot of stories. And yes, we have a guest joining us today. And yes, joining us today is a passionate and experienced theater professional with a proven track record of delivering captivating stage productions that promote African stories and talent. He has produced and directed over 40 productions. He has worked as a production manager and director for various organizations, including Duke of Shomolu Foundation and Artworks Communications as the creative director and executive producer of JT Play Hub. His directorial approach emphasizes mental acting, innovative storytelling, and conveying meaningful messages. And trust me, let's welcome Ifeanyi Eziokwu. Please. Oma, the stage and the composure is too much. This will pass me. So how are you doing today?
I'm all right. I'm alive. Today's my birthday.
Oh, so we're gonna... Happy birthday to you. We need to do but there's no trumpet here. We need to do pararam for him because we're supposed to be a shout now.
We can do it later.
Okay.
I mean, the birthday doesn't end till 11:59.
This is variable. Please, oh, happy birthday once again.
Thank you.
So how's the week been for you all through? The weekend, was there any lot of party, Owambe, and the rest of them? So, all right, they are saying they are waiting for the birthday. All right, but it's supposed to carry cake come for us now. You just currently had the
So usually, I celebrate people's birthday. I don't celebrate mine. So I believe that if I've impacted in your life, it's you. It's on you to celebrate. Then if you choose not to, maybe it's not worth celebrating after all.
Please, it's worth celebrating. Happy birthday.
No, to me it is, but to them maybe it's not. So I just look on and just wait.
Okay. Oh. So during the weekend, was there any party, Owambe, did you have fun?
I had an art event at Eco Atlantic City, Lagos.
Okay.
What else did I do? I went for a meeting, St. Vincent de Paul meeting. Member of Society of St. Vincent de Paul, a charity organization in the Catholic Church. Yeah. What else did I do?
Plenty.
Of course, I read plenty, wrote letters, plenty. So,
wow.
But,
all right, I think that has been a productive, weekend for you.
Stressful.
Stressful too. Stressful. All right, I'd like to ask this question out of the box of what we have today. So, I know a lot of celebrities like you, face critics, actually, because we've been talking about Ned Nwoko, Senator Ned Nwoko, we're talking about Regina Daniels and the rest of them. And a lot of people actually face critics, yes? Yeah. They are being criticized in the world. So I don't know if you've actually had a bad thing about, like someone say a bad thing about you that is not true, a story that is not true. And how did you feel about it?
I won't hear it.
Hey, the blood of Jesus.
I won't hear it. No, that's the truth. I will never hear it.
So you've not actually heard anybody saying anything
No,
wrong?
of course, they've said a whole lot.
Okay.
But I can't remember any of them. Do you understand?
So it's like that.
Yeah, because they're allegedly there are about 7.2 billion people in the world. And so what makes you think that you're very important to 7.2 million conversations?
Jesus.
You understand?
Like you don't even
So because the truth is that
yes.
So there's this joke, there's this song once that I heard growing up about a man and his horse.
Yeah.
He took his horse they were going on a journey.
Yeah.
So his horse was riding, then he was walking with his child and him. Yeah. Somebody stopped and said, why? The horse is meant to carry both of you.
Yes.
And they stepped on the horse. Somebody cares, you want to kill the horse. And so they came down.
Yeah.
So the truth is that how many of them do you want to pay attention to?
You see?
So you just move on, just live your life.
Please, this life na jeje.
Just live your life the way it will suit you. Nobody will like you.
Of course.
Nobody will like you. So.
All right, thank you so much. So can we please meet you?
You have already.
Oh, you can tell us.
Well, my name is Ifan Yeseku. Yeah. A thespian, a theater production manager, set designer, director, producer.
Hi.
Pretty much.
Jesus. I don't count like Yeah. I don't count like 40. It's one person.
What else? I don't know.
A lot of things. One person.
So when people ask that question, I just said, I don't know what I cannot do.
Hey. So. Please, this one is they are not God because what God cannot do does. All right. So we're talking about you basically in the theater production space. Yes. What is it for? Like, what is it like? Would like to know. A lot of people don't really know what that is.
It's been stressful. It's been fun. It's been a very beautiful stress. I mean, something I've always liked to do. Started a very long time, and I don't think I'm stopping anytime soon.
No, I can never come back.
I don't think I'm stopping anytime soon.
Yeah.
But then, it's been worth it. It's been worth the stress, the sleepless nights, the fight here and there.
Yeah.
The hundreds of no's they have to tell you. You can't do it, they have to tell you. It's been beautiful. It's been a beautiful journey.
So what inspires your creative? Because I think the theater part is a lot for you. So what really inspires your creative vision for a particular play or production?
So it depends. It depends on my thought at that period.
Yeah.
It depends on the season. October last year, I did a play called Well Done, Sir. Right? It was something about men's mental health. You know, there's a whole lot that been said about men.
Yeah.
That even the men themselves cannot understand it. And so what we did was we had to assemble men, had the workshop, spoke about it, and Olawakon, who is now the DG, put all of these things into paper. And it was alive. And so after the play, a man, a professor who has lost his wife 4 years prior to that time, stood up and was crying. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because we have to talk about men's mental health, the things that a man has to go through.
But
do you know? So sometimes you walk into a man and you want to have those mushy periods.
Yeah.
Where he might tell you he's not interested. It's not. It has nothing to do with you.
But is it all about men's mental health? Women face mental health too.
So the difference is that women is favored by the society.
You feel so?
I know so.
Really?
Even you know so. Do you understand? So if you walk on the street of Lagos and you see a man beating a woman, right?
Yeah.
Men will stop to fight the man.
Okay.
Do you understand? If you see a woman beating a man, men will stop and say he's a useless man. That's the sad reality.
But I don't think that's true.
But that's true.
If a woman is beating a man, I think she will be cautioned too.
So there's something that happened in I think Ekiti sometime last year.
Yeah.
During a wedding. So a woman scooped hot pepper and poured it on the man.
Oh my God.
And people said, what did the man do? That was the first question. But that's not right. It should have been, why did you do it? What happened? What's the problem? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So men go through a whole lot that they can never talk about it. I mean, if a man walks up to a man and say, I have a problem.
Yeah.
I can't sleep. The guy say, no, go drink, Joe, you'll be fine. Right?
All right.
But if it's a woman, they want to sit down to answer, so what's the problem? What happened to you? A man will also do that for a woman, but a man to a man, I'm not interested.
Oh my God. So I would like you to walk us through the process of your theater space.
Okay.
How is it for you starting?
I started off as a set designer with Wale Ogutoku Renegade Theatre. Wale Ogutoku is late, blessed memory, God rest his soul.
Amen.
I think 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started with him. Then went on the lens, lighting, sound, a bit of makeup.
Yeah.
You know, in between. Then 2020, because of course I was doing theater between 2011 to.
Yeah.
Then 2020 I went to work with Duke of Shomole as production manager for 5 years.
Wow.
Then 2024 I just thought, you know what, let's go big. Let's break out and go big. And it's been fun. And so the process is, I think about the story, think about what I want to do, I think about the audience, who needs to hear it, who wants to say it, and what do I want to achieve with it.
So when did you realize that you were meant for this particular theater? Because I've seen the teaser, will I call it the feeling you have, yes, the passion you have for being in that kind of space.
It's strange to say that I got into theater out of boredom.
Oh wow!
I got bored. I just thought, what can I do? I need to do something.
Yeah.
As a friend of mine, Precious and Anyango Marcos, blessed memory too.
Oh my God.
Said, let's go and do theater. Let's go and work with it. I said, okay. And that's it.
Wow. So how do you see, with all this, how do you see the theater industry evolving in the next 5 to 10 years from now?
I think that in the next 10 years, not 5, in the next 10 years, theater would almost become like the cinema, where people will look forward to a theater production every time, every weekend. Because already people are coming to it, people are already seeing it as business now.
Yes.
Before now it's already passion, let's do community theater, you know, I think I have an idea, let's dance, what are you doing? You know? But right now, if people can go to school to study theater for 4 years, then people have to put food on their table. So it has become business. In the next 10 years, it will almost be competing with the
law jobs, the medical job, and all of the rest of it.
So in theatre right now, what are the challenges you face? Because I see that they are quite not easy, yeah? So what are the challenges you faced doing basically in this theatre space?
Funding. Funding, because funding majorly, and the thing is that sometimes even the government does not understand what we are doing for them.
Yes.
Because we provide employment across board. So for every theatre play or production that I embark on, there are script writers that have to be paid, there are actors, there are set designers, there are lighting people, there are sound people, there are makeup. Do you understand?
Yes.
There are hotels where some of us will lodge at some point. Do you understand? There are prints, like you people, print media. Then there are other local printers at Shomo that print for us. Do you understand? So it cuts across everything. Do you understand? So sometimes it's very difficult to find funding. Because anytime anybody you go to, is either they are not interested or they say they are already exhausted or they don't know you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know, are there any projects you're working on right now?
Yeah, I'm working on a play.
So what are we going to explain?
The play, so it's funny. It's funny. The play is Baba Salah. And because, you know Baba Salah?
Yeah, I know.
Are you sure you know Baba Salah?
Yes, I know Baba Salah. So what's about, you said the place Baba Salah, so what's...
Yes. So the funny thing about it is that I'm in Lagos, as an Igbo man, in a trade that is not an Igbo trade.
In a trade, yes.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because anybody who is doing theatre or movies, in Igbo land, they think you drop out or you can never be anything in your life.
Exactly.
Do you understand? So I'm in that trade and I'm staging a play, a Yoruba play, Baba Salah. So it's even hard to sell. Right. But I told myself, I said that there are people that I know, I call them unsung heroes. There are people that I know that will never have a monument named after them. That a street, not even a street, might be named after them. And I know till their name fizzes out of the earth, they will never have their head on any naira note.
Any naira note, yeah.
Do you understand? So I just thought to myself, what do I do? Let's celebrate these people.
Wow.
Let's celebrate these people. Let's start with Baba Salah. Baba Salah died 7 years ago. Yes. Yeah, and during the time where everything was not working well in the country, the man was on TV making us happy at home.
Yes.
And so he's gone. Let's celebrate him. And so that's the idea.
Wow.
That's so we're staging the play, Baba Salah, and it's funny enough, it's been directed by Tunde Olaoye.
Wow.
You know the name? He's a co-director with he's a co-director for Everybody Loves Jennifer.
Everybody Loves Jennifer, yes.
Yeah, I have a number of Yoruba people on the project.
On the project, yeah.
Yeah, because he has to. I can't do it alone. It's a 60 million naira project. You understand?
So the journey of this Baba Salah, how has it been? Has it been?
It's been stressful.
Oh my God.
It's been very, 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 very stressful. Yeah. We've been looking for funds and, you know.
So what draws you actually to a particular story? Because you basically thinking about Baba Salah and the whole imagination just sparked up something, yeah? So what really drives you? What inspires you in writing stories?
No, I don't write. That area, I'm very lazy about it. I can criticize the scripts because I direct, so I can make it better, but I don't write. Yes, so I need another eye to look at it, to write it. So I can look at it and say, okay, no, this wouldn't work.
So what inspires you to that particular script?
Baba Salah.
No, like many other scripts. Well, maybe basically not Baba Salah, but I'm just using Baba Salah as the, how will I put it? Because it might not be only Baba Salah you're going to produce, you have many other ones. So what really inspires you?
So sometimes it's the business side of it. So sometimes I think about a person. So last night I did a play called Hustler.
Okay.
Hustler about our basic Nigerian story. Nigerian hustle, even though the white says anti-hustling is negative. Yeah. But I say this is what we do in this country. Everybody in every sector hustle. And so the whole idea of Hustler was we are reminding you that inside of this hustling, find time and rest. You will die. Do you understand?
Yes.
So we know everybody's going to die, but let's help you preserve your life a bit. Watch the play, understand it, see what everybody go through a whole lot of things. Do you understand? So what inspired that one was, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine.
Yeah.
She's not watching, but she's going to see it later.
Yeah.
Dr. Bisola. And she said, why not do a play around people hustling, you know, because anytime we talk, she calls me the hustler. I said, oh, okay, let's do a play. And it was born from a conversation on the phone. And the play happened in July 20th, 2025 at our culture. Nice. We had Tony Omez, one of the actors in it. Yeah, so basically, what inspired me just conversations here and there, and the need to somebody has to do something. Because if you don't talk about it, people won't talk about it.
So what should people expect in Babasala? Because I'm so particular about that one.
What should people expect? Nothing short of originality, fun, beauty. So everything that is life. Yeah, expect it.
So can you tell me a particular production you've done apart from like a lot of? I know you've produced a lot of plays. So can you tell me a particular one that's really inspired? Like it touches you anytime you really want to play that part again. You really want to see how you walk around that again. Like it's a particular theater work you have done that really touches you. So what particular play is that?
That's very strange because most time after directing the play, I just get detached from it. But I would say The Hustler. Yeah. I would say The Hustler. Yeah. I would say The Hustler because I saw myself in it at every point in time. I saw myself at every point in time in it. Yeah. And that's really, really touched me. Then the most challenging production that I've ever done is written by Ola Awakon. He's not watching, but I'll send it to him. Most challenging production, what's the title now? The Madness That Kills My Land. Very challenging.
Wow.
That was good.
So talking about your production and what would you like? Because a lot of people are actually watching right now and they really want to go into theater, they really want to go into production. What would you say to them?
So what I would tell you is that decide what you want to do before you start it.
Oh, yes.
Be sure that's what you want to do. Don't start it because somebody's doing it. You will die inside it.
Wow.
You understand? We are not, somebody told me one day that, somebody said, if you want to give up, you give up.
Yes.
We are plenty trying not to give up, so you want to give up.
There's no giving up in this.
If you want to give up so that ladder will reduce. So the truth is, decide what you want to do for yourself.
Yes.
Decide what area you want to do so that you can become the best in that area and keep doing it.
I'm already enjoying myself, and I'm sure our viewers are enjoying themselves too. It's actually a lot. So thank you so much, Mike, for coming to the Spotlight Show and sharing your light with us.
Hope you come and see the play.
Of course. Please, I will. And to our viewers, don't miss this. It's actually going to be inspiring. I'm sure you don't want to. Yeah. And yes, we still want to say happy birthday to you.
Aww.
Yes.
Thank you.
Happy birthday from your PTV. We wish you many more years to come. You enjoy your special day. Have fun. Happy birthday to you.
I have another meeting when I leave here. So today is just work. So usually on my birthdays I walk.
Oh my God.
I try to walk.
Birthday are supposed to end. You see?
Just a day.
He's well. So like, they are the kind of people that we drag outside. You must come out. You must not work today. But then it's all good if you insist. All right, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral, if you're going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles. And yes, stay tuned for next time. I am Precious Agman, and this has been Spotlight. Bye.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on. A VOP TV.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa and saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Environs. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. We'll begin the news today from Zimbabwe, where the ruling ZANU-PF party plans to amend the constitution to extend President Emmerson Mnangagwa's term by 2 years to 2030, a move opposition politicians have condemned as unlawful. The proposal, adopted at a party conference late on Saturday, would prolong the 83-year-old president's second 5-year term, currently set to end in 2028. The resolution comes amid a succession battle within ZANU-PF, where Mnangagwa's main internal rival, former Army General Constantino Chiwenga, has been accused of treasonous act. Ziyambi ZANU-PF Secretary for Legal Affairs and Minister of Justice told the gathering that the party and government are directed to initiate the requisite legislative amendments to give full effect to the resolution to ensure continuity, stability, and sustained transformation of the nation. Bon Jameson Timber, a political and senior leader in the opposition movement, said Zimbabwe should not be governed by conference resolution or person directives. According to him, Zimbabwe is a constitutional democracy and the supremacy of the constitution must remain non-negotiable. Thousands of mourners, relatives and dignitaries paid their final respects to Kenyan opposition leader Raila Odinga on Sunday as he was laid to rest close to his farm in Bondo, near Lake Victoria in western Kenya. Sunday's Anglican service and burial took place without major incident after an outpouring of national grief this week, in which at least 5 people were killed and hundreds injured when surging crowds eager for a glimpse of his body overwhelmed authorities. Odinga Sr. had died on Wednesday at the age of 80 in India, where he was receiving medical treatments. Odinga was widely referred to as Baba or Father in the Swahili language after the main service at a local university. The funeral carriage headed to a private interment with a military band gun salute. Moving on to Libya. The Libyan High National Election Commission announced the closure of polling centers in 16 municipalities targeted in the third group of municipal council elections, declaring the vote categorization, counting and tabulation have now begun. Preliminary figures released at the weekend by the Commission showed that 63,169 voters casted their ballots, representing an initial turnout of 68%, reflecting strong public engagement in the local electoral process. The Commission said its operations room had been monitoring the progress of the vote since early morning, confirming that polling proceeded in an orderly, and even a secured manner across all municipalities, with full adherence to approved procedures. It added that its technical and administrative teams continued to receive reports and updates from local election officers throughout the day to ensure smooth and disciplinary operations in line with the established plan, reinforcing the principles of transparency and also credibility. Voting in the 16 municipalities were incorporated into Phase 3 after they were postponed due to security concerns. Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Deiba, who led the internationally recognized government of National Unity in Tripoli, held the resumption of the polls. He said it proves that Libyans can practice democracy efficiently and that the same conditions enabling the local polls will allow for national elections. Still on Libya, Libya's Minister of Labour and Rehabilitation, Ali Al-Abed, and his Turkish counterpart, Vedat Ishkhan, have emphasized the importance of continuing bilateral coordination and cooperation to contribute to developing employment policies and supporting training and capacity building initiatives between the two countries. This came during a meeting held at the weekend on the sidelines of the 6th session of the Conference of Ministers of Labour involving member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation held in the Qatari capital, Doha. The meeting discussed prospects for joint cooperation between Libya and Turkey in the fields of labor, employment and vocational training, in addition to exchanging expertise and successful experiences in regulating the labor market and enhancing social protection programs. Elsewhere, civic movement, #StandUpSA, together with the youth-led movement Enough is Enough, will lead the Ramaphosa Must Go March in Pretoria on Monday, calling on President Cyril Ramaphosa to step down from his role. In a statement, the movement confirmed that it would be leading the march on Monday, 20th of October 2025. According to the two groups, Ramaphosa failed to curb corruption in various government departments and has also failed to show real leadership and take responsibility. They also blame his government for the weak economic growth, growing inequality, and the everyday struggles of South Africans dealing with unemployment, poverty, and poor basic services. In the meantime, Calls by South African ICTA Freedom Party, IFP, for the deportation of unskilled and illegal foreigners have received widespread support, including from organizations that advocate for the interests of foreign nationals in South Africa. Political experts and representatives from the African diaspora assert that foreign nationals should either regularize their status in the country or leave. Political parties such as Action SA and the Patriotic Alliance, along with organizations like March and March and Operation Dudula, have all advocated for the deportation of illegal foreigners. Dudula and March have even gone as far as blocking access to hospitals to prevent illegal foreign nationals from receiving health care. Addressing IFP members during the party's Golden Jubilee celebration on Saturday, IFP President Velenkosini Hilabisa called for firm action against illegal immigrants. The celebrations were hosted at the Jabulani Amphitheater in Johannesburg. Meanwhile, two South African men have been sentenced to 6 years in prison for their roles in smuggling drugs valued at 7 million rand from Zimbabwe via the Beitbridge border post. 56-year-old Janice James Harry and 70-year-old Sopuza Aubrey Lingwati appeared in Protea Magistrate Court, where they were convicted on charges of unlawful possession of drugs, manufacturing of drugs, and corruption. The case follows a tragic bus accident last Sunday at a rugged mountain pass in Limpopo when a bus traveling from Gebreha to Harare veered off the road, killing 43 people, mostly Zimbabweans and Malawians. Following the accident, authorities discovered large quantity of antiretroviral ARV drugs and other prescription medication among the wreckage, prompting a full-scale investigation. Minister in the presidency, Khumbuduzo Sahavihini, expressed concern over the discovery of undocumented medical cargo, describing it as a brazen theft that undermines the fight against HIV in South Africa. She called on foreign nationals to respect South African laws, stressing that the theft of ARVs contributes to drug resistance and hampers public health efforts. Moving over to Namibia, where this report talked about the Health and Social Service Ministry declaring an outbreak of Mpox in the city of Swakopmund. The minister said in a post on Facebook that surveillance, contact tracing, and response teams have been activated to contain the spread. Away from that report, no fewer than 1,730 people have been displaced in Sudan's North Kordofan and North Darfur states due to escalating insecurity and ongoing armed clashes across the country. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, disclosed this in a statement at the weekend. In the statement, the UN agency said its field teams estimated that 230 people fled from the Al-Mazroub area in the North Kordofan last Thursday as a result of the deteriorating security condition. On Friday, Sudanese authorities announced the killing of a tribal chief and several local elders in North Kordofan following an attack by the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. The rebel group denied any involvement. The IOM said that 1,500 more people were displaced from the Abu Gamra area in North Darfur and moved to several locations in the Korni and areas in the state where the situation remains highly tense and unstable. On Saturday, Darfur Regional Governor Mini Arko Minawi announced that joint forces of armed movement allied with the Sudanese army had achieved a victory over the RSF in Abu Gamra, regaining control of the area from the RSF. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the analysis segment. I will have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agomo, a political and public affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's African News.
My pleasure.
All right, let's start off from what is happening in Sudan, where we learned that, according to a statement made by the International Organization of Migration, that's IOM, that over 200 persons were, forced to flee their area. I'm talking about the Al-Mazorob area in North Kordofan. And also last Thursday, too, they pointed out that some persons, too, have to leave the Kordofan region over the issue, still, aligning with the paramilitary group and the military in the state. What do you have to say about this, please?
It is expected that such a thing should happen. Whenever there is conflict, people suffer. They move away from the war zone to a safer ground. That is the first thing you will notice about war. People are forced out of their ancestral places of domain. And as a result, they may not have anything with them. They will just be running for their life. Some left their homes without nothing except the cloth on their body because of the urgency of the movement, because this warring party, they don't give notice. They don't even care whether you exist. Their own is to shoot gun.
At what point do you think that, because if we're looking at all this back and forth, that particular state, or rather that particular country, have been facing this back and forth. Some were saying that the persons who are carrying out all this mayhem and carnage are being sponsored by, another, or rather a close country. And all, we're getting back and forth. And then sometime also we learned that it's more like the military have decided to run aground all these paramilitary forces and all that have been causing the killing, especially what the governor of the Darfur region said, Mini Arco, saying that, the military, or rather the joint forces and movement, have been able to, achieve victory over the RSF in Abu Gamra region, although people are still living there.
I don't really believe that the government is winning this battle or this war. Because if they are, the people will not be running. By now, the people would have resettled, and then the illegal government of RSF would have surrendered. But the government, for whatever reason, they have allowed this thing to fester. I don't know why. I don't see how they should be calling themselves a government. You cannot be a government and then ragtag army are keeping you busy for this long. Ragtag army are displacing your people. Ragtag army are forming a government of their own somewhere. You can't be a government and you'll be talking like this. I have said it, except the Sudanese government take a decisive action. This war is going to be prolonged. And the more it is prolonged, the more damage is going to cause.
When you say they should take decisive action, what do you think they should do at this point in time? Even when we know, or rather when we've heard that some persons are sponsoring the people you call ragtag army.
Look, after God, the next power is government. There are no two ways about it. So, are you telling me that these people are now more powerful than the government, that the government cannot defeat them? I mean, it is because the government have not taken the right decisions. If the Sudanese government were to come up with a strategy to rout out these people, they will crumble in 24 hours. That's the truth.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister, for your submission. Now let's take this conversation to Namibia, where we learned that Mpox, is back again, especially in a particular region called Swakmundu. In that region, we learned that Embra's monkeypox, Mpox is what we call it, is back again. Some time ago, too, we learned that issue of Ebola also resurfaced in, Congo. And then also Nigerian government talked about how we're going to prevent that. We have Lassa fever now in Nigeria, also killing some persons, according to what the NCCDC talked about. Now, with the fact that some persons will say that Africa is not that strong in taking care of themselves medically, given the fact that we've been so much depending on foreign aid, to have the U.S. aid, until when Trump came was when he cut the U.S. aid thing, or rather aid, U.S. aid, which we believe we've been benefited from in Africa and all that. Now, what does this really portend for a continent that doesn't really have a viable medical strength?
Africa should be very, very lucky, or rather they should be very, very thankful to God for giving them natural immunity.
Are we using the trado medicine? Are we using it? Are we exploring it?
Not only that, our dietary and our environment is helping us so much in resisting some of these things. Remember, when was it Ebola? No, not Ebola. The other one that the wife of Bill Gates said that we'll be dropping in the streets.
Corona.
The
coronavirus.
Yeah, coronavirus. But you saw how we overcame it. Rather, it was heavy on the part of Italy and most Western countries. So this is a pointer that, yes, there is something in Africa that we are not harnessing. Seriously. The whole Western world thought that with that coronavirus, Africa will be wiped out. That was what they were thinking. But we had a little or no effect on it in Nigeria and most of African countries. That will tell you that if we look inward, there are things we can do. Seriously. There are things we can teach the white man so that they will not always be thinking that they have the solution to every problem. But are we looking inwards? The answer is no. That part of the country, that Congo area, this Ebola monkeypox is prevalent. This is the time for you to go into research. Find out what is the best vaccine for this thing, since it is happening frequently from that part of the world or part of Africa. African scientists, with all the knowledge and everything, we are not utilizing it. We are not.
Is it that we're not utilizing it, or is it the fact that some persons actually want to keep on cashing out over that part?
No, we are talking of the scientists that have been trained in our university, both home and abroad. They are the ones who should champion this thing. Because I know very well that if it were in the Western world, they would have found a solution. Remember, since Ebola and the monkeypox have been occurring in that particular area of Africa, very, very frequently, at one point or the other, this thing will break out. At one point or the other, it will break out. When it comes, they will apply vaccine, it will go. Later, it will come back. So it is time for African scientists to study and bring a permanent solution to this thing. Don't just be looking up to the Western world for everything. It's not advisable.
Now, Barrister, the question I want to ask is this. Are you surprised that it's more like Africans doesn't already have faith in theirs? I'm talking about the products that they have. For example, if we're in Nigeria and maybe someone will be like, I'm not feeling too well, and they'll say, take Agbo. They say that to me here, don't go for that. It's not good. It's not this, it's that. It helps us actually walk around it, because today, a particular individual is calling on Nigerians to make sure that they start using made in Nigerian products. Do you really think that Africa, not just Nigeria, that Africa actually can ever resort to that? Because we do see so many of us running abroad for medical tourism. And the people there that will still train them are some Africans. So help us actually walk around it, please.
Look, it is time we start looking inwards. And that looking inwards to patronize well-researched local products, especially when it comes to medicinal. Don't always depend on the West, because China, imagine if China were to depend on how many drugs would they buy at 1.4 billion human beings? It is not possible, but they depend on their what? Their herb. All this herbal tea, Chinese herbal tea, I take it. This acupuncture, If you see the wonders of acupuncture today, as I talk to you now, no matter how this Western doctor train, they will still go and train on all this acupuncture, you know, all this homeopathic. They trained on them. It's complementary medicine, and that's what is going on now. Most doctors, when they give you this other English one, as they call it, they will look at this other area. Because our body, they have just discovered that our body is organic. All this, whatever we take, they are not even good for our body. You ask yourself, how come China is, you know, they last into their old age? China, 70, 80, 90, 100. That is why they are so much in population. In fact, those people, I wonder if they die. I wonder if they die. All because of what? Medicinal application. Local medicinal application. They don't joke with it. They are even exporting it. So, we too, we have it. I was listening to one doctor on a Sunday program on this platform. The man read out the wonders of local this thing that we are not looking at. Almost everything. Fina. Wonderful thing that this man was talking about. But how to bring it into logical end user is a problem. Because government is not paying attention. Every time they run abroad. How can they sit down and patronize our local this thing? Have you seen a Chinese leader coming here anywhere for treatment? Or is it that they don't fall sick? When they fall sick, they know what to do. They will apply it, and that's it. But here, we are looking until we travel to US, UK, France, we will not get well.
You know why I'm asking this question? Because even, I think it was on Sunday, that the Kenyan opposition leader was buried, Leila Odinga. He died in India. You know, and not just that, even Nigeria too. We have our own former president too. He died somewhere. Exactly. So now, what do you? Because some people are saying that we'll have to find a way to make our leaders stay and also be accountable. What do you make of that particular talk before now? You know, about mandating elected officials for making sure they stay in their country to take care of the medical health.
If they put it into legislation, that is when it will be effective. But if they say it verbally, forget it. After all, Buhari told us that nobody will go for medical whatever abroad. He said it. But he would now become the chief culprit. He became the chief culprit at the end of the day. You know and you saw what happened. So it is not true that Western science are the best. It's not true. There are things we can do here, and you'll be wondering, did they happen here? It's just that the press, and the government, they don't promote it. They don't highlight it. Whenever they do something like that and work, they say, all those your primitive, you know, crude whatever. Where is the scientific research? Where is the whatever? You know, they start asking questions that are not necessary. But when the white man give it to you, welcome it. That is the truth. That's the problem of Africa, the colonial mentality.
So that shows there's still, you know, neocolonialism.
It is there, seriously. Up to, in fact, in the next 100 years, it will still be there until we change like China.
Okay, let's take this to South Africa, where we learned that in Inkatha Freedom Party, the IFP, you know, they are chanting that illegal people who are foreigners in their country should leave. They've even gone far to, you know, as far as getting to hospitals to block the hospital and other vital places for people whom, according to them, were illegal foreigners, you know, will not have access to those amenities. So what do you have to say about that, please?
You see this South Africa, if they are not careful, they will cause problems for themselves, seriously. These people that are making noise now, where were they when these foreigners came to liberate them? The foreigners they may be talking about maybe Nigeria, because we are the biggest contributor to the freedom of South Africa. Why have they forgotten so soon? Why have they forgotten so soon?
Is that enough reason for people to stay in another country illegally? Because one of the things that they are saying, they say if they want to stay, if all these other foreign nationals should stay in their country, they should either regularize their status or leave. So is it now helping them to gain or for them to be liberated during the time of the apartheid and all that? Is that enough reason for you to go into someone's place and occupy the space illegally?
So these foolish people that are making, they didn't hear of United States of Africa. They don't know that very soon Africa will become a one state.
So why don't you wait until then?
We are starting it. That's it. We are starting it. It's going to be one Africa.
Do you think that will be possible with such callers? So the other time it was xenophobic killing and all that. So do you think we're going to get to that point where some people believe that they are more African than others?
If the decision has been made by the leaders, there is nothing you can do. If the leaders have taken decision, there is nothing you can do.
When you talk about the leaders, who are the leaders we're looking at?
Any government or any leader, either president or prime minister in Africa, when they gather at that AU and take a decision, there is nothing the people can do.
When some of the leaders actually have been sidelined over the fact that according to the AU, they are, will I say, military leaders, that they are not democratic, so they shouldn't be there. So when you want to talk about the leaders now coming under the umbrella of the African Union to decide on this, are we looking at the fact that the likes of Burkina Faso, the likes of Madagascar, the likes of Niger, Mali, have been sanctioned?
Yes, I agree. When you start a new thing, not everybody will buy into it. When United States of America started, it started with 13 states. But with time, others on their own willingly they joined the union, state of the union, and now they are 50 states. Imagine. So we are not going to wait until everybody is on board. No, let us start. By the time they see the need and the benefits, nobody will tell them to fall in line.
Let's start from ECOWAS. That ECOWAS happened to be an organization for West African states. How strong and how viable is ECOWAS? We'll have people breaking out of it. So when you say let's start first, we can't even manage the little one that we have. So how are we then going to manage the whole country?
One reason Niger or even Burkina Faso broke out is because of a reason you and I know. When Tinubu was the ECOWAS chairman, and France was dealing with them and all that. Instead of Tinubu to protect the people he's ruling, he was in bed with France, going there, talking with them, not even confronting them for what they are doing, which they have complained. It was at this point that these people got angry and left. Yes, if I were in their shoes, I would do the same. You're supposed to be ECOWAS leader. Anything that had to do with ECOWAS, you protect them. But Tinubu did not. France, their colonial master, was sucking them dry. And you, the leader, you know and you heard of it. Instead of you to be on their side, you didn't. Rather, you were traveling there. That means you can sell the entire ECOWAS for your own selfish benefit. That was why they left too. It was never like this. That was not the original intention. After all, other leaders have been ECOWAS chairmen. Nobody walked out. Coupled with the personality of Tinubu. So they didn't sink. They made it open now.
So in other words, they're saying that ECOWAS began disintegrating under the leadership of your president.
Is there any other way to put it?
All right, let's look at the call where we have a hashtag #StandUpSA. This particular move actually will be tagged another youth-led movement, saying that enough is enough. They want Cyril Ramaphosa to drop being the president of South Africa, saying that he is not doing his role well. That, he promised a whole lot of things to curb corruption, and now people are beginning to hold him accountable because, according to them, corruption is still there. It's still a behemoth for them to fight in South Africa. And not just that, too. They went further to also accuse his presidency of from growing inequality and even dwindling economic growth.
I disagree with the protesters concerning Ramaphosa. if you look very well, if you look critically, if you look at the news, behind the news, you will discover that America, Donald Trump, is not on the same page with Ramaphosa. Just because of the man's stance, not to kowtow to Donald Trump. The two of them have been having a running battle. So, this thing they are saying now, do they have concrete evidence that yes, this Ramaphosa, I don't think is a corrupt man because he knew what happened to Jacob Zuma, how he left office unceremoniously. I don't think he will fall in the same line after what happened to Jacob Zuma. So this thing these people are doing is sponsored. It's sponsored because Julius Malema is in detention according to court judgment. So who else would have been so bold to sponsor what is going on in South Africa, if not external forces? That is the truth. That's what they do in Africa. Whenever any African leader is not in good terms with them, they look for a way to sponsor insurrection in that country and pretend as if they don't know. It's the level for Ramaphosa to, resist them, whichever way possible. They cannot tell me that South Africa is so corrupt. Yet the economy is the way it is. It's not possible. In fact, let us reverse role here. Let the South African economy be like Nigerian economy, and then vice versa. Then they will not know what is corruption. Yes, they will know what is corruption if they come here.
There have been accusations of even the rule of law not being adhered to or even kept in South Africa, Barrister, before this particular call for the sack of, the presidency Ramaphosa in South Africa. And also, some people are even talking about how the people in South Africa are struggling and a whole lot. So do you still think, it's foreign that, let's say, Western world that is sponsoring this at this point in time?
They are, because Julius Malema was the one who blew the whistle to Donald Trump that Ramaphosa is killing the white population in South Africa. That was what even triggered Donald Trump outburst. And now that Julius Malema is in prison. They said he pulled a gun, and there was evidence. So it's not as if Ramaphosa did the unthinkable. They went through the court process, and he was convicted. So his paymasters are not happy. They are not happy. They are the ones sponsoring this, riot or protest in South Africa. That's the truth. That's what they do. You may not know, but it's a fact. If you look at the trajectory of events, they have a hand in what is going on there. Meanwhile, the same South Africa economy is booming. So what are you talking about? If this man is corrupt as they claim, the South African economy will not be where it is now. What is the megawatt of electricity in South Africa and that of Nigeria? From 5,000 megawatts to almost 40-something thousand. Look at the gap. Which year and which century are we going to meet up with them? No, tell me, since they are complaining. You never know what you have until you lose it. Look at the exchange rate in the rand and the dollar, and then compare the same US dollar and Nigerian naira. Look at the gap. I think it's about 14 or 18 rand to a dollar. 14. You are 1,400 or 500 now. It's not even stable. So I don't know where they are rioting, seriously. I think that some people who are not happy with Ramaphosa are sponsoring this.
Interesting. Let's take it to Zimbabwe, where we learned that there's a talk for the extension of the stay of the ruling president. I'm talking about the president they have in Emmerson Mnangagwa now. The ZANU-PF are saying that they want to elongate the tenure. He said it's supposed to elapse in 2028, but they want to extend it by 2 years. And they are also moving to make this a constitutional right. What do you have to say about this, please?
They should go and ask They should go and ask the people of Nepal and Bangladesh. They should go and, before they take such decision, they should make inquiry. Because humanity is the same. They are the same. If you now make this man a C-type president, what are you going to gain? I mean, what is all this nonsense about extending tenure? Is he the only man in that country? Africa. When will you rise up, for God's sake? What is the need or the reason for this 2 years extension? 2 years. So all these years he has been there. He didn't do whatever he wanted to do. It's in these 2 years that you want to tinker with the constitution.
They say that this is actually for them to be able to, get a full effect of this particular resolution to make sure that they have continuity, stability, and also sustained transformation of the nation, Barrister.
This is one of the in fact, the most stupid thing I've ever had. So Zimbabwe will be transformed in 2 years. All the years Mugabe was there, all these years that Mugabe was there, they didn't transform Zimbabwe. Now that this man has been there, he didn't transform. It is in 2 years, that the whole place will now become New York or whatever. When I look at the way African leaders reason, in fact, it's very appalling. I can only sympathize with them. There is no reason for what they want to do.
So you think that this is more like a partisan directive? Think it's more like a party thing, not really for the people to
not just party, is selfish interest.
You know what I'm asking this question is the fact that Chiwanga has been accused of treasonous activities. He's the only one internal rival that we know the Mnangagwa have, according to what is happening out or playing out in Zimbabwe. He's been accused of committing treason and all that. Now he's no longer in the picture, if we're to use that word. And now ZANU-PF is bringing up this. So do you think that the people actually will stand again? And if this actually is to scale through, what does this portend for
after that 2 years, they will extend it the more. The man will even manipulate the constitution and continue to stay in office as long as some people will benefit from it. But they should watch it. They should watch it. The same military that sustained Mugabe, when it was time for him to go, it was the same military that brought him down and kept him in house arrest. They easy him out of government quietly. They should know this.
We also said that that's what is also playing out in Madagascar.
The letters, yes. So when you go in there and you continue to think that you are the only one who can do, you can't finish government work now. It's not possible. Nobody can come and finish everything about government that yes, this thing, I have treated all the problem, nothing again, the place is now 100%. It's not possible. So why are you trying? Why are you trying, starting what you cannot finish, rather you are creating problem? It's not possible for any one leader to finish everything that has to, rather play your own role so that posterity will remember that, yeah.
Can you tell us actually how you think it will turn out? Because even in Nigeria too, we learned or we have also permutation that there will be an extension if it ventures scale through 6 years, additional 2 years. What is there with the 2 years addition? When
you see any leader behaving like this, go and check, he's corrupt.
All right, Barrister, thank you.
He's corrupt because he doesn't want his corruption to be discovered when he leaves office. That's what they do.
Okay.
Most of these leaders, go and check. They have committed a lot, so they are trying to cover their tracks.
Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agumo, for being part of today's African News. We've been watching the VOP African News on Voice of the People Television, and we've had with us on the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
We'll go on a break, and when we come back, the rest of the African News continue. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People television. South Sudan's Justice Minister has ordered the release of a hotel owner and staff arrested since March and the reopening of a Juba hotel where 3 young women from the same family were found dead, a move that a lawyer for the victim's family said on Friday undermines the ongoing investigation. Justice Minister Joseph Gang Akesh Gang issued the order on Wednesday, overturning a previous ministry ruling after concluding that the prolonged detention of the suspects at the closure of the hotel lacked a legal basis. The case stems from a March incident in which 3 women, 21-year-old Achol Wat Arol, and 19-year-old Achol Chol Arol, and 15-year-old Adne Achol Arol were found dead in a room at the Freedom Hotel in Joba's at Labara neighborhood. A criminal case was lodged at the Northern Division Police Station in Juba on March 28 under Section 206, 191 and 48 of the South Sudan Penal Code Act 2008. According to a ministerial memo made available to newsmen, the hotel owner and 5 other suspects were arrested on March 17 and had been in custody for nearly 7 months. Minister Gang stated that their detention far exceeded the 3 months limit permitted under South Sudanese law and that no proper authorization had been sought from the Court of Appeal. Egyptian authorities say the Grand Egyptian Museum located near the Giza Pyramid, including the Great Pyramid of Khufu, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, will open to visitors the day after its official inauguration on November 3rd. The museum brings together more than 100,000 archaeological artifacts spanning eras from pre-dynastic Egypt to the Greek and Roman periods. Among its highlights are the treasures of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, known as the Boy King, and the Golden Pharaoh, the solar boat of Pharaoh Khufu, builder of the Great Pyramid, and the collection of the Mother Queen Hatshepsut I. Situated west of Cairo with a panoramic view of the Giza Pyramid, the Grand Egyptian Museum allows visitors to see all of Tutankhamun's treasures displayed in one place for the first time. According to Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the museum's opening ceremony is expected to be attended by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, along with numerous heads of state and world leaders. Moving on to Morocco, where we have a report that says that the 2026 budget of Morocco will allocate 140 billion dirham, equivalent to $15 billion, to health and education, up 16% from last year, the Royal Palace said in a statement on a Sunday. Improving health and education services was a key demand by both protesters who demonstrated across Morocco in recent weeks. The proposed spending on the 2 sectors will roughly equal 10% of Morocco's GDP. Morocco's economy will grow 4.8% this year, up from 3.8% in 2024, thanks to domestic demand and the performance of the non-farming sector, the Royal Palace added in a statement following a ministerial council chaired by King Mohammed VI. The 2026 draft budget, which also allocates more funds to reduce regional inequalities, will be discussed in detail after the finance minister presents it to the parliament next week. It's still the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break. I will come back. Business and sports next will come up next. Welcome back to African News and Voice of the People TV, to the business segment of the news. Egypt has raised the prices of its petroleum products, marking the 2nd increase this year. The Egyptian Ministry of Petroleum said in a statement that development is part of the government's effort to cut subsidies and reduce budget deficit. The latest price hikes, which range from between 10.5% and 12.9%, follow an almost 15% surge in April. The ministry announced that the government will freeze domestic fuel prices for at least a year after this latest increase, citing various local, regional, and global developments. The development now raises the price of diesel, among the most commonly used fuel in the country, to 17.50 pounds per litre, up from 15.50. The ministry also stated that the oil sector will continue to operate its refineries at full capacity, settle debts with its partners, and provide incentives to boost production while cutting import costs. Still in business segment, Africa's insurance leaders have called for more digital connectivity and urgent adoption of connected data and artificial intelligence to drive efficiency, cut costs, and expand insurance access to cater for uninsured customer segments across the region. In a post-InsurTech Forum in Nairobi, TFN 2025 update, the leaders emphasized the need to break away from outdated legacy systems that keep data in silos and limit innovation. Speaking on behalf of its colleagues, the Group Chief Financial Officer of MTIBA, Moses Kuria, said the biggest challenge for insurers today is reliance on legacy systems that are expensive, inefficient, and cumbersome. According to Kuria, the industry will greatly transform by leveraging connected end-to-end digital systems that improve efficiency, simplify products, and allow for more personalized, customer-friendly services. Currently, only 1% of insurance operations in Africa leverage AI capacity and capability, a figure expected to grow to 80% within the next 5 years, according to Irvi Patel, consulting leader, Deloitte X Africa. Moving on to sports. Striker Aso Rock scored twice as Morocco won its fourth Under-20 World Cup title with a 2-0 victory over Argentina on Sunday. Zabira scored in the 12th and 29th minute of the final to help Morocco become the first African nation to win the Under-20 title since Ghana in 2009. Morocco topped its group against Spain, Brazil, and Mexico, and then advanced over South Korea, the United States, and France in the knockout stages. It was the first loss in the tournament for Argentina, which was aiming for its 7th title. Argentina reached the final despite missing its 2 best players in their age group, Bayer Leverkusen, Claudio Echeverri, and Real Madrid Franco Mastantuono. Reigning champions, I beg your pardon, Uruguay failed to qualify for this year's World Cup after finishing 5th in the South American 2025 Under-20 Championship. Sunday's 2 goals allowed Zabira to finish the Under-20 World Cup as joint top scorer, tying Neisa Villarreal, Lucas Michael, and Benjamin Krimaschi with 5 goals each. And that is it on the African News on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People Television, and all that social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. I am Fina Okechukwu. Good afternoon.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kanu'S and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa and saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Watima.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, your trusted weekly guide to understanding the body and the stories that shapes our well-being, right here on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and it's a pleasure to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. And today, we turn the spotlight on a respiratory condition that is often underestimated but can be deadly if ignored: pneumonia. Pneumonia is an infection that inflames the air sacs in one or both lungs, causing cough, fever, chest pain, and difficulty breathing. It affects people of all ages, but it is particularly dangerous for young people, the elderly, and those with weakened immune systems. According to the World Health Organization, pneumonia remains one of the leading causes of death among children under 5, claiming nearly 1 million lives each year, most of them in developing countries. So, what causes pneumonia? How can we prevent it? And what should you do if you or someone close shows symptoms? Today, we are joined by 2 amazing doctors to help break this down in the simplest form for for you, our viewers. And they're no other than Dr. Charles Adiogun, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate, and Dr. Rebecca Mockley, a medical doctor of 10 years and a health and wellness professional for 7 years. Doctors, you're highly welcome. Welcome to Health Check.
Thank you.
It's such a good feeling to see you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so doctor, has the medical line been, Dr. Rebecca, has it been so far?
Been okay, as expected.
All right, that's amazing.
Expected.
Dr. Adiogun, how have you been, sir?
Very well, I've been good, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. So we're talking about pneumonia today, and we want to start with the basics. So, Dr. Adiogun, what exactly is pneumonia, and why is it a serious concern publicly?
Pneumonia is a respiratory infection that is characterized by inflammation of the air sacs in the lungs. That's the alveoli in the lungs, and this causes accumulation of fluid or pus in those air sacs. And when this happens, of course, it's going to have some respiratory consequences. So mostly when people come down with pneumonia, this is a good platform for us to debunk the myth that it's always from cold environments or from cold, exposure, for instance. That's what a lot of people believe causes pneumonia. Pneumonia is indeed an infection that can either be caused by bacteria, virus, fungi, or in some cases you can even have what we call atypical pneumonia, where you have some uncommon organisms like mycoplasma causing the pneumonia. So it's very essential that we have a high index of suspicion for it, and we know the right signs and symptoms to watch out for. And when this happens, like we always say, early intervention would always produce good outcomes. So the moment you find out that somebody is having a respiratory infection and things are worsening, maybe the person is having shortness of breath or having breathing difficulty, chest pain, and all that, you should have a high index of suspicion, particularly in the extremes of life, like you mentioned. Extremes of life are the
below 5,
below
after
5
65.
and after 65. So the young children and the elderly are particularly at risk of this. And of course, people who have a weakened immunity, either because they have HIV or possibly diabetes or other immunocompromised states, can also be at risk of having this condition.
All right, so you said something. It's almost now like pneumonia is broader than just cold and catarrh, like we know it to be. So why is it commonly misunderstood? Is there something that makes it really, really misunderstood? Because when you get pneumonia, to be very honest, the first thing that comes to your mind is cough, catarrh, cold, all of those things.
Yes, cough is an important symptom, that comes with pneumonia. But I think for a lot of people in our environment, there's still a lot of misconception because we don't have the right information about many health conditions. So we learn from people that are not professionals, or we hear from people that are not professionals, and all sorts of information are out there flying. So the real and correct information is that pneumonia is actually an infection, and it's something that requires prompt treatment because it can be potentially fatal if you don't intervene early enough.
All right, thank you very much. And that's why we have programs like this to enlighten the viewers. All right, Dr. Rebecca. So I'd like to ask, from a medical standpoint, what actually happens inside the lungs when someone has pneumonia? Because you said something about lungs. So what actually happens inside the lungs that causes pneumonia?
Okay, so like he actually started it already. So what happens is that, when we breathe in oxygen, it goes through your nose, it goes down through the trachea, the bronchioles, to the bronchioles. And then at the end of the bronchioles are these very small, tiny sacs, that's the name, that are called alveoli, okay? Now, so what happens in pneumonia, and why pneumonia is really bad is that, what happens is that pus starts filling in those sacs, and those sacs normally should contain air. So when pus starts filling in those sacs, that's why one of the characteristic symptoms of pneumonia is chest pain. the person is coughing with a chest pain, and then the pulse starts competing with air that person is trying to take in and trying to make sure from the alveoli, the air gets into other parts of the body.
So pneumonia affects breathing.
That is why it affects breathing. That's why I traced it down, that you have the trachea, bronchi, bronchioles, and then that tiny sac. And then that is where, because there's an infection there, because either from bacteria, virus, fungal, or atypical, as the case may be.
Okay.
So that infection, the pus starts forming, and pus is actually white blood cells that have been trying to fight off an infection, and they start filling up those sacs instead of air, and the person starts finding it difficult to breathe, having chest pain, and all the other characteristic symptoms that you have in pneumonia. So that's actually what is going on inside the lungs when pneumonia is.
All right, so is pneumonia just about the lungs, or are there different type of pneumonia, like the antibacterial and all of those things?
Okay, so the name pneumos, that means air. So it basically has to do with the lungs. Okay. But like he mentioned earlier, there are different things, different types of organisms that can cause it. It could be a bacterial infection. Okay. It could be a viral infection. Okay. It could be a fungal infection. Okay. And then this is where for little children, I know parents try their best, but you have to make sure that things like bed sheets are washed regularly, the house is well aerated, so that some of those things don't thrive. But there are some things we can't control too, because viruses are everywhere in the air. But the things like for those under 5, the things you can control and you can do for them, you try to do.
All right, so we're going to be breaking this down into smaller pieces, okay? So we'll dive deep into that. So Dr. Adeogun, I'd like to ask, we want to talk about the causes and the symptoms right now, the signs, rather. So let's talk about how to recognize it. What are the obvious or early symptoms that people should pay attention to?
Okay, it's important for us to distinguish between signs and symptoms. Symptoms are those manifestations that the patients would complain about, that the patients would experience. But the signs are what the doctor would elicit on the patient.
All right, let's have it.
Okay, so for instance, symptoms, you would have a cough, which can be dry or productive of phlegm. So your phlegm, that's the sputum that is produced, can be yellowish or greenish in color. You can have fever, you can have sweating, you can have chills, which is characteristic of most infections, that your body is trying to fight an infection. That's a response to an infection. Then you can also have chest pain, like the doctor said. You can have shortness of breath. In children, you can have rapid breathing. You find out that they're breathing very fast. You can also find out that they may be having some form of difficulty. You can even see them using some accessory muscles of respiration to breathe, because of the difficulty in breathing. And then you may also find out that there is fatigue, there's loss of energy, there can be loss of appetite, and the patient is really looking ill looking. So those are the things that the patient may complain about. But the doctor may actually now, on observation, may notice that in severe cases, you may find bluish lips. You can have bluish fingernails because of low oxygen concentration. You may notice that when you do your pulse oximetry, the oxygen levels are low because the uptake of oxygen is compromised. You may also find out that when the doctor uses the device we know, the stethoscope, to listen to the chest, you will find out that there are crackles or rails in the lung zones, meaning that because of the fluid and pulse accumulation, you are hearing some crackling sounds in the lungs, which normally should be clear. So that tells you that something is happening. Then the doctor will send for other relevant investigations, which may include some blood work, some imaging like chest x-ray, where you see the pattern, the characteristic infection pattern in the lung fields. And then you can also do your arterial blood gases, just to see the concentration of the essential or vital gases in the blood, which, of course, there will be some kind of derangement when respiration is compromised.
Wow, interesting. All right, Dr. Rebecca, persistent coughs can be easily misunderstood in Nigeria. You would agree with me.
I agree.
The weather can just be very funny and everybody just be coughing. Is the way that, but you know that sometimes this could also be symptoms. So what are the things we should not overlook when it comes to pneumonia?
Okay, so just like he mentioned about the symptoms, if you notice a child or yourself or anybody around you has been coughing for more than 2 weeks, 2 weeks is the
2 weeks.
If you've been coughing, it's not just pneumonia. There are some other more serious illnesses. Once you know you're coughing for more than 2 weeks, that you should go to the hospital. You should stop trying to treat yourself. I know we are all in the habit of treating ourselves.
You just go and buy one drug
and
and
more
take
than 2 weeks.
cough syrup.
Yes. However, if before 2 weeks you're having chest pain, something else is going on. If before 2 weeks you're feeling breathless, you're finding it difficult to breathe, something is going on. If you're observing your child and you're finding out that it appears as if they are gasping for air, don't wait. That's an emergency. Take them to the hospital quickly. So those are telltale signs that this is not. You don't wait till the 2 weeks mark. There's something going on and you need to act quickly. If you notice that your child has been coughing, sneezing, and is unnecessarily irritable, take them to the hospital.
This is kind of sounding like asthma though. Are they similar?
They are all in the respiratory illness family. Yes, they are in the respiratory illness family. But the problem is, asthma many times is like an immune response.
And an
allergic response.
Okay, yes. We'll talk about that.
But pneumonia is a bacterial infection. Both of them can have life-threatening consequences.
Absolutely.
So once you see these things, your child is finding it difficult to breathe. It's not the time to be keeping that child. Take the child to the hospital quickly. Get help.
All right. So, doctor, you talked about something that I think is very, very important, even though people might take it as trivial. Self-medication.
Yes.
And this is very, very, and this show is for our viewers actually to be enlightened and to be educated about the medical things that they should pay attention to. So how risky is self-medication when it comes to pneumonia and several other things?
What range will we keep that up on? It's extremely risky.
Okay, it's very loud.
The truth of the matter is that pneumonia can be like this, and then it can just
deteriorate so quickly.
Very quickly.
Wow.
Very, very quickly. Very quickly. So from the instance you notice some of these things that we're pointing out. Yes, because I can relate with many mothers. If a child just has a cough, your mind will not feel that there's anything serious. But once the child starts finding it difficult to breathe, no matter how little it seems, don't try to take care of that child yourself. Or once the child tells you that when I cough, it's paining me. Some children can tell you, when I cough, this place is paining me. Take them to the hospital quickly.
All right. So, Dr.
And then, of course, as once you notice that there's a fever coming on, please take them to the hospital quickly.
Okay, I think this is a cue to remind our viewers that self-medication is not always the best point of action. So, Dr. Adeogun, I would like to know, can pneumonia be contagious? Is it easily spread and all of that?
Yes. Before we answer that question, the answer is yes.
There are many variants.
Okay, let's have it.
We can start talking about the different types of pneumonia. So we have the community-acquired pneumonia, which is the commonest type, where the infection is gotten outside of the hospital, outside a health facility. In this situation, people who live in a community, because of interaction with each other and contact from person to person, people cough, and this thing is a droplet infection. It spreads by respiratory droplets. So when people talk, when people sneeze, when people cough, those droplets that come out, especially from somebody who has the causative organism in those droplets, if they drop on other people inhale them, then they can also pick it up. So that is for community-acquired pneumonia. Okay. And we said it could be viral, it could be bacterial, and it could be from a fungal infection, which is typically from the environment. There are lots of fungal exposures that people have too in the environment. When you inhale some of those fungal spores, they can also give you this kind of situation, particularly for people with a bit of low immunity and you know, down the line illnesses that they are dealing with. Then you have another type of pneumonia, which is the hospital-acquired pneumonia, whereby a person starts seeing symptoms maybe a few days after hospital admission. The person didn't have
hospital-acquired pneumonia.
Yes.
Okay, that's very new.
So hospital-acquired pneumonia can particularly be a bit difficult to treat because you probably pick up organisms that are a bit resistant to the common antibiotics and all that. But that is how you know it, because it's a new onset pneumonia shortly after hospitalization. Then you also have another type of pneumonia that we call aspiration pneumonitis. That is when you inhale food particles or fluid or vomitus. A patient is vomiting and then some of the particles they vomited gets trapped, you know, in their airway and all that. Yeah, so they can actually have that also. And that is also potentially, you know, dangerous and fatal if not properly managed. Then you also have the one that is, you know, it's ventilator associated when you're having assisted respiration, you're on a breathing machine and all that. You can also have a type of pneumonia. So you can actually see that there are different types of pneumonia and, you know, it can affect different classes of people, even where they are, whether they're in the hospital or they're outside the hospital, or even if it was that, you know, they inhaled food particles or something in case of aspiration pneumonitis. So it's very necessary that once we notice a patient is having problems with breathing, like the doctor said, and the person is undergoing some distress with fever associated and the person is ill looking, please, time is of the essence, because, you know, for us to stay alive, we need good breathing, we need normal respiration. So, you know, that is not the time to say, well, let's wait till evening and see how it goes. So you rush to a nearby facility and get help immediately, because that is the best thing to do, and that's the way you can save lives. So it's actually contagious if it is either bacterial or viral, depending on the respiratory droplets, and if you are close enough to the person who is ill. So that means that caregivers or people who are in healthcare, in healthcare services have to be careful, protect themselves, and even people that are coughing or having these infections
should among the carriers
should make sure that you know, when they cough and all that, you know, they should try to protect people around them. So it's very important, just like when we had the COVID-19 issue too, you know, it was mandatory that people wear masks and keep social distancing, because you know it's very possible to transmit this infection.
Well, so when you talk about weak immune systems, people with weak immune systems, do you mean people that are already carrying some kind of sicknesses in their bodies, or there are people that naturally just don't have strong immune systems?
Okay, so I think first and foremost, yes, people that already have a particular illness that has been there for a long time. Medicine, we call it chronic illness.
Absolutely.
Okay. So some of them are things like HIV, diabetes, but there are other
even some
illnesses.
cancers.
I was going to say cancer. There are other, because there are some cancers that you can live with. I mean, people live with for a long time. But the fact that they have those cancers, their immunity is depressed. Okay. Now, also people that are, like he said, the extremes of life, people that are younger than 5 and people that are older than 65. Okay. So the way their system is built already predisposes them to illnesses.
But it doesn't mean people within the age group of 20, 30,
it doesn't
40.
It doesn't mean that. Somebody that, I don't know if, quote me if I'm wrong, someone that is HBSS may also be classified and hasn't been well managed, that keeps getting ill, may also be classified as having a weak immune system, depending on how that person has been managed earlier on. So all those things matter. That's a young person.
Wow. All right, it's been a very interesting conversation. We've learned a whole lot. But right now, we're going on a short break. And when we return, we'll be talking about the causes, prevention, and treatment of pneumonia and what you can do to protect yourself and your family. Do stay tuned. All right, welcome back. You're still watching Health Check on Voice of the People television, and I'm still joined by the two amazing doctors on today's episode, and person of Dr. Adiogo Charles and Dr. Rebecca Mockley. It's been a very interesting conversation, and so far we've been able to establish that when you see symptoms and signs, you should rush to the clinic. You shouldn't have self-medication and all of that things, so that you can take good care of your health and pay good attention to your body systems. We've also been told that there's some level of age groups that should not, be joked with. People of below 5 and older than 65, you should take good care of these people. So now we're going to be talking about causes of pneumonia. So, Dr. Rebecca, I want to start with you.
Sure.
So what are the biological or environmental factors that can trigger pneumonia? Like, can it be inherited and linked to other medical concerns?
Okay, so it's not inherited. Pneumonia is basically an illness that is caused by microorganisms that are in the air. So it's not necessarily inherited. The only reasons why things like pneumonia seem to be rampant during certain seasons, like abroad when it's winter and here when it rains, is because usually the weather allows for more spread of these spores in the
weather
air.
Conditions.
Yes, but it's not necessarily because it is cold or it is raining. It's just that it encourages more spore formation and more spread of spores.
There's usually this ideology that when you stay in AC environments, when you're usually in cold environments, when it's not well ventilated and all of that. So it's just a myth, right?
It's not the cause. Yes, it can be an avenue for such things to spread. Because of course, if somewhere is not well ventilated and you're with someone that is coughing and the spores are spread, the person is coughing and everybody's there together, and your immunity is low, you will get it. Even sometimes when your immunity is strong, you will still get it. You understand? When you are too stressed out, exactly, you will still get it. You will still get it. So it's yes, those situations encourage. That's the word. There are situations that encourage the growth or or allow such things to thrive. But it doesn't mean that is actually what causes it. What causes it is that these things are in the air. They are always in the air.
So we have to be very careful regardless. All right, so Dr. Diogo, are there lifestyle habits that can, cause pneumonia, like smoking, prolonged exposure to polluted air and all of that?
Well, smoking, like we know, is never in anybody's interest. It's never good for your health by any means. So, of course, if you smoke, you're going to be damaging your respiratory system, and not only your respiratory system, you are also having exposure to carcinogens, things that are potentially cancer-causing. So most of the time, people that smoke may also have a higher risk of having lung infections and respiratory issues. So for lifestyle or things that you can do to help improve your immunity,
and the ones that can cause.
Oh, the ones that can cause.
Yeah.
Well, basically, you're smoking, being in a poorly ventilated environment, you living in overcrowded spaces like in the prisons or in boarding schools or in a place where a lot of people are clogged up, and then ventilation is poor and all that. And then where you have poor hygiene habits, you definitely, have an increase in this kind of situation. But basically for other factors that would improve your chances of doing well is, of course, your balanced diet, your nutrition, and making sure that your stress levels are minimal, because we all know that stress is directly related to your immune system.
Yes.
So most people that are stressed are more vulnerable to falling ill. So basically, healthy lifestyle, would improve your chances in curbing.
I feel like
pneumonia.
healthy lifestyle cannot be overemphasized.
No, it cannot be overemphasized.
Even in general,
that's a general rule that applies to most cases and most conditions.
Yeah.
But for pneumonia in particular, you just want to know that for most people that also have underlying lung problems, like you rightly said, asthma And for some people that are dealing with what we call COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or they have other lung infections, or even some cardiac complications, the outcome for them may be poorer than people that don't. So it's important that you know your underlying conditions and you keep that in check and under control, so that even if you have pneumonia or any other infection, you would at least be able to manage it fairly well.
All right, let's talk about seasonal changes and living conditions. How can that affect, individuals when it comes to pneumonia?
Okay, he actually said it, and I think we've repeated it many times. If where you live in is poorly ventilated, or you are someone that when you dry your clothes, you dry it in the room, the place is damp, all those things, you are encouraging growth of this kind of bacteria and fungi. So if hygiene is important, the ventilation in the place that you are living in is very, very important. Those two are very, very important, and they can affect not just pneumonia, any sickness at all.
And then how you dispose your secretions.
Your waste. How you dispose your waste is very, very important, because all those things encourage flies, microbes, and all kinds of things. I don't want to use the big words. Microorganisms. I want to use simple words. But they encourage all these bacteria and fungi to come closer, come and stay. And then they will be staying with you.
Yeah, you can imagine
somebody roommates with dirt.
Using a handkerchief, and you blow your nose into a handkerchief, or you bring out your phlegm into a handkerchief, and you just dump it somewhere in the corner of a room where other people are also. So you can see we cannot overemphasize personal hygiene, environmental hygiene.
Very important. We have to be very intentional about this.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we've established the basics enough. So let's talk about the preventions. So what practical steps can individuals and families take to protect themselves from pneumonia?
Well, I think from a place of health education and health awareness, even right from childhood, they teach children basic cleanliness. When you cough, you cover your mouth. When you sneeze, you say excuse me. Basic etiquettes and all that, and you stay away from other people, around that time. And then schools can also make sure that sick children stay at home.
Exactly.
They get treated before they get back to interact with others.
We need to hit this one.
So very key. Very important. And then even adults too. I don't want to sound funny, but even in our environments, you find an adult who is at a very close proximity to you, and the person is coughing, and the person just coughs in your mouth, in your face like that, without feeling, anything. So all these things are things that we should make sure that we imbibe these traits, that we are conscious of our environment. And we try to protect other people too. If you're having a chronic cough, you can wear a mask.
Yes.
You can wear a mask, you can protect other people around you, and aside that, we can also make sure that the elderly, people above the age of 65, who don't have any major underlying illness, or they don't have an unusually weak immune system, because, even with increasing age, your immune system too goes down. They can have vaccinations. We can have vaccinations for pneumococcal vaccines.
I was going to ask about vaccinations. So adults can take vaccinations for
pneumococcal vaccines, and we also have
the children is already
vaccine.
part of their 0 to 5
vaccination.
Part of their routine vaccinations already.
So adults can take vaccinations against pneumonia.
Yes. So the elderly that are found to be vulnerable, so you protect them. They can have the pneumococcal vaccine. They can have the influenza vaccine. So that when they come in contact with these microorganisms, they are protected and it doesn't knock them out completely. Because you can imagine when your immune system is down and you have an overwhelming infection, it can really be so bad that the body cannot cope with the heavy burden of that infection, and the body just gives way. So it's very essential that we emphasize the hygiene, the nutrition, the vaccination, the environmental conditions. The environmental conditions, and making sure that even mold that we have,
That's why I talked earlier. I said about bed sheets.
Yes,
making sure that you wash bed sheets regularly.
How often should bed sheet be changed?
That's not my forte, but I would advise. If you have children, if you can do it every week. I know it's not easy, but if you can do it every week, because they sneeze into it, cry into it, sweat into it, everything goes into it, and that's the only thing that is covering their beds, So if you can do it every week. It's best.
All right, Dr. Rebecca, to a very large extent, at least I know that you are into nutrition.
Yes.
Yes. So I'd like to ask about nutrition and immunity. So how can good diet, rest, and hydration strengthen the lungs against pneumonia?
Okay, that's you've actually said all the things that are needed, because good nutrition. Thing about it is that our immunity is strengthened by certain minerals, vitamins. That's actually what the things that make up the nutrients. So those minerals and vitamins. Yes.
Okay.
Both and then micronutrients and macronutrients are all things that help to make our immune system strong.
Okay, please
and I would also
add viewers.
Okay. So I can't start listing everything, but everybody knows vitamin C.
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody knows vitamin C, and you get vitamin C from your fruits. Particularly, everybody knows you get vitamin C from oranges. But you may be surprised, you also get a rich source of vitamin C from pepper, which is something that is very common.
Pepper?
Yes, pepper. Pepper is a rich source of vitamin C.
Wow.
And it's very, very common everywhere. So we actually have the things that are necessary. But you have to make sure that for yourself, for your children, for the elderly, you are having a balanced diet. You have your fruits and vegetables every single day. Carbs are great for energy, but make sure you have your fruits and your vegetables every single day, because without this, it makes your immune system is not as strong. Then people are beginning to realize that probiotics are very, very important. So things like that are in your fermented foods, like your yogurts. There are a lot of people that take yogurt. Yogurt has a rich source of probiotics. Now, what probiotics do is that they help to strengthen our guts. And that gut people are beginning to find out that it's part of one of the strong line of defenses when it comes to the immune system. Okay, and it's especially it's necessary for everybody, but people are beginning to find out that it's very, very helpful for children. Sometimes when you have a child that keeps having issues with running tummy, food poisoning, and things, when you start giving them probiotics, it strengthens their gut, so they're able to fight against some of these
probiotics.
Yes, probiotics. But you get probiotics. A simple place you get it from, yogurt. And any fermented food is a rich source of probiotics. Then you cannot overestimate hydration. I'm sure many people will notice that once you start running nose, you start coughing, you get thirsty. You get thirsty because your body needs a lot of fluid. You are 70% water.
Wow.
And that fluid also plays a role in how your body is able to fight back against illness and disease. So these things are very, very important for your immunity.
Wow.
So if there's anything you want to add, I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Well, I think you've done justice to that.
you just enlightened a whole lot of us. So, Dr. Adego, let's talk about the treatments. So, once someone is diagnosed with pneumonia, what treatments does the person typically need, and what does the person literally need to do?
So once the person, and you can't even know a person has pneumonia, it's a doctor's diagnosis.
That's right.
So let's start with that. So you have to go first to the hospital, the doctor will carry out some physical examination, and the doctor will send for a chest x-ray. The chest x-ray is going to show the lung fields, and you are able to see what we call opacities, in the lung fields, and that can tell you, there's something going on, in the lungs. Then aside that, you do your complete blood work to see the level of infection. You can do a sputum culture where, what is produced when you cough is sent for culture to identify the particular causative organism, and then the matching antibiotic to prescribe, against that infection. And, in some cases, some of them, depending on how they present, they may need oxygen supplementation because the oxygen levels may be so low. By the time they come, they're in respiratory distress, so they need some respiratory support. So they may need to be on oxygen supplementation. Some may even require ventilators in some cases. But most times, depending on the case, like the doctor has said, it can be bacterial, it can be fungal, it can be viral. If it's bacterial, then antibiotics would play a role. the doctor would be the one to, now emphasis on the doctor
will have to prescribe
the right antibiotic. It is not for you to go to a chemist. It's not for you
I was going to say that because many times you can end up with antibiotic resistance.
Exactly.
Because of
yes,
because you've just
your body builds resistance over time because you take what you don't necessarily need.
Use of the antibiotics. So you have to first be on antibiotics if it's bacterial origin. Then, of course, if it is viral, sometimes, you need antivirals, but most times viral infections, we do supportive treatment. So we just make sure the person is resting well, the IV fluid support, oxygen supplementation if necessary, giving good nutrition. And, after that period, the course, it will just run its course and the patient comes out of the situation. And if it's the atypical organisms, like we mentioned, there are some classes of medications that we give to manage those. Then in other cases where you now find out that maybe like in the elderly, when there's now confusion because you're not getting enough oxygen to the brain and you're having bluish lips or bluish hands and all that, the patient may actually even require ICU treatment in some cases because by the time ventilation becomes a real issue and there's a lot of problems with breathing, you need drastic intervention to make sure that the person survives that. Because when you're dealing with the elderly, time is always of the essence. Because when you intervene quickly, the outcomes are usually better than when the things are already progressed and really advanced, and you're now trying to salvage a situation that is already very bad. So it's very important that we keep all these things in mind. So pneumonia is potentially fatal. Why? Because of the complications that can result from it. And the complications involve, the doctor has mentioned, it's basically a lung infection, but it can actually move from the lungs and be a disseminated infection in the bloodstream. So it will now move from the primary site of infection and affect other organs. And then you can now have what we call sepsis. So that is something that can happen in an overwhelming bacterial infection. Then secondly, you can also have a situation where you have lung abscess. You now have pus really collecting in the lungs, pockets of pus in the lungs. So lung abscess is a potential complication. Then you can also have a situation where you have what we call pleural effusion, where the outer covering of the lungs is filled with fluids and also affects breathing because the lung will not have enough space or capacity to expand, inflate and deflate as it should. Because the lungs is like a balloon that keeps inflating and deflating with breathing movements. Then ultimately, you can also have respiratory failure that leads to death, obviously. And you can also have cardiac failure in people that already have an underlying cardiac situation or when there's too much strain on the heart because of the low oxygen levels. So you can say that it can really deteriorate very quickly. So that's why we're emphasizing that time is of the essence, because you can think somebody is stable now and the next moment it's a different situation.
So untreated or delayed detection of pneumonia can even cause lung damage and all of the things you mentioned.
Absolutely.
Wow, so it should really be paid attention to. So let's talk about patients who can recover. So are there any recommended breathing exercises or follow-up care routines to restore this lung function?
Yes, there's something we call chest physiotherapy, and then we encourage everybody, gets familiar with breathing exercises. You can do something as simple as using your balloons. You can do something as easy as even you doing some meditation and doing some counting. Close your eyes and start counting. Take a deep breath and then inspire maximally, your chest full of air, and then start expiring or exhaling gradually. You do that, a few times because it teaches your lungs to inflate and deflate, because the elasticity of your lungs, has a whole lot to do with your quality of respiration and oxygen transport in your body. And it's very essential that, anything you exercise gets better, obviously. Yeah. So you will find out that if you do a lot of breathing exercises and you don't smoke and you are not exposed to inhalatory agents that are harmful, or you don't have what we call pneumoconiosis. That's a big term, that's occupational hazards that affect your lungs. Maybe you work in a coal mine, or you're dealing with sand, and all that, where you inhale particles that settle in your lungs, over time and damage the lungs. Even asbestos.
Yes.
Asbestos.
Asbestos was very, very common at a particular time. I believe it is reduce, I believe.
And it can even potentially cause some form of cancers, mesotheliomas and all that. Yes. So it's very important that, people that work, in places where they're exposed to certain particles should also, protect themselves. And even employers of labor should do well to also protect their employees.
Yes, give them equipment to
protect
enable them
themselves.
protect themselves.
So in as much as they are working for you, they shouldn't die in the process of working for you. So you have to make sure that the environment is safe and their wellness in the workplace is maintained.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca, let's talk about families that are caring for people that have this disease. How can they do so successfully and effectively without being infected in the process?
Okay, so maybe just to take us back to COVID-19 period, one of the simplest things you can do for both the person that is affected and yourself is wearing a mask. That's a very, very simple thing. Then, of course, the carer, depending on the how bad the illness has become, there's a lot of strain and stress on the carer. So you also need optimum nutrition, you need optimum hydration, and also maintain hygiene, because you are taking care of somebody ill, but you also don't want to get ill yourself. So you make sure that you maintain hygiene, keep everywhere well ventilated, protect yourself, because if you are down, then who will take care of both of you?
Exactly.
So it's very important to take care of yourself in those respects. Good hygiene, good nutrition, good ventilation, wear a mask. It's very simple, but it helps a whole lot. Wear a mask.
And most of us are just lazy to do these simple things, actually.
And then hand washing, very essential.
Washing.
Yeah,
yes,
a lot of people, we underestimate.
We can just wash our hands with just water now. Or do we have to use soap?
No, it has to be soap.
You have to wash
soap. Well, there's something that I think many people learned it during COVID. There's something that soap does to bacteria and viruses that water will not do. So you need to wash with soap so that you get it off, you kill it, and then you go about your day. And you need to do it as often as possible, because the person you are dealing with is coughing, is sneezing, you never know, and you are taking care of that person.
Exactly.
I think I should quickly add that the availability of soap and water has become a big deal, because you find yourself in a situation and you tell yourself, can I have somewhere to wash? And everybody is looking like you're speaking Greek. Because there's no water and there's no soap. We should emphasize that at the workplaces, in churches, public places, restaurants, it should be readily available. And then, of course, our children should also inculcate that habit early, because it will really help them as they grow.
Yes.
Wow, this would promote cleanliness and all of that. Good hygiene. All right, it has been a very, very interesting conversation. A big thank you to Dr. Rebecca Mockley, a medical doctor of 10 years and a health wellness professional for 7 years, and also Dr. Charles Adeogun, who has been a public health physician and wellness advocate. Thank you so much, doctors.
Thank
it
you.
has been a very, very, very interesting conversation.
Thanks for having us.
We've learned today that pneumonia is more than just a bad cough. It's a serious infection that requires timely attention. And the good news is that with awareness, vaccination, early treatment and detection, pneumonia is preventable and treatable. If you or anyone you know has a persistent cough, fever, or difficulty breathing, please see a doctor immediately. Emphasis on immediately. Don't self-medicate. Just seek professional help. And remember, your lungs are your lifeline. Do protect them. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. See you next week. Stay informed, stay healthy, and breathe easy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Poverty remains one of the greatest challenges facing the world today. From rural communities to urban slums, millions of people continue to live below the poverty line, often without access to clean water, education, or decent housing. This year's theme for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty focuses on dignity for all in practice. It highlights the importance of empowering people to take control of their lives and create sustainable livelihood. Experts say tackling poverty requires collective efforts, from government policies that support job creation and education to community empowerment initiatives that build resilience among vulnerable groups.
I would say that poverty is something that we inherit based on our mindset and then the government. There are two factors that affect poverty, basically. The person and then the economy. The economy doesn't favor someone to come out of poverty. I was trying to interrogate our parents back then, how the country favored them during education. They were paying for their school fees. They were even paying them while they were in school. Why some, after school there is job waiting for them, and then basically you can save money, and within a few minutes or a few days you've already acquired. If you have targets, you've already gotten some things you need to get. But right now you see yourself laboring, toiling day and night, and then all of a sudden you can't even it's okay. Back then someone that was serving can actually buy a bag of crayfish. Like one of my auntie, when she was serving, she could actually buy a bag of crayfish for her mom when she was serving back then in Calabar. Then I now imagine even those that they are collecting 77,000 now. They can't even buy a quarter of that crayfish. So it's so bad. And then I was listening to one woman who was like, now to get rich is easier. I'm like, these people don't even know what they are saying. How will you say to get rich now? Then you know, these are our current government. What they are making us suffer, they enjoyed while they were younger, you understand? So a lot of things. And then also on our own point, part of the thing is that a lot of us are lazy. We don't want to work. We don't want to put the efforts. But then even though things are not favoring you, you have to put the effort because it's only you have to take care of.
If those in government know that people are hungry, because it's very easy to get into office and it's very easy to also get detached from the people. They don't feel the pain of the people. If they feel the pain of the people, they will know that people are seriously hungry. Just empathize with people. If I tell you, if you go to the average hospital now, a lot of people can't afford health care. Go to school, go and look at the level of deprivation of parents who was paying their children's school fees. You will be alarmed. Government schools that is affordable, how many people can really afford it now? Virtually almost all the prices are hitting the rooftop. How much are people taking home? Except for the private sector that is even supporting. What else is government doing for people? You go around all the people here now, when you hear their complaints, you'll be shocked. Thank God we are around Mafoluku area. Enter into the hinterland of Mafoluku, you will be shocked. Let there be reduction in price of goods and services. If you are increasing, okay, recently, minimum wage came up. Everybody start talking of minimum wage. Between that period when that minimum wage was adjusted, go and look at the price increases of all goods and services in this country. The last time I traveled to Ilorin, when I used to travel to Ilorin, how much was? But go there now, 15,000 naira from the park. 15,000 naira to go, 15,000 naira to come back. 30,000 minimum wage is now 70 naira. So by the time you go and check your old folks twice, your minimum wage is gone. no feeding, no nothing. How much is a bag of rice? They should just try, let the price of commodity come down. If it can come down, people will not, nobody cares whether on your mandate we stand or your mandate we sit. Let people get food to eat. Once they get food to eat, somebody walked into the hospital that I walked into today, and they gave the person the price of drugs. The person walked away. He dropped the card and walked away. Not because it doesn't want healthcare, but can't afford it.
Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 1, aim to end poverty in all its forms by 2030. But achieving this requires more than just economic growth. It calls for equality, social justice, and inclusive participation of all citizens.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa and saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome on board. Of course, it's Monday. Thank God it's Monday. It's a wonderful week where we have to start with a very high energy. And talking about energy, we sincerely have different energy in the city, the country's capital as we speak. But of course, we're going to look into that particular one. You're welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizens start to shape the narrative. Today, we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversations across the nation. Nnamdi Kanu's situation, of course, you would agree with me that it's been bustling all through the day, okay? And I heard that it didn't just happen in Abuja, but of course also in Abia State, and in some other areas it's actually brewing and it's actually coming up. But what we are talking about today is about the whole situation as regards to the Nnamdi Kanu, the protest from Sowore. And of course, you would agree with me that we saw the headline as regards to security officials fired at protesters in Abuja. So we'll be looking into all of this particular conversation today, and that's why I wouldn't want you to go anywhere. Instead, fasten your seatbelt. Let's go on this ride together. To join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Sowore Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. I am too big a politician to secretly defect to APC, says Suswan, former governor of Benue State. Senator Gabriel Suswan has denied rumors of defecting to All Progressive Congress, the APC, stating he is too big a politician to secretly dump his party. The African Democratic Congress, ADC Suswan, reaffirmed his commitment to the ADC, citing his loyalty to supporters and the party's ideals. He urged the party members to rally behind Honorable Benjamin Nzodu, a visionary leader in the ADC. All right, that particular one, I don't know how we got to this particular point where you just feel you're really, really too big to do a thing and all of that, you know. Pride comes before a fall, but I don't think he actually ended that statement. If you have not decamped, you just mentioned you've not decamped. If you've not crossed, you tell us you've not crossed. But saying too big a thing, and I know politicians, the reason why we're not really that bothered, okay, is that in the coming days, something else can happen. And you tell us that the party's vision doesn't align with that of yours anymore, or the party has actually derailed off from what you expected. What have we not heard as regards to, politicians moving from one party to the other, giving us their reasons why they did, and we never said anything bad, or we never even, judged them. It's electioneering period, so anything is possible. Let's move away from that particular one. Let's go straight to the man that we've actually treated this conversation over, let's say, a week or two in the media. FG Sachs contractor terminates Port Harcourt Abia highway contract. The federal government has terminated the 43-kilometer Port Harcourt Aba road contract handled by China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC, due to poor performance. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, that's the man I'm talking about, announced the decision after inspecting the project, citing the contractor's failure to improve work quality despite repeated warnings. Sanctions of the road had collapsed, okay, and Umahi expressed displeasure at the substandard work, stating that CCECC must mill out the binder already laid as it had been paid for. Failure to comply with this results in the shutdown of all CCECC projects in Nigeria, okay? A new indigenous contractor will be engaged to complete the project. This is what Minister Dave Umahi has actually said. Okay, so we've actually moved from how much does a kilometer, per kilometer cost. We've now moved to him actually going to vet every job that contractors are doing now in Nigeria, and it's not actually up to standard, which I would actually applaud him for. You have to be laid off for you to leave, and of course, please, in case you've given them more than what they've spent, you have to also get some refunds. Let's also include that into our conversation. And away from that particular one, we did not see any court order banning protests. Maxwell Opara says the lawyer and activist Maxwell Opara claims the organizers of the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest didn't receive any court order banning the protest. Contrary to the police claims, Opara urged that the police claim of court order only restricts protesters from approaching the presidential villa and the National Assembly, which they have avoided. He accuses the federal government of selectively implementing court orders, noting that multiple judgments have ordered Nnamdi Kanu's release from detention without being obeyed. Some protest leaders were arrested, but Opara vows to continue the protest until Kanu is free. Of course, you can actually see that particular video footage there on your screen. So much actually happened today in Abuja, and with the way we're actually getting their reactions, they said they're not backing down, they're not stopping anytime soon. Of course, we'll still go into that particular conversation shortly. Let's take it up from that particular one to the aviation system now. Airline promised a fair review after Saraki's intervention. Overland Airways has agreed to review its pricing structure for the Lagos-Ilorin and Abuja-Ilorin routes after an intervention by the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki. The airline CEO, Captain Edward Boyo, promised to look into the pricing in the coming week following Saraki's appeal. The moves comes amid public complaints about high fares on the route, which have been deemed unaffordable for many residents in Kwara State. So I would want the former Senate President, Senator Bukola Saraki, to actually look into this particular situation as regards to a nationwide thing, and not limit it to just the people of Kwara State, where it belongs to. You would agree with me that the flight fare is quite high now. There is surge. You know, I still remember the good old days where we buy tickets at 15,000 naira. You know, it moved to 18 to 20. We were still fine, even up until 30. You know, but when it started getting to 40 something, 50, we started raising alarm, but it was not that loud enough. You know, but now for you to actually get a return ticket, you should be thinking of 400,000 to 500,000 to move around, you know, in this nation by air. So it's not really okay for us. So we would want the all airlines, the aviation system, to actually look into this particular one to see how to review the fare prices and see how they can actually bring it down. We know there is surge, but you can actually subsidize all of this situation as well. To join the conversation, kindly call the number in case you also want to give me a live feed, and in case you also want to call us to tell us what actually happened at the protest ground, or you're still there in Abuja. Of course, we are streaming live as well. Just give me that particular information. All right, via this phone number 090-447-3003, 32605, 09044732605. Of course, you can also send a WhatsApp message through that particular line. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're talking about the matter Nnamdi Kanu, security officials fires at protesters, in Abuja, and we really need to know the situation that is going on as regards to the protests in Abuja. Don't go nowhere. It is still People's Voice. Stay tuned, please.
Nnamdi Kanu now. 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 Yes. Hold on. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now. Nnamdi Kanu now.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. Security operatives fired shots and tear gas to disperse free Nnamdi Kanu now protesters in Abuja, led by human rights activist Sowore, who narrowly escaped harm. The protesters demanded the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. The police had warned against the protest, citing security concerns, but the activists proceeded, leading to clashes. The situation turned chaotic as security forces used tear gas. Security forces, of course, used tear gas and live bullets to scatter the crowd, forcing protesters to flee. Several people were injured and some protesters were reportedly arrested. Sowore condemned the use of force, stating that the protesters were peacefully demanding Kanu's release. The protest took place in Abuja with demonstrations gathering around the Nigerian Communication Commission, NCC, headquarters in Maitama. The detention of Nnamdi Kanu's leader of the indigenous people of Biafra has sparked widespread controversy and protests across Nigeria. Here's a summary of the situation. And Nnamdi Kanu has been detained since June 2021, despite multiple court rulings ordering his release. His supporters, of course, argued that his detention is politically motivated and a violation of his human rights. Various groups, including the Arewa Take It Back movement, Ohanze Youth Council, and National Association of Nigerian Students, have expressed support for Kanu's release and participated in the protests. A lot of groups have actually described Kanu's detention as a national crisis that threatens the liberty of all Nigerians. The Nigerian government has maintained that Kanu's detention is a matter of national security. The police have used tear gas and force to disperse the protesters. Okay, so this is the situation on ground, as you've actually seen via the footages that we've actually shown before I came on. All right, so we're now being joined by Chief Peter Ame, former national chairman, IPAC, and a political economics, political party management strategist, governance and policy development analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you for having me.
How is Abuja today?
People have been going through a lot of stress because the government deliberately blocked entry and to the intercity area, city center area, okay, and which is very painful for Nigerian citizens who would have gone out to participate either in the protest or go about their lawful, duties. Okay, the government had high-handedness is noticed in that regard.
Okay. All right, thank you for joining the program. I am grateful that they didn't actually stop you from joining the program. Yeah. Okay, we also have in the studio with me Mr. Dele Fanimo, a senior political analyst and a veteran journalist. You're welcome on board, sir.
Always my pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining the program.
Always my pleasure.
Okay, so I hope you are not also barricaded from coming.
No, no barricade.
Okay, let me start with...
It's not even the target of any protester.
Sir?
Ibadan is not the target of any protester.
So Ibadan is exempted?
Yes, somehow.
Okay, so let's go back to Chief Ame. Since you're in Abuja, I would like to get your reaction as regards to the whole situation that has been going on from the day Sowore decided to come up with this protest, from the day he requested that the people in the eastern part, the leaders in the east, support him. From the day he said he's going to leave whatsoever situation he has with some people, and he started calling names, including Governor Alex Oti, Governor Soludo, Mr. Peter Obi. He called on everyone, and till today that he fixed the date, and truly he came out as an activist to protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. What's your reaction to the continued protest demanding its release, and do you believe that they would yield a desired outcome? So I would want you to just react to everything in general.
For me, mass protest has always been when it's done peacefully and people participate, massively. It has always generated results because the government is not a government unto itself. It's a government put together for the interest of the people. And if the people perceive a certain level kind of victimization of any citizens and they decide to raise their voice against it, then it is, if committed to it and consistently pushed for such trouble, the government had no other reason but to heed And if the government does not heed, you know that the government is not a democratic government that believes in the values and the principles as enshrined in all the charters of the international and local and all the treaties we have signed on to as a democratic nation. So for me, one I had problem with Sowore is the fact that this protest was well conceived. I like his idea, but that calling people's name and saying people refuse to participate, it's a free war. He has to understand the level of what the Constitution says about people's right to participate or people right not to participate, and people reason. And if you look at from history, some of these people he has mentioned, either from Peter Obiako, have been saying it very clearly that this unjust detention, unlawful abduction from Kenya in June 2021, by the Nigerian security agents, is an act that should be condemned by everybody, and was condemned by even United Nations Working Group on arbitrary detention, because it is an illegal thing, Despite multiple court rulings that have even indicated that Nnamdi Kanu be released, the Nigerian court has failed to do that. So this protest is coming timely, and that the participation of Nigerian citizens is rooted in their rights to freely participate in any action that is peaceful, to demand for the rights of others, because you can't have a situation where there's no judicial verdict 4 years on into the detention without a conclusive judicial verdict. It is a blatant violation of the fundamental human right that should have been issued under the democratic principle. So you have a court. That court is the executive arm who is the prosecutor of this issue, have been delaying all the process, using all the technicalities in our court process. Why we are saying this is that any citizen can also fall victim of executive rascality or executive overreach. Any citizen can fall victim. It's not about Nnamdi Kanu. It's not about anybody. It's about upholding the principle of judicial, how they call it, interpretation. When a person is arrested, under our constitution, there's a limit at which you hold the person. If you have held that person for this period of time without even valid court orders and without any valid court judgment or without a conclusive verdict, then there's something wrong about that. Because we are here, while we are here, people who are bandits from the north, terrorists from everywhere in this country, are being granted amnesty. And they have been negotiated with. Some of them are reabsorbed into the Nigerian forces. So what is the crime that has been committed that the person cannot enjoy? People say, you want to grant him a fundamental right when he escaped from his house. Don't forget that escape happened because the Nigerian army unleashed terror on his compound in Abia State, where people died. If he had stayed there, are we sure that he would have still have this life that is hanging by the thread in our cell today? So these are the clear lineup of the events that we must look at, interrogate it properly, and see why it is now become necessary for the Nigerian government to either allow the court processes to continue, allow the man to have free access to his family and his liberty. Because let me tell you, the Supreme Court has said in many cases that anywhere that any law or anything done that will infringe on the liberty of any citizen of this country, that law we have to cave in their liberty principles must take advantage. Because the liberty of man is the fundamental principles upon which any society can exist. So if the government can have a trial for terrorists, bandits, and then allow them to go on bail or give them freedom. Look at the prerogative of mercy that was just used by the president to free drug kingpins, to free terrorists. And yet, a man whose thing you have against him is his words against yours. I am not say, this man is guilty of that, or this man is not guilty of anything. But we have court processes and we have international convention of how a person should be held in detention. not the one that has been condemned by United Nations Working Group on arbitrary detention as arbitrary and illegal. So this is what we are saying, because if you have the Enugu Federal High Court in 2022 who have granted him bail against him, and yet there was no release, and other situation came up. So what we need to do as a country is to make sure that people's rights are respected. Today, I want to commend on Nigerians who are doing this without any political partisan interest, who are doing it without the interest of undermining any individual or undermining the government of our country, but saying that any harm done to one man, any injustice done to one Nigerian affect another Nigerian.
Okay.
So it's a clear case of lack of balance of judicial and executive applications of laws.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Chief Ame. Before I come back to the studio, I'd like to take you on this particular one. So how do you respond to claim that his detention is a matter of national security?
What is national security there? Democracy is not easy to operate because it gives excessive freedom. If a man is popular, if a man has followership, if a man is loved by his people, whether it is wrongly in your own sight or not, it does not amount to a crime. A crime is what when an action has been taken. What he says is to him, between him and his supporters. I do not see where this is released will unsettle Nigerians when there's a even in the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics report that 2.2 trillion has ever been paid for as ransom over the years. And we have people on a daily basis with short videos from a young girl in Benin who have been held in captivity by kidnappers. Reverend fathers dying in Benue, in Riom, Bokos, villages were ransacked. This is where the focus of the government should be, because the primary purpose of which they were created is to protect lives and property. And those lives and property today is not secured. People travel along our highways with their heart in their mouth. So this is where the focus of government should be. Government should not be channeling resources in arbitrary detention of one single individual and the cost of investing that. Look at people who have been kidnapped, kingpins, who have killed, who have demoralized people, who have done all sorts of heinous crime. And government spends so much millions in putting them in prison. Now government is granting them mercy. So government must extend its mercy and not between the line of justice and when mercy is deserved. And the kind of mercy that will undermine our principles of democratic justice. So for me, I do not want to say that Nnamdi Kanu, we undermine the national security of this country. I feel his detention is more political. It's more political and it's more personal interest to those in power. I've never met him. I've never seen him. But for me, the right of one man is just like Martin Luther says that when they came for the Jews, I said it was me. When they came for the socialists, I said it was not me. When they came for the trade union, I said not me. But when it was my turn, all these people who should have fought for me have been arrested. That is why we are saying that the right of one man that is trampled upon, if not challenged by the people, might end up undermining the rights of others that have been donated to them freely by God and the Constitution of this country.
All right, thank you so much.
Nnamdi Kanu is a security threat because a man in detention can also be a security threat from there. But there has not been anything he has said that has undermined the country.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chief Peter Ame, for that particular wonderful submission. Let's come back to the studio now, Mr. Delefanimo. This particular situation has been a roller coaster one between the government, the people, and everyone has just been saying it is either you actually let us know what your mind, is as regards to the court judgment, or you free this man instead of just keeping him somewhere and his health is deteriorating. In as much as the health experts have actually written to the courts as regards his health that is nothing that serious. So, do you believe that Nigerian government will honor these court orders granting his release? And what do you think about this whole situation of protest and the reaction from the security officials?
You see, the first thing I want to talk about is that we talk about evaluation of his health status and being given clean bill of health. But I was a little bit worried at some point because I didn't see any psychiatric evaluation of Kanu's mental state right now compared to when he was arrested. Because I imagine somebody being kept in prison for 5 years without access to his immediate family, that is the wife and the children,
Yes.
and then even extended family. You recall that there was a court session where he snapped at his lawyer, and that is just a clear indication that this man is agitated. No matter how strong-willed you are, if you are kept in solitary confinement for a while, it affects your psychomotor, it affects your brain, and it affects the way you relate and also assimilate things. So on that score, I think maybe there was such, but it was not put in the public domain, So each time I see Nnamdi Kanu in court, maybe because I read psychology, I look beyond what I see in the court. I look at his responses, I look at his body language, I look at his countenance and all that. I'm sure that if they are taking psychiatric evaluation, maybe there will be some reasons for them to be a little bit alarmed. Because total well-being is not about malaria, fever, cancer, or diabetes. What about the mental state? As we are seated here now, if somebody just comes in and makes a pronouncement, you are under arrest, your body system will change immediately. You would likely be sweating under this AC because your freedom is curtailed at that moment. And what comes to your mind then is, what next? Where am I going? Are they going to put me in detention? Your brain will start running riot. When you talk of somebody who has very limited access to his lawyers, and maybe until he cries out, he doesn't have unfettered access to his doctors. So that's my own evaluation as far as the medical issue is concerned. Now, talking about freedom for him or not. Sowore, yes, is showing solidarity. Is also making a point that this man has to be released. But it may not have much impact on the continued detention of Kanu or his release. It's not going to have any much impact. Look at the crowd around him. It's scanty. People are beginning to see beyond protest. They're seeing Sowore for what he is. Now, the route we should be talking about, we should be going, is that we've had a breakdown of law and order in the past in this country. How much impact can we say this breakdown of law and order has had on Nigeria and Nigerians? We also have a situation where there was a stalemate during Jonathan's era. Constitutionally, we were stuck. But at some point, some people just became innovative and they said, let's try doctrine of necessity, which never came up before then. And this matter was settled without invoking constitutional matters.
And Jonathan became the president. Why can't we explore some political solution to this case so that this man does not languish in detention? For me, early this year, I was upbeat. I was seeing his imminent release from detention until when some group and elements came up to say, no, if he's released on the condition that federal government has given him some kind of pardon, that it doesn't serve any purpose, that he should stay there and go. I became agitated. I became agitated because the same scenario that happened between Adedibu, the late Adedibu, and MKO Abiola. Adedibu was privileged to meet MKO Abiola in detention. And he walked his way through to the extent that Abacha was willing to release him on certain conditions. And just about the time when that thing was to be consummated, some people who are now major beneficiaries of democracy today said, no, Abiola, you must remain there and die there because you are supposed to be a martyr. Now, Abiola remained in detention and died in detention. Everybody assumed that Nigeria would break, everything will collapse and all that. Nigeria didn't break. Oh. But those who said he should remain in prison, in a detention, are the ones benefiting from politics today. And they abandoned him. Nobody, as we speak, nobody is bothered about the well-being and welfare of Abiola's family. Nobody is bothered about the legacy he left behind. All his business had crumbled. An example is Concord, that used to be the flagship of newspaper in this country. Abiola revolutionized newspaper business. He was paying out of this world salaries. He attracted people all over the world, the likes of Delegiwa, and they are the leading lights in Dan Agbesi and the rest of them to Concord. He lured them with good salaries and welfare package. Where is Abiola's Concord today? It's gone. So those who want Nnamdi Kanu to remain in detention, they are not doing him any good. Whatever it is, let's think of negotiating his release.
So you said something. I was taking my time to follow your submission. So you said something. You said you would have preferred them to follow a political solution
to this.
So that means
you've through the court process.
So you've actually buttressed the point that this whole situation, including what Chief Ahmed said, that this whole situation is politically motivated. So you agree with that particular
yes, to some
idea?
Extent. You see, I am a student of peace and conflict studies, and I know that when a tree begins to sprout branches and the taproot is deep, sorry, there is no way it will become more complex to deal with such situation. And there's a Yoruba saying that the more a problem lingers, the more it gets wiser. You understand? So I want us to deal with this situation as quickly as possible and resolve this matter amicably, regardless of what has happened in the past.
Okay, so now you said this is a politically motivated situation and you would want a political approach. In your submission also,
the reason why Kanu is in detention is that he agitated for the secession of Biafra from Nigeria.
Now you said something.
Is that not political?
Now you said something. You said that there are some people, of course, just like some other cases that you cited, that there are some people that would actually say, please don't release this man. Let him stay there.
Of course, because they know that it's likely to upset the apple cart.
Now, and those few people, some of them, or majority of them, are strong politicians in the nation.
In the Southeast.
And in the Southeast. Yes, I was getting there. So, in a situation where you want this situation to be, this Nnamdi Kanu's matter to be settled politically, now the people who were meant to be at the end of the affairs of this particular settlement are the ones telling the government no. So should we still think this route, this political route, is the best route? Because I believe some people might have seen this particular projection as regards to, okay, let's toe the way of political settlement, and it has not worked for a time, because the people who were meant to settle this situation politically are the ones saying leave him there. So this ends this particular avenue of, okay, let's go by the way of protest. So in a situation where they've gone by the way of protest, now they are still being seen as maybe they want to create anarchy in the country, and they are being fired at. What other routes or what other options do they have to free the man from detention?
It's still this route that you think is blocked. It's not blocked totally. You see, for me, a government, a responsible government, will know that rush of protest around this time will not go well, because of examples of Madagascar and some other, Chile and all that. So the earlier this thing is brought under control, the better. But one thing is, I will not subscribe to the use of live bullets. Thank God, up to now, we have not had reported cases of somebody who has been injured or who had been killed. So I presume that it was a warning shot in the air to scare them.
Sometimes warning shots can be a stray bullet, Mr.
No, I am saying, but you said sometimes, and because of the stature of Sowore, I'm sure they will not deploy just any fresh out of police college policeman to be part of that duty, So they will make sure that. You recall that when Sowore went to police headquarters, it was the then PSO to the IG.
That came to attend to him.
My friend. I came to attend to him. He was deputy commissioner. Now he's the commissioner of police. Latif.
And Sowore said, you are a good man, but your boss, you understand?
So why would you work?
Of course.
So that is to tell you that at some point, the police is also mindful of certain things.
Definitely.
They will not just bring a rash policeman that has misbehaved in the past to come and be part of that team.
Okay, let's go back to Abuja. Let's go back to Chief Ame. Hello, sir. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, let's talk about human rights and politics now. How do you perceive the Nigerian government handling human rights issues, particularly in this particular case? Okay, and let me take this simultaneously. And how do you believe the detention of Nnamdi Kanu is a ploy to silence him and, of course, his movement, and as regards to advocating for Biafra? I just wanted to, dissect all of this particular situation, please.
There's nothing I can say. The man in the studio, my brother there, has spoken very well, and is a very he has situated the issues in a way that I myself would have done. I would have done it better. But sincerely, the indefinite detention contravenes a lot of other issues. If you look at, Nigerians cannot be signing to international international bodies, Article 9 of the International Convention of Civil and Political People's Rights. Nigeria cannot be signatory to this convention, that protects the rights of the human being and gives some level of dignity to citizens of the country. And Nigeria is bound by this law. But eroding the presumption of innocence and public faith, because if you erode the presumption of innocence, you also erode the public faith in our judicial system. This is purely a political issue, and they are looking at every election cycle. Everybody think that he should be detained because his words in the southeast might end up undermining and undermining certain interests of certain political parties. So they want to keep him in perpetual detention. This is not good for our country, and this is not good for our democracy. Of law, it's advocacy for Biafran self-determination. For me, it's another type of freedom of expression. which can be captured under Section 39 of the Nigerian Constitution. You know, but for me, anyhow that you have done that and you have arrested the person and you say you want to be able to try the person, you should go ahead and do that trial while the person does not remain in solitary confinement, you know, incarceration, you know, for a continual length of time that will damage his sense of his sense of reasoning would have been probably depleted as we speak today. So I think that it is not right that you use the instrument of power of state to undermine Kanu's freedom, to undermine his health, to take him out of circulation because of whatever political influence he will have on the general populace of the region where it comes from. So this is bad for our system. This is not good for our democracy. And for me, I condemn it. And we cannot continue to be signatory to this convention and end up being the major undermining, you know, factor in that same convention. So what it is today, it is that this protest is welcome. It is peaceful and to continue to remain peaceful. And the use of any live ammunition, the use of any force against the protesters. We are watching the event, and I also alert the international community, you know, to call the Nigerian government to order, and also talk to the security agencies to know that the people you are going against are citizens of your country, which you are sworn on oath to protect their lives and their property. So it is clear that these are fundamental expressions of freedom, and anything to undermine it, we further look as if show the world that what we have is a quasi-judicial authority, quasi-democratic environment where the right to dissent, the right to protest, and the right to freedom of expression is prohibited in a very stylish and a very hidden way. So we should work together with all well-meaning Nigerians to make sure no Nigerians continue to suffer this level of solitary confinement on the basis of without any law, any order from any court of competent jurisdiction to keep that person in an indefinite detention. This is bad for our country, and I think that those in power who have claimed to be championing democracy over the years should do everything possible to get him out of detention.
All right, sir. So in rounding off, Chief Ame, I would like to ask you a very sensitive conversation, of course, but I would want you to just tell us, based on your reaction and in closing, for you to just give me your final submission. Also, can you elaborate on your own views about the Nigerian state and its treatment to the Igbo people?
No, it has not been fair. I think it's not just the Nigerian state per se. I think there are certain sections of this country, especially coming from now. The Igbo people are in the southwest, if not because of this current APC government that have brought the Ronu mantra. I grew up in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. I speak Yoruba more than my language, and I know I grew up with a lot of Igbo people who we share the same relationship with the Yoruba people. You know, I'm from Kogi State, Igala, but there was no difference as growing up in Ibadan, in Lagos, and other places, and we enjoyed the harmonious relationship that the Yoruba communities across the southwest could provided for everybody. I think there's just this issue between a certain region of this country with the north where I come from, who feel they have not healed enough. But it's time for us to heal. It's time for people to move on and give the Igbo, the industrious, very hardworking people of our community, of our country, who constitute a major tri-ethnic group within our country, the opportunity to be part of this country. Let's heal from whatever that has happened. They have also healed, they have moved on, and they've integrated seamlessly into our society. So the acceptance that we must be able to work with them to change this country has become very, very pertinent.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining the program, Chief Ame. Thank you so much. We are really grateful. We appreciate your presence here. So let's come back to the studio, Mr. Dele. In closing, in just 1 minute, what would you say as your final?
People should stop playing politics with this man's detention. They should address issues properly without sentiment or emotions. This man has suffered enough in detention. He needs to reunite with his family, particularly his immediate family. 5 years is too long a time for a woman to remain without her husband. A lot of temptation would have crept in the process. If this woman still remains what she was when Kanu was picked till now, then she deserves a national award.
What about the children?
Age. The children could be taken care of financially by those who believe and share the principles and
of their father.
But can they share emotional need with her? No.
Well, that's quite a very serious one there by Mr. Dele Fanimu. And on that particular note, I will draw in the curtain here. The views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely theirs, do not reflect that of VOP Media. We are all entitled to our opinions. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
World champions at this level, Argentina.
Yes, a very good evening to you, and you are welcome to the locker room on Voice of the People TV this wonderful Monday evening. I trust your weekend was great, and yes, we've already spent a long time into the day, but it's never too late or never a long time to talk about football and the happenings just behind the beautiful game. And yes, we are going to break it all down. I am Ogunbanjo Afiz, and yes, I won't be doing this alone. My guest Maiwa will be joining, very soon. And we are going to break down all the stories right here we have for you in the world of football. And we are going to be starting with the NPFL. Yes, our own local league right here in Nigeria, the top league. Yes, right here in Nigeria. That's talking about the Nigerian Professional Football League, the NPFL. And yes, before we go to the NPFL, so much went down this weekend in football. I mean, we saw the likes of Lionel Messi doing the job, getting the golden boot for Inter Miami. And we also saw Cristiano Ronaldo, yes, also doing it on his own side right there in the Saudi League. Yes, where he scored a fantastic goal. I mean, rolling back the years of 2009, Cristiano Ronaldo, 2012, Cristiano Ronaldo, he rolled back the years, scored a beautiful goal just minutes after missing a penalty. Joao Felix also showing that he still has a lot of talent in him. He's only 25 or 26 thereabouts, but then people are saying, why is he still playing in the Saudi League? But it is what it is in football. He has tried this in Europe, and it hasn't really worked out for him. He has gone on to join Cristiano Ronaldo, Sadio Mane, Kingsley Coman, yes, the likes at that club called Al Nassr right there in Saudi Arabia, and is also doing bits. He's doing wonderfully well for them. Also, we saw the shock of the weekend. I'm sure Maiwa and will be glad, to discuss that when he joins in on the show. That's shock of the weekend. Manchester United against Liverpool. Manchester United picking all 3 points at Anfield. I mean, it was something quite improbable, but they were able to do it. Yes, when they went on to Anfield to pick up all 3 points against Liverpool, the defending champions of the English Premier League. Also, right there in Italy, we also saw the likes of Nico Paz. Yes, I want to talk about that boy, Nico Paz, the young 21-year-old Argentine attacking midfielder that's on loan at Como from Real Madrid. And he did a good job getting a goal and an assist against Juventus, yes, to bring Como onto the top 6 of the Serie A table. Rafael Leao also got a brace against Fiorentina for AC Milan. And yes, the returning Rafael Leao, he did a good job for AC Milan right there. Inter Milan picking up a win against Roma at the Stadio Olimpico right there in Rome. Also in La Liga, we saw likes of Barcelona, yes, needing a late goal, beautiful goal by Ronald Araujo to put them 2-1 up against Girona and eventually sealing all 3 points for them. Axel Witsel scored a fantastic bicycle kick also in that game for Girona against Barcelona. We'll be going on a short break right now. When we come back, we'll get into all the stories proper right here on Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. Stay by.
So, free kick and yellow card.
It's going to be Zabiri! Lift off for Morocco! Well, it was so well hit, it might as well just have been a penalty. Otman Mama stands it up brilliantly, 2-0. Oh, what an evening this could be for Morocco, as Zabiri doubles Morocco's lead. And they're in behind here. It's a superb pass. Great chance, and it's wide. And Silvetti can't hit the target. Esadak finds Mama, who's in for 3. No! Great defending from Villalba. And it stays 2-0. There's still plenty of time for recovery here from the 6-time world champions at this under-20 level. In by Prestiani, Subiabre.
All right, you're welcome back to Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. And just as we were on break, let me say the big gun himself, I was talking about Jerry Apeleohai. Yes, I was joined in the studio today. And we also have Myra, who will be joining us also very, very soon. Jerry, was it a sporting weekend? I'm sure it was a sporting weekend for you for various reasons. You still have the jury to face, but how was the weekend for you, Jerry?
I'm still waiting for my jersey, but since they are too
broke, you should have come. We should have come with that jersey. Since
they are too broke to afford one, I will sport on.
But your club was not too broke to lose 3 points.
I'm good to go. Yeah, still a good season.
Nobody is asking you what happened right there.
What happened is we saw a team that didn't come to play football. We saw a team that was not out for fair play, and because how do you explain?
So you are blaming the tactics now.
Mikalistan was down. The first thing to do is to kick the ball out.
Why are you giving excuses?
Yes, that's the truth. The first thing to do was to kick the ball out and let him be treated. Then you can go ahead. But of course, opportunity comes by once. They took it. And of course, a team who came to play negative football, everybody is saying they play the best football.
I can't wait for Mayo to join. You know you have a jury to face. It's not even with me. It's not even with me right now. There are other fans that are also waiting for you.
He was going to send Jesse, do that 24 hours after. Tomorrow, if you send, I won't wear it.
You are going to wear that this week. This week.
It expires today.
No, the forfeit is a week.
No.
The forfeit is a week until your team wins the game.
We can go and play back because on Monday he said. Monday. So why? I rest my case.
All right.
I mean, go rest now.
What?
Why do I go rest now?
No, it's you that should rest. It's you that should rest because you're the one asking him to rest. Right. It's you that should rest. And I was still waiting for him to, join us on the show this evening. But yes, that's the voice of Jerry Apeleohai, the big gun himself. And we'll be diving straight into what we have today on the show. And we are starting with the NPFL. That's talking about our local league right here, the upper echelon of Nigerian football right here. That's talking about club football. And this is the Nigerian Professional Football League. And match day 9 that went down this weekend. And match day 9 of the Nigerian Professional Football League was packed. Yes, away teams still in the spotlight. That's something of kind of a rare occurrence, in the NPFL. And Warri Wolves stomped Enyimba 2-1 at the Enyimba Stadium, ending the People's Elephant's 4-match unbeaten home run. Kun Kalifat also triumphed 2-1 over Bayelsa United. This one is funny because Kun Kalifat defeated Enyimba as well in match day 8, and also Bayelsa United that defeated Rivers United 2-1 away from home, and now they lost at home to Kun Kalifat. And yes, like I said, Kun Kalifat triumphed 2-1 over Bayelsa United. That's the table right there. And yes, it eased them out of the relegation battle. Niger Tornadoes crushed Plateau United 4-0 thanks to Abdulaziz Asu's sensational hat-trick. Scoring a hat-trick in the NPFL is something of good news because it rarely happens. This win moved Tornadoes to 4th place with 14 points. Shooting Stars extended their impressive home form, beating Abia Warriors 2-0 and are now second with 15 points. League leaders Nasarawa United suffered a surprise 2-0 defeat to Ikorodu City, trimming their lead to 4 points. I'm glad Ikorodu City can get back to winning ways, and they are doing really well for themselves. Ikorodu City climbed to 5th with 14 points, extending their unbeaten home run. Yes, that's stretching from last season to 22 games. El Kanemi Warriors also won 2-1 over Wiki Tourist, rising to 7th with 14 points. The league is heating up, and with teams like Kun Kalifat and Tornadoes making a comeback. Remo Stars and Rivers United's fixtures were postponed due to continental commitments but they'll be looking to bounce back. And as for Kano Pillars as well, how would I put it now? Should I call them the bad boys of the NPFL? That's talking about Kano Pillars. They got a draw. I think that was against Barao. Yes, they got a draw against Barao defeated Kano Pillars. Surprisingly, at the same Sani Abacha Stadium. It was behind closed doors. No fans were there. Fans of Barao were not there. Fans of Kano Pillars were not there. And there's this funny picture that I saw where Kano Pillars fans went to the top of high-rise buildings to go watch that game at the stadium, at the Sani Abacha Stadium, right there. They're watching from the top of the high-rise buildings. Shows how passionate Kano Pillars fans are. We know that they're very passionate, Jerry. But then, that doesn't give them the right to be doing, what they do. Inciting violence. And as for Barao fans, Jerry, it is Kano Pillars fans that that are the issue. Why did they say, because they are sharing the same stadium, that's talking about the Sani Abacha Stadium, why did they play behind closed doors? There's nothing wrong with Barao United. Don't you think Barao United, even though they got the win, don't you think they were treated unfairly by not having their fans see them record that win over Kano Pillars?
Yeah, stadium ban is stadium ban, whether you're at home or you're away.
Yeah.
As far as you're playing your game in that stadium, it also enjoys the ban. But the confusion is, why is Barao FC not having their own pitch? Yes. And
but sharing of stadium is not a new thing. Even in Europe, there are clubs that share stadiums.
Sani Abacha Stadium was not built purposely for Kano Pillars. It's a stadium owned by the state.
Yeah.
Fine. I know Kano Pillars is owned by the state.
Yes.
And it was built during the Abacha regime. And with that being said, I expect Barao FC fans definitely should have been allowed to make the scenes. They are not the ones suffering the stadium ban. But I think it's a shame to Kano Pillars that Barao FC, who just came from the NNL,
the NNL is
beating them in that.
Maybe it doesn't really have much difference because they are playing on the same stadium. It's just like AC Milan and Inter. Let's say Inter comes in from Serie B, but they are still playing. It's something like they are playing at home.
It's more like the Kano derby. But if you look at it, I'm even really impressed that the two sides who came from the NNL are doing well. Caliphate.
Yes.
Going away to win.
Yeah, but they started poorly though.
Yeah,
but
they started
getting
poorly,
the results.
but picking it up with an away win.
Yeah.
In a rugged, very difficult NPFL.
Yeah, absolutely.
You must give it to Kun Khalifa.
Absolutely.
And the Ikorodu City, which is after my own heart, due to the roots and so on and so on. I'm impressed that they've continued their home form, winning their home games.
Yes.
That's one mark
22
of a team.
games now unbeaten.
Yeah. That's one mark of a team who wants to maintain status quo as far as the NPFL is concerned.
Yeah.
And they were the Nottingham Forest of the NPFL last season.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought they were going to make it to the CAF Champions League, but somehow
just slipped at the end.
Somehow it looks like it was deliberate. They started dropping.
Why?
For me, because they were afraid of the thinking about the huge budget of playing
that's
in the CAF Champions League.
Their first time. No, that's their first time in the NPFL. In their defense,
I'm not saying
it looks so well. It's something that I'm not used to.
I'm not saying
this.
See, I'm not saying this as an outsider.
Yeah.
Because one of the club directors is actually a friend of mine. Of course, a schoolmate of mine. Talking about club director of Ikorodu City, and I know the inner workings. And he even came on this platform and complained that they are worried that if they make it to the continent, how are they going to sponsor their team? Because it's pretty difficult for them to maintain even their status in the NPFL.
That is not enough reason for them to start intentionally dropping points.
Anyway,
because myself, I was getting excited. I mean, just to see them doing what they do. 3 games in, they were like they will be going back early to the NNL, right? But then they picked up from there. I mean, I spoke with their captain. I think that was Ojeladi. I spoke with their captain, and he's saying that he wants to see them, have a fantastic finish to the season.
Fantastic finish doesn't mean they want to play in the CAF Champions League or the CAF Confederations Cup, as the case is. And at the end of the day, they did not make it to any of the continental sport, meaning that they've settled to stay in the NPFL, which is rather decent. And if you look at the league table right now,
they are fifth on the table at this point.
They're not doing badly.
I think we should have the table put up.
Yeah,
and let's analyze
it shows that if they keep their act together and continue to do well, they should be able to make it to the continent. Since the likes of Remo Stars, decided to embarrass himself in flying colours.
We are going there. We are going there, Jerry. Okay. Yes. He jumped the gun a little bit because I was going to say that we had some of our brothers. We mentioned in the news where we said that Remo Stars and Rivers United did not participate in our game week of MPFL because of continental commitments. So there was a big game right there at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta involving Mamelodi Sundowns and Remo Stars. Remo Stars did not play in Ikene, so they went on to play in Abeokuta. In fact, every game now is being shifted to Abeokuta. It's like that. Abiodun did a fantastic job at that stadium. And if I were in Abeokuta, I would have gone on to see what he did, because I know, Jerry. I saw the way you squeezed your face there. Like, what did he do? It was a good stadium.
I'm not a fan
it's a good stadium.
He repeated it well. So anytime they sing his praises, I'm not really impressed because.
But he did a good job, at least for that one.
I think the MKO Stadium has always been a standard pitch for me.
Yeah.
There's always been and there because they are talking about the standards have already been set. It just depends on maintenance. We can maybe give him some bit of maintenance structure as far as that one is concerned. But with that being said, it's a very big one. Playing CAF Champions League at that stadium in Abeokuta, I think that's the first. Having a team in Ogun State playing their home games at the tough in Abeokuta,
the capital.
I think it's a historic feat, and Remo Stars should be encouraged. I thought they were going to use the Kenya Stadium. Surprisingly, maybe it didn't make the CAF.
Yeah, it didn't make the cuts. Yes.
Talking about the CAF cuts to be certified for a CAF Champions League. But that being said, I think the results doesn't flatter anybody anyway. For those who are fans of Remo
5-1 is embarrassing.
5-1 is a statement that this is your place. This is where the big boys are. Mamelodi Sundowns, the former CAF Champions League winner, for crying out loud, and they have Patrice Motsepe, who's the sponsor. This is a team that has.
You are going down that politics route again.
No,
they played a fantastic game, Jerry. Let's keep it.
Just let me learn.
All right, let me let you learn. I know anytime you mention Patrick Motsepe, I know you. I know.
What I'm saying about Patrice Motsepe is that he's a billionaire. He's spending a lot of money on this club side. You can compare that to Remo Stars. Yeah, definitely. He has spent a lot of money. He has made a lot of foundational, talking about plans, and he's reaping the benefit right now. And you don't expect Remo Stars to want to run over Mamelodi Sundowns, who has most of their players playing in the main Bafana squad that even the Super Eagles were struggling to beat. If your senior brother cannot beat them, is it your junior brother who virtually embarrassed themselves in the talking about the CHAN?
Yeah.
Most of the Remo Stars players were in the CHAN. They could not cut their own in the CHAN. So it's those the players that want to run over Mamelodi Sundowns. I think the result was even decent. I think
5-1 was decent. But the way the game went, to be honest, I mean, it could have been 7, it could have been more than that. But what I wanted to even say was that aside Patrice Motsepe, there's a gulf in class between Mamelodi Sundowns and Remo Stars, to be honest. And I'm going to ask you one question, very soon. I'm going to ask you a question, but I just want to, tell you that there is a gulf in class between Sundowns and Remo Stars. These are 2016 champions. They were last season's finalists. They were they lost the final. Yes, that's talking about to Pyramids. They've been coming close even since 2016. Looking at the players as well, they have players that are involved with Bafana. Some of their players, in fact, about 6 or 7 of their players were with Bafana for the World Cup qualifiers. These players, the issue I just had is that these players came in from international commitments with Bafana, came in, still went on with fatigue. They traveled down, they got into Lagos, took like a 1 hour, 30 minutes drive by road to land in Abeokuta, and still came there to beat you that you've been preparing all week. How many players in the Remo Stars had international commitments? Maybe save for their goalkeeper, Obasa Adini, who was there for Benin Republic. I don't think they had any other players that went on to play for the national team. So what went wrong? That's just my question. Like, what went wrong? I know they are not playing in the Kenya. They didn't play that game at the Kenya, but then they're still playing at home, sort of.
The saying that when you're big,
you're big.
You're big.
There's no choice. There's no two ways about it.
There's no two ways about it. And of course, there's a clear statement that Remo Stars still needs a lot of work to do. And if you want to challenge on the continent, it's just, I think the owner of the club side is big, is rich. He should be able to buy players. He should not concentrate on local players alone.
Man himself, yes.
Yeah, he should go after bigger players on the continent. There's nothing bad about that.
Yeah.
And he should invest in the biggest players in the league.
But I think they've been setting that plan for a long time.
Yeah,
they just have to put their leg. They have to put their leg, put their feet. Maybe win like 2 more league titles.
Yeah, they won the league last season, but in all the departments of the team, do they have the biggest players, the best players in all the departments? I mean, Melody Sundowns.
Their goalkeeper was the Ballon d'Or nominee.
They have the option of the first refusal as far as the PSL is concerned.
They're a big side. They're a big side in
so
the PSL.
Each season, Melody Sundowns are favourites to win the South African League. And they're also favourite now to win the CAF Champions League each season because they've been able to
That's the way their club.
I thought that when Peter Motsimane left, that they were going to struggle. But they
went on.
They've set a standard to show that there's a progress. And they are maintaining that standard in conquering the continent. So I think Remo Stars should not feel bad. This is what happens to you when you meet someone better than you. It's just like Real Madrid playing a club football from Yugoslavia. Or
is it that deep? Is it that deep?
No, yeah, it's that deep. Like, because the golf is different and in terms of quality.
So much.
It's far more.
It's like new boys playing against the seasoned veterans.
I would have been surprised if Remo Stars was able to even get a draw. I would have given them thumbs up.
No, but I would be surprised that much because, I mean, if there's something Remo Stars have proven, they show that they can play ball. They have very good players. I know Zilimanju is not even, respect to the Comoros national team and their club, talking about Zilimanju, I mean, they are not up to that standard of Mamelodi Sundowns. It's a different kettle of fish. But Sundowns, I mean, just had to do what they did, and it's looking like the second leg is a mere formality, Jerry.
Yeah, the second leg, what's going to happen? Are you going to go to South Africa and beat them? Mamelodi Sundowns by 4-0? No.
And there's still a way goal. There's actually still a way goal in African football.
Yeah, a way goal is still standing. Can you beat them 4 unreplied goals?
It still won't matter to anything, even if they do that. So it has to be 5 unreplied goals.
Let's start with 4 now.
Can you even
win 2? And let's score 2 unreplied.
It's a big question.
I think it's even going to get worse. Because now the players might have lost confidence and knowing that Mamelodi Sundowns is bigger than them. The reality check is now left to the coach to be able to boost them and say, okay, let's keep the scoreline respectable. Let's try and see if we can maybe 1-0 or 2-0. Let's just consider only 1 goal or 2 if we can. Because if you look at their defense, I saw very powerful defending. That is why I say the NPFL is not improving. They're not improving. It's just
this one is different. Look at the champions. Look at the champions of.
I can sit down and watch an NPFL game for 90 minutes. I will feel bored.
You need to. I think that it's taking a big step forward.
They said maybe
from about 6-7 years ago. It's taking a big step forward.
There's a player who invited me to watch his game.
Yeah.
Then I may pay interest. But when I see the way they kick the ball around, I ask myself, these guys watch football. He said, what does the coach really tell them? Is this a league? Jerry, is this a football league that everybody can be shouting? Let these players play this spray. He goes, hey, what I would do if they try out?
We should still bring players. People have been clamoring that bring players from the NPFL. So because of this one, are you saying we should not do it again?
I'm not one of those who come on the platform because I'm a journalist in Nigeria and start spewing what others are saying just because
you need to look at it objectively.
I need to be objective. Yeah. I need to see things on the ground and say the way they are.
Yeah.
Our league, in terms of the quality of play, is far behind. We are still playing 1994 kind of league football.
That's a long time.
94 was even better.
That's 31 years ago.
80s. We are playing 80s style in 2025. You know, the thing
can follow,
a lot of players in the NPFL are players who will be frustrated, you know, and they just look for something to just hold on to.
Yeah.
Because the
best
of the best,
like a job.
the best of the best
football
are playing in Malta League, playing in Morocco League. I mean,
much respect to those leagues.
I'm playing in Austria leagues just to survive and get foreign exchange to their family. The best don't longer stay at home. So we're just shifting the leftovers. Those are the ones playing the MPFL right now. Those are the ones who can take being owed 6 months salary, drinking Gary and Granot before a match. Bro, and you expect those players to challenge
Melody Sundowns that are even playing for their national team
I didn't even want to go there.
I mean, yes, so this result is historic, marking the heaviest continental home defeat ever suffered by a Nigerian club. Sundowns were clinical, composed, and merciless. I mean, that third goal was a thing of beauty, punishing every lapse from the Nigerian champions. It took a substitute that I was talking about, Olashuko, to come in from the bench. So, to round up on Remo Stars against Sundowns, Jerry, do you think Remo Stars should just, forget about continental commitments and focus on MPFL, where they are 15th at the moment?
Did they need to be told to do? Wait, did they see the
Oh, your answers are savage. Your answers are savage.
Did they Nigeria after you have to still tell them to forget about it? I don't know, maybe if they have plan.
This is unfair. Jerry, the question. Should they forget about continental commitments?
It's just like, someone he wrote poorly in an exam. And you're telling me to tell him to encourage you that does he need to expect an A? When you know what you wrote is F, he's supposed to be an F.
Miracles happen. You know what? You'll be here when that miracle will happen.
Miracle.
Yes.
I like that miracle. It's for the optics anyway. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't want to go there, but we'll get there.
They should concentrate on the MPFL. That's if they will retain it.
In my opinion, I think they should concentrate on the MPFL because right now,
if they know this is what they're going to be doing next season, they should look for another team to win the MPFL.
Their title defense has been very, very, very shambolic so far. They are 15th, even though there are 2 games. They still have 2 games to play to balance with those that have played 9 games. But when I asked some of their staff and one of their players, he said it's due to continental commitments, the squad depth and everything. Right now that you're about to get the continental commitment out of the way, so you can be able to focus on your title defense. So while we are still waiting for Mayawa to join us, we'll be going from one poor result to another one. And this is talking about the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, where our own Flamingos, that's talking about the Under-17 Women's National Team, they failed to defeat in their World Cup opener against Canada. Nigeria's Flamingos got off to a rough start at the 2025 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, suffering a 4-1 defeat to Canada in their opening Group D match. Canada dominated the game with Julia Amire scoring a brace and Gabriela Istoki and Melissa Kekic adding to the tally. Queen Joseph scored the lone goal for the Flamingos, briefly equalizing the score in the 30th minute. Canada's strong performance was evident from the start, with Istoki opening the scoring just 2 minutes into the game. Despite Azizat Odunto's efforts, the Flamingos struggled to find their footing, and Canada's pressure paid off with Kekic's goal in the 73rd minute. Amire sealed the win with her second goal in the 84th minute. And that game, Jerry, I mean, it was a bit sad. I mean, looking at the coach, Bankole Olowokere, who is a nominee for the CAF awards. Also, the captain right there, also a nominee for the Young Player of the Year for the women. And they were not able to negotiate. Going into this tournament, they scored a lot of goals. They showed they can score goals and they hardly concede. But this result doesn't mean that they are local champions, Jerry Apello.
Yeah, Olowokere is a coach after my heart. He's a very.
But the result is not after you.
And
he should rest.
And he has proven that he's a good coach.
Yes.
And of course, he has done it time without number. And I'm even really excited that Anne Chejine, former Super Falcons goalkeeper, is also part of the squad. And I even saw them doing videos before dancing video. I hope they didn't. They
danced their way to defeat. I mean, look at it. It was 4-1. This was embarrassing.
I hope all the social media and everything don't make them forget the tactics. Because if that's the case, I hope they didn't get carried away. And the fact that they are in Africa, I expect the spirit of African football to go against.
It doesn't always resonate in world championships.
No,
these are teams that you're playing technical teams. It's not necessarily
technical. It now makes me want to ask again: do our coaches, talking about local coaches, do they do their homework in studying their opponent? Do they go as far as getting the videos of their opponent?
That's a very big question. That's a very big question.
Video assistant coach. There are some, like Sasia, very good. He does that. He gets a coach who has videos, who go after the videos of his opponent prior to games. They study the opponent and know their weakness and their strength.
Exactly. That's how you negotiate results.
I bet you the reason why Canada was able to beat the Flamingos was because they've gone to study our team.
Exactly. Not dancing.
They knew what to do.
Dancing for
From
social
the
media.
blast of the whistle, you could see that Canada had a plan.
They did.
They have studied the Flamingos. They know their strength, they know their weakness, and they went for the kill from the blast of whistle. They didn't look like they didn't know what to do. The Flamingos went on instinct, based on what the coach told us to do. Let's go there and show them we are better. But it doesn't stop there. I hope Olowokere is watching. And
he's a good coach, to be honest. I agree with you.
He's a very good coach. But the Canadians had a plan which superseded Olowokere's plan. I hope he will not be going blind into the next 2 matches. Because if he does that again,
Jerry,
and they studied them very well.
Jerry, did you see that third goal? Look at the goalkeeper. You caught the ball already and you still drop it. They are well, but they are playing against fellow ladies.
And her name is Boniface. Anyway.
So what are you insinuating? What are you insinuating?
A very decent goalkeeper anyway.
The Boniface party will come for you soon.
I heard it, but it's not a good result to start with.
At all.
I hope the girls will be able to pick it up from here and not lose hope going into their next 2 games, which is going to be very difficult anyway, because you look at that group, that's the group of death for me.
But Samoa, much respect to Samoa.
All about after Samoa?
France.
Yeah. France, anytime, any day, they're different kettle of fish when it comes to this age grade level. So it's going to be a difficult one. I thought that they were able to scale through Canada or at least get a draw, beat Samoa, and give France a run for their money. But it looks like...
Are they not throwing the part of the Flying Eagles already? Look at their group. Look at their group. We'll still go there. But look at their group. They had Norway, Colombia, and Saudi Arabia. It's almost the same thing.
Zuberu was a coach who was planning to fail already.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw the struggle for the AFCON level.
No, but
reshuffle the team and use sentiment to select.
In 30 seconds, if you were in these shoes, what would you do? You had.
I won't use sentiment.
Look at this one. No, I'm not talking about sentiments. Look at the squad that negotiated the AFCON. It was poor.
Yeah, the squad was poor.
And they felt they should disband.
Yes, the squad was poor. What did you do? You went to your region and picked all your friends and your club side. You started picking players.
That was unacceptable.
You wanted to do favor. He should be investigated for the players he took to the under.
But when is that really going to stop in Nigerian football, Jerry?
It's not going to stop. When Gosol will say, since my brother did well, they're coming to the Federation Cup final, automatically he should get a job in the national team. Pretty sad.
Speaking of bouncing back, the Flamingos will look to bounce back from this defeat when they face France in their next match on October 22nd. France, meanwhile, began their campaign with a 4-2 win over Samoa, setting the stage for an exciting matchup. The Flamingos coach is likely to face criticism. Jerry has given him some, with some questioning their tactics and team selection. The team's performance has sparked debate, with fans and pundits calling for changes to help the team regain its competitive edge. And still sticking with female football, let's move on to WAFCON 2026 qualifier, because the Super Falcons, yes, Asisat Oshuala is reportedly in camp at the moment. The Super Falcons are gearing up for their 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers against Benin Republic, and things are looking good. Yes, Asisat Oshuala and Folashade Ijamilusi have arrived at the team's camp in Lomé, Togo. Yes, along with 6 other players, including new invitee Joy Omewa and Miracle Usani. They have a game to play against Benin Republic right there in Lomé. And Asisat Oshuala, the OG herself, she's in camp. Joy Omewa, the new invitee. Miracle Usani is also in camp. But a lot of Nigerians are asking questions. Where is Gift Monday? Gift Monday has been tearing it up in her league right there for her club. She's been tearing it up. I know Okoronko is also coming, but where is Gift Monday? And a lot of people are asking the question. Gift Monday is showing promise. This is the qualifier. This is not the tournament, Jerry. Why are we still calling Oshoala? Let the new players come and negotiate the qualifiers. When it's time for the tournament proper, you know, we can bring in the old heads, the OGs. So people are asking, where's Gift Monday? Are you sharing that sentiment too, Jerry?
Yeah, Gift Monday should return to the team. She's doing well right now, and I think she's scored some pretty interesting goals just 2 weekends ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Gift Monday because she's more or less that African strength.
Yeah, she's very good. She's raw. She's like the younger assistant Oshoala, don't you think?
Yeah, but that being said, Oshoala still deserves a spot in
it's the qualifiers, Jerry.
Yeah,
I mean, you can beat Benin Republic without Oshoala. There should be room
for Gift Monday as well. So because thank God we no longer invite the likes of Onumonu, who I feel anyway. I think she's pretty retired now. She can no longer cut it because of the strength, exactly. And of course she wants to enjoy herself anyway. But that being said, I think Oshoala, Gift Monday, the both of them can still play in this team, and of course her time is going to come. I know Justin Madugu will surely have a plan to bring her into the team again. But at least this is Benin Republic. Let's have mercy on them.
Yes, so
I bring in all the firepower just because we want to play Benin Republic. It's like asking Russia to come and fight Benin. You know, maybe war in a war situation. You know, that's really too much. Asking for too much. It's Benin. Come on, it's Benin Republic.
Yeah. But why is it that I also, you know, a little bit away from the box? I mean, recently, Benin Republic and South Africa, they don't want to seem to leave us alone. Why are we? Even the club football, we just played a club game against the South Africa side. I was talking about Mamelodi Sundowns. Now the ladies are facing Benin Republic. What is going on? Why is that they don't want to say to leave us alone, Benin Republic and South Africa?
Yeah, it's not like a relationship made in heaven. And there's nothing you can do about it. Someone will always find a way against each other. And these are more like derby-like games. And for the male football folks, it's more or less sometimes a contested affair in terms of maybe the quality and so on, but we're definitely not in the same sphere.
Absolutely,
about
absolutely not. They say it's condition that make refuse to bend now.
That's the finish. Just make all this one happen. So for the Black Stars, maybe at some point in time, back in the days of SN and so on and so forth, there was a Kufo back in the day.
Yeah.
But now I think Ghana is beginning to get back to rhythm. They have the likes of the Inaki and so on and so forth.
But even Ghana, speaking of Ghana, now that you've mentioned it, I mean, now that they've qualified for the World Cup, Eddie Nketiah and Kalomoti Odoi are now saying they are eligible to play for Ghana. When they were struggling for AFCON qualifiers and they did eventually, get the ticket, they were not there. They didn't come out. They didn't claim. So that means you have to succeed before anybody claims. That's just life. You have to succeed before anybody.
I will be among those who raise placard if I see Odoi.
Especially Nketiah. Like, they called you before. They've called you before, even before the World Cup.
Odoi is now languishing in. What club is he playing for?
He's playing for Nottingham Forest, right there in England. Yes.
And Nketiah is
a bench over to Mateta.
Mateta.
Mateta is a good striker. Please,
come on.
Let's save that.
Mateta is just got to enjoy.
You will know him. You will know him.
He's a striker. He's more like a carpenter striker. You will just find anywhere to just sit the name.
Yeah, you should be carpenter striker.
Yeah, because he has no flair. But
that's his job. That's his job with number 9. Number 9 should not have flair now. Yes, okay. Should we spark arguments? Should we spark arguments?
Wait, calm down.
Don't let us spark arguments. I want to ask you, what's the Siemens flair?
See, calm down.
All the Siemens flair. Does the Siemens have flair?
Wait, you want to compare the Siemens and Mateta?
I'm not. That's the same. I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing the Siemens and Mateta.
No,
I'm not saying it's a basic number 9.
Flair. Use Goyokores.
He has more goals than Isak, by the way.
Goyokores and Mateta.
Moving on. They have more goals than No.
Yes, Mateta has more goals than Goyokores, right?
Jerry, the point is this.
No, answer the question.
Yes.
Arsenal is in the market for a striker. Goyokores on the table, Mateta.
How did you even get to Arsenal in the first place?
Wait, let me ask the question.
We are talking about the Flamingos. I mean, the Super Falcons.
If you have Mateta on the table and the Goyokores on the table, who do you go for? And Mateta had more goals that season than Goyokores.
at the moment.
Yes.
I'll go for Mateta now. He has more goals.
Come on.
I'll go for Mateta now. He has more goals now. You are the same person that said because Osimhen scored a hat-trick against. He was there. You guys saw him. Benin Republic against Nigeria. Osimhen scored a hat-trick. He said he is better. You want him for Liverpool ahead of Isaac that hasn't scored yet.
The next election is coming, 2027, right?
Yes.
Please go and get a party card.
Jerry,
use this talent.
Jerry,
use this talent. Use this talent. Use this talent in the next political cycle.
Let's move on to more stories. This time a more positive one. Still involving an African team. I mean, we're running out of time, but let's take this story. Morocco, yes, they made history by defeating Argentina 2-0 in the FIFA Under-20 World Cup final, claiming their first ever title in the tournament. Yassir Zabiri led the charge. We saw the video just before we came on the show. Yassir Zabiri, fantastic free kick, and he also scored another goal in the 29th minute to secure Morocco's victory. I mean, this win marks a significant milestone for Moroccan football, making them the first African nation since Ghana in 2009. You remember the likes of Andre Dede Ayew, Dominic Adia, and the likes beating Juliano's Brazil to win the Under-20 World Cup. Morocco's journey to the title included a penalty shootout win over France in the semi-finals, while Argentina secured their spot in the final with a hard-fought 1-0 win over Colombia. Good one for African football. Jerry, we've always been talking about development of players, right? And Morocco has been doing that for a long time, and it is reaping dividends. I mean, their Atlas Lions, I was talking about national team, they made the semi-final of the World Cup in 2022 in Qatar. We saw their Olympic team getting bronze in Paris, and right now, look at what the Under-20 team are doing. Aside from the players as well, the country itself, they are the ones hosting the playoffs, the African playoffs. They are hosting the AFCON, and they are still doing a lot more as well. Jerry, what are you seeing about these Moroccans? I mean, they just defeated the overwhelming favourites going into the tournament. That's talking about Argentina. That incidentally knocked out the Flying Eagles. What do you see about Morocco and what they just achieved last night against Argentina?
Morocco. Last time Africa, the first time Africa won was in 2009.
Yeah.
And that was Ghana.
Ghana, yeah. I remember the likes of Ayew then.
Yeah, and almost 15 years after, we're having an African team
doing it again.
Yes. In Morocco. Morocco is doing everything right.
Absolutely.
As far as preparing for the future.
Yes,
and I will not be surprised to be the second African country that will host the FIFA World Cup.
The World Cup, right? Yeah. In fact, they will be 2030. They are part of.
They're making the big.
Yes, with Portugal, Spain, they are there.
I fully support that Morocco should throw their hearts in the ring in hosting the World Cup. They're doing well with the females. They're doing well with the senior team.
Yes.
And they made it to the semi-final of the World Cup, the senior team. And who knows? They might go one step further and make it to the finals.
It's the finals. They've qualified automatically to the World Cup.
Yeah, so they're doing everything right. I'm really happy that an African team in Morocco dominated Argentina. They made Argentina.
It was not even a fluke. It was dominance all through.
Did you see that was supposed to be a penalty?
A penalty.
And a red card to the goalkeeper.
They gave them a yellow card and a free kick, and they still scored for that free kick.
They tried to cheat them from that situation, but they took advantage of the situation and made a fantastic goal out of it. That's the hallmark of a team that should be winning championship. And of course, thumbs up to the Morocco on the 20 side.
I mean,
everything worked well. The coaching, the quality of the players, and the determination of the team. They outlast Argentina. Argentina were second class. So everything.
You even believe that was the team that knocked out the Flying Eagles?
Yeah. Argentina was made to look more like an amateur team. It was looking like a professional team playing an amateur side.
Was it that bad?
It was that bad. It was a Morocco in all parts of the department of the team. From the goalkeeping, defense, to the midfield, to the attack. They were superior against the Argentines. I was even looking for the players that were dominating the scenes for Argentina. They don't look like crayfish. They just vanished.
So I usually like to say that it was the Flying Eagles that just, how would I put it down? Just
Morocco catch that Flying Eagles team, it will be murder.
I mean, just like Jerry said, it was not
a murder scene.
It was not a fluke at all for the Moroccans. They defeated Spain, defeated Brazil, defeated France, South Korea. I think they only lost one game to Mexico.
They didn't get there by fluke.
Exactly.
They beat the best to become the best.
Absolutely, and that should be a lesson for the Super Eagles and also our age grade teams right here in Nigeria. And just before we go on the show, we wrap up with Mr. Jerry Apello. I think he is going to escape this one, but Manchester United captain or vice captain Harry Maguire is saying the team should build on the Liverpool win. Harry Maguire scored a crucial 84th minute winner for Manchester United, securing a 2-1 victory over Liverpool at Anfield. This win marks United's first triumph at Anfield in nearly a decade and gives them back-to-back Premier League victories for the first time under the manager Ruben Amorim. I mean, Liverpool sets records for Manchester United. Amorim, that people have been saying that he can't do back-to-back. Since he joined Manchester United, Liverpool gave it to him. They considered late goals. The king of late goals considered late goals. And Maguire, who had previously scored the last chance to score in the 2-2 draw at Anfield last season, redeemed himself with this goal. The centre back was it Terry does not want me to finish again.
Was it in the 70th, 80th minutes now? A late goal is 95 minutes. No.
It's still a late goal.
No, late goal is from 90 minutes. 89, 90, 94. I think that game was even up to 95, 96 minutes.
But 80 is late now.
No, 80 is not.
80 is late.
But with that being said,
yes,
for Manchester United, it would be a shame that they will believe that they've arrived. Because you play
that's Man United for you.
Yeah, I'm really against the Liverpool side that Crystal Palace beat.
I don't know what you told. I don't know what you told
my excitement.
I don't know what you told my wife not to come on the show today.
No,
because this is the show where I'm waiting for my
wife was supposed to be here. Maybe he went to look for a Man United jersey. All those who are selling Man United jerseys have left. They have stopped selling the jersey because it's no longer moving.
So now that they achieved something, they went to get the jersey back. They never land.
They still made a bid for the jersey. The jersey has not arrived. I understand your pain. I need your Liverpool jersey. You just see the next available store. But my United jersey have not been selling well. And why it's not too late.
You are still not going to escape.
We can get it and wear it tomorrow.
Your forfeit is running for a full week.
No.
Your forfeit is running for a full week.
I know what I said now. I know what I said. But it's not here Uhuru. Amorim, I'm happy they are letting him stay more. So that
we need him.
They will need. So
he's like a father to us.
Other teams will get 3 points.
He's giving us the content.
Liverpool give him small. So that they will take bigger. I'm really disappointed. That Liverpool side is a very, very disappointing performance from a team that just won the league last season. Arne Slot, get your act together. If you don't, anyway, Klopp is already saying that he might be returning to football.
Yeah,
it's never too late.
He should come back.
We can tell him.
He should come already.
And the Slot. Bye. Jürgen Klopp, come back.
All right, Jerry. Like I said, your forfeit is running for the rest of the week. But yes, that's where we'll be drawing the curtain on the show today. It's been fantastic with the man right there talking about the big gun, Jerry Apello. And I want to give a shout out to my director and the producers that have been pressing the right button to make sure we had a fantastic show today. And yes, as the day is ending, yes, somebody said at the end of the day is going to end. But do make sure your day ends with football. And right here, join us on the show as we come again tomorrow to give you the juiciest stories from the world of football. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and I want to say bye for now.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To lifestyle and entertainment.
Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People television. Now, I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, PDP crisis worsens as November convention remains shaky. Anyanwu petitions DSS INEC over forged signature. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Darlington is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Darlington, and thanks for coming to Political Lens. We appreciate your presence as always.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
All right, thank you very much. Before we get into the major topic of discussion, let's take a quick look at the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest that held in parts of the country today. Barrister, you monitored it, you know, we have received live feeds from Abuja and all of that. You were initially opposed to this protest. Now, how do you situate all that happened today regarding the protest?
Mr. Koro, in fact, the day is not yet over. Because from all indication, the protest did not go as peaceful as it was envisaged. The last time I checked and I heard, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Ejimako, had been arrested with Fine Boy and other people. And there was a shooting and a tear gas. And so the protesters went in disarray. In fact, the police warned Sowore not to venture into Aso Rock premises. And so when he dared them, they opened up fire. And he ran for his dear life. Nnamdi Kanu ran with other people.
Nnamdi Kanu?
Sowore
ran.
Yes, Sowore ran for his dear life. You know? That will tell you that things didn't go well. And with this position now, it has hardened the government position. Something I have been afraid of. It has hardened the government position and putting in Nnamdi Kanu in more jeopardy. And even if anybody should go now and say, I'm sure the government will say, no, we don't want to hear that. Because of the way the things turned out. This is something would have been peacefully organized.
Barrister, the protest was very peaceful. At least it started that they didn't go to the precincts of Aso Rock. They didn't go near the National Assembly. The march started at somewhere in Otaku.
But there was a shootout.
No, there was no shootout. It was the police that started firing shots into the air.
Is that not
unprovoked?
Is that not a shootout?
So look like it was premeditated by the government, you know. not to make it peaceful. Why did the government start shooting at that point?
But there were places they say you should not venture into.
No, but Utako, look at the video there. If you look at the screen, that place is Utako. They were nowhere near the presence of the National Assembly or Aso Rock. So why the shootout? Why the shooting by the police?
There were some streets they said they should not even approach. Not just National Assembly and Aso Rock. There are other places they mentioned. But Sowore dared them. Sowore dared the police. We are talking of a peaceful resolution of this matter, please.
Barrister, we are talking of a peaceful protest. The protest was largely peaceful until the police came with a show of force. That is the question. Why would they do that?
Were you expecting them to stand akimbo when their principal is watching their reaction? So you just heard that there was a rumor of coup the other day. And everybody in that Abuja is apprehensive. This warmongering posture, will it help Nnamdi Kanu now? Will it help him? That is the question. Don't you think the government position will be hardened now? It will be hardened. No matter how you look at it, the government will be hardened their position. And so anybody that wants to go and talk now for political resolution say no, we don't want to hear.
But Barrister, don't you think that the government practically drove Nigerians into this last track? Because peace overtures have been made. People have asked, very prominent Nigerians outside the Southeast have weighed in on it and said, look, release this man. He is not the cause. In fact, the moment you release him, there will be peace in the Southeast. Mbazulika Amechi, before he died, said to the president, then Buhari, release this young man to me. I guarantee that there will be peace in the Southeast.
Mr. Okoro, I want to ask you.
Chukwudi Ezife did the same thing.
I'm coming.
So, Barrister, now the point is this. Don't you think that all the avenues for peaceful resolution of this issue, have been closed out to the people? And that is why they are resorting to protest.
That is why Sowore went on the protest. Listen very well, Mr. Okoro. Is there any way Tinubu will go to the south? Because Tinubu is looking for a vote now. Whichever way you look at it, we are very, very important to his re-election.
Barrister, when you say we, what do you mean?
That is the Southeasterners.
Okay, Southeasterners.
Is there any way Tinubu can go there to canvass for election or to do campaign without Nnamdi Kanu being presented to him as a condition?
He went to Imo State.
This particular one now,
okay,
of the election, with what they not have done to him. I mean, you have to use wisdom in this thing. Now that the Tinubu has fallen out with the North, it is the time the Southwest will say, okay, this is an opportunity. Mr. President, we are even sacrificing our own for you, but you must release Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, we are going to support you on one condition and one condition alone, Nnamdi Kanu. That's it.
Okay, now don't you think that the president will practically take that he takes the Southeast for granted? I mean, out of the 5 Southeastern states.
Not now.
Barrister, out of the 5 Southeastern states, 3 of them belong to the APC, and the governors will do anything and everything to deliver, the president.
We are going to
Anambra State is more like one leg in, one leg out.
Look,
same thing with Abia State. So, do you think that the president will still, come to the Southeast?
He must, because it's just the governor. The governor is not the people. If the people of the Southeast decide that no, we are not until you release in Naka, don't look for a vote. What do you think will happen? The governor will do what? He put gun on my head to vote for Tinubu. It's not possible. That time you are talking about, he was in bed with the Northerner. Now that they have said no, we are not backing you, and they have said it openly and practically. That's why Tinubu is now looking for the Southeast and South. And if I look very well, the Southeast is very important in the equation. It's very, very important in the equation. So this is the time we should have applied our political wisdom and say, Mr. President, you need our vote. Fine. Oh yeah, releasing Nnamdi Kanu.
Barrister, how important is the Southeast in the Nigerian equation in terms of votes, in terms of politics?
Good, because if you remove the Southeast, you will have only the Southwest and the South-South. And this
how about the North?
No. And these places, their votes is already divided. Yes, they are heavily divided.
South-South divided?
Yes.
Between
now,
who and who?
Within Dire and River State. That's Bayelsa and River State. You know what is going on there?
What is going on? All of them are going to the APC.
No.
Delta is APC. Akwa Ibom is APC. Cross River is APC. Edo is APC.
I said, I'm talking of the governors. The people are not with the APC. That's the only thing I'm telling you.
No, Barrister, when we discuss these things, I like for us to contextualize them, you know, within what happens in Nigeria. You know, when on election day, the governors will receive the INEC commissioners, the INEC officers and all of that. The police will be at their beck and call and all of that.
That was before.
Okay.
Don't assume. So
you think there will be a difference?
I said this time around, it will not be Uhuru.
With what happened in 2023?
I said this time around, there must be free and fair election.
With the way Nigerians are talking about state capture.
That was before. They have already told.
Barrister, what has changed?
A lot have changed.
Like what, sir?
Like the people's perception have changed. What the people are going through now, or what they have gone through. Are you trying to discount it? You mean all those things will not come to play? This hardship, everybody is feeling it. Even the most stupid person who don't know politics, that person have now come to know what is going on, and they are going to react with their vote. That's what I'm telling you here. If things have been rosy and all that, you say, okay, no problem, you know, we can manage it. But now, everybody, let them do opinion polls. How many opinion polls have they done? Even non-state actors. All of them against Tinubu APC. Against Tinubu APC. So what do you think will happen in the voting this improper? And they are talking of a electoral reform. Let us see whether IRF and BIVAS will now be legal.
All right, then. Barrister, I like the optimism that you said, and I hope that Nigerians will be able to buy.
And a new INEC chairman who told them that they will even use drones and all that. So the changes are coming. Things cannot continue forever. We are talking of free and fair election to know actually whether the people want you or not.
Okay. Now, beautiful. Barrister, now let's get into the major topics of conversation for today. The crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has deepened as the party's National Secretary, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, alleged that his signature was forged on a letter sent to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Well, the letter in question reportedly notified INEC of the PDP's planned national convention, scheduled for November 15 and 16 in Ibadan, Oyo State. Anyanwu, who is a political ally of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, made the allegation in petitions addressed to INEC, the Department of State Services, DSS, and the Inspector General of Police. In the petitions dated October 15, he denied ever signing or authorizing the August 29 correspondence notifying INEC of the planned convention. In a letter to INEC titled RE, People's Democratic Party Year 2025 Elective National Convention, petition against forgery and cloning of my signature, Anyanwu stated that the referenced document was neither signed, approved nor issued by him. He described the situation as shocking and called for an immediate investigation into what he termed as a criminal act. He alleged that the officers of the PDP, in collaboration with unnamed individuals within INEC, might be behind the forgery. Anyanwu attached an excerpt of the disputed document to his petition as evidence and demanded that those responsible be prosecuted. Well, similar petitions were also sent to the DSS and the police, where he repeated his call for a thorough investigation. This development comes amid rising tensions within the PDP ahead of its scheduled convention. Despite plans to hold the event in Ibadan, dissatisfaction continues among some party members, particularly allies of Wike, who are unhappy with the leadership of the acting national chairman, Elia Omar Damagum. Their concerns include unresolved issues regarding zonal leadership in the South-South and disputes over control of party structures in several states. The crisis has also spilled into the courts. In a suit before the Federal High Court in Abuja, some state party chairmen and zonal officials accused the Damagum-led National Working Committee NWC of the violating the party's constitution and election guidelines. A major point of contention during the hearing, which which lawyer had the legal authority to represent the party, with two senior advocates of Nigeria, Kamaldeen Ajibade and Chief Chris Uche, laying claim to that role. Further complicating matters, 14 members of the National Working Committee issued a letter reaffirming Ajibade's removal as National Legal Advisor and naming Uche as his replacement. Well, Ajibade, however, rejected the decision, insisting that only a national convention has the constitutional power to remove him. With Anyanwo's forgery allegation now in play, fears have grown that the PDP's internal divisions and legal battles could jeopardize preparations for its November convention. Barrister, with this development, what are the prospects of PDP surviving 2027? This convention has been postponed several times. What are the prospects of PDP surviving 2027 with all that is going in, about, and around the PDP? Look at court cases, look at the allegation, by Sam Anyanwo that his signature was forged, which is criminal, by the way, if it's established. What are your broad reactions to the issues around the PDP?
My reaction is that this particular issue will go into 2026 because they are not going to be resolved in a jiffy. And this is laying the foundation for PDP's disintegration. Because if you didn't conduct your convention and then you didn't do your primary as at when due, that means you are not going to take part in the election. That's the truth. Paving way for APC to, that is what they are working towards.
Who is working towards?
The people that are orchestrating this problem. They are working towards an answer now.
But Barrister, do you by chance know the people that are behind all of this?
Who else? Wike that they could not discipline. I just don't know why up to today, since 2002, in 2023, nobody in PDP could discipline Wike. I just don't know what is going on. Seriously, that party, I'm sure they are under a heavy spell. I'm not joking. They should go and look at what is wrong with them. That party is under a very heavy spell. And somebody is going to benefit from this problem in PDP. That's the truth. From all indication, PDP may not contest this election. It's as simple as that. There's no two ways about it. If at this point they are still talking of convention, convention that you have settled all the issues about leadership and all that, they are still on it up till now. Now it is a signature. Okay. This and that. All right. By the time they finish signature, they will start, another issue will crop up. All because of who? Wike.
Okay, Barry said a lot of people are worried, and it is troubling, to pin down, the entire problem of PDP on one man, Nyesom Wike. How come that he's able to overpower every other person in that party? Talk about Atiku Abubakar, talk about Goodluck Jonathan himself, the former president, talk about Olusegun Obasanjo, talk about Adolfo Suwabra, the BOT, talk about Bode George, eminent persons in that party. How come one man, and it looks like he's the only problem? Does it look like other people have not contributed to this problem? Why pin it down on Wike all the time?
Wike is being used by somebody to destabilize the PDP.
And the PDP allows itself to be destabilized?
Well, all the effort they have made. Listen, Mr. Ogoro, when the BOT of PDP wanted to hold a meeting to expel Wike, didn't you see what happened?
No, the BOT cannot expel him. They are this advisory.
Good. But they wanted to have a meeting. What happened? And they said that meeting is all about Wike. Immediately, they went to the venue, their party headquarters. What happened? Police and even army came there and sacked everybody, who broke the windows, scattered everything, and chased them away. But the judge had to come out and be lamenting He was lamenting of what happened that day. So who mobilized the police against them? Who? Mr. Okoro, who mobilized the police against them? So that will tell you what is going on. This is a party meeting. They didn't invite the police, they didn't call the police, but they came.
But I think as at that time, certain people that were not invited, to that meeting tried to bulldoze their way into the meeting.
Of course.
At that time, the issue of national secretaryship was in contention.
Of course.
Between Sunday Udokoye and Anyanwu. So I think one party called police for the other. So wiping it down on the minister of the FCT.
No. Those people, they don't have the temerity. They don't even have the right to invite the police. The police cannot just answer anybody in a party matter. Okay, why did they now sack everybody and break windows and all that? Is that what they were called to come and do? No, tell me. If they were not told to come and make sure that the meeting does not hold. Well,
no, Barrister, this time the case seems to be more grievous with a criminal charge of forgery roped around the neck of the other faction. With this petition unresolved, now, do you think that INEC will attend the convention to confer it the legitimacy it deserves? And what will be the implications from a legal perspective if INEC doesn't observe that convention?
There's no way. There's no way they can hold that thing. If the authentic signature is in contention.
Now, how do we know which signature is authentic?
Because the man who's supposed to sign, he said he did not sign, that his signature was forged. Do you think the man is joking? What if they are the one that orchestrated this false signature?
That is the big question.
They orchestrated it to cause confusion.
What if he signed and said, I'm not the one that signed? How do we get to know?
He may not be the one, but to some of the people in their group, yes, may have been authorized to sign it. Because if he signs, it will look similar, or if not accurate. So somebody may have, in their group, may have done this, just to put a spanner in the works. The idea is what? Make sure that the PDP does not hold their convention, not to talk of a primary. Mr. Okoro, it's terrible. It's terrible. Look, from all indications, this party will not contest this election. I'm not joking. That is the end game. Even if they want to allow it, maybe at a week to the election, when they will not even be able to do anything. That's where they are working towards. They want to make sure that PDP does not contest this election. And you think all will be well. Anyway, Nigerians are waiting and watching. Because this type of thing never happened under PDP when they are in power. They allow every political party to, exist. To exist. All of a sudden, Wike is in APC, is in PDP. And nobody sees
that. Wike is not in APC. He has not formally left the PDP. Even people that have left the PDP formally, Atiku has left the PDP, but he's nowhere now.
Hold on. What do you call anti-party activities? When you are in a PDP and you are working for APC, what do you call that?
PDP permitted him to go work for APC. He said so. He told Nigerians.
No, look,
I wrote and got approval, permission from the National Working Committee, from the NEC.
Your own party now.
How is he working against the party?
By aiding this other faction, Anyanwu are they not deferring to him? Is that what he's supposed to
do?
Now, if not for a week, will Anyanwu be putting up this strong head? If not for a week. Remember that after their meeting, Wike and his group will held their own meeting in Abuja, in his house, in fact, in his house. Is that not true? Why should that be? No, why should that be? In his own house. He called his own people. They had their own meeting where they took certain decisions. And then told the leadership of PDP that, look, for us to cooperate with you, you must do this. They listed all their conditions.
Now talking about the conditions, one of the conditions was that Sam Anyanwu be recognized as the authentic national secretary of the party.
Has he not been?
He has been. That is the issue. That is the question.
So the other one,
not just that he's recognized, Sunday Udokoye has officially, formally left the PDP and joined the APC.
Okay.
So why is that problem persisting?
So that will tell you that that is the end game.
So apparently Wike is not the problem.
Wike is the problem. Who else is there now? Who else is causing problem?
That is what we want to find out.
Hold on. Who else is causing problem in PDP?
Who else is causing the problem? That's what we find out. Wike said, Sam Anyanwu is not the secretary.
He has come out openly.
Sunday Udokoye has left the party. So what's the problem?
Wike told you openly, even up to tomorrow, that he's working for Tinubu. When they accuse him of trying to contest the next election, he said no, that he is working for Tinubu, that he's all for Tinubu openly. Is that not anti-party activity? No, tell me. He has said it openly. And when you are working for somebody, will not be doing anything in his favor. There's no way you can exonerate him here. It's the arrowhead, it's the problem. From River State to Abuja, it is this same weekend. It is weekend. So let nobody come here to exonerate him. Other party members in PDP, have they been acting and behaving like Wike? How can you be the PDP that made you, and you come out and tell everybody that you are working for an APC candidate openly, and you are doing it? Please.
But Barrister, I would like for us to interrogate the persona of Nyesom Wike very well. You just mentioned River State. If you go to River State, the same Wike is the problem. If you go to PDP, the same Wike is the problem. If you go to FCT, the same Wike is the problem. Barrister, how can one man be so powerful, more powerful than a lot of people?
Mr. Okoro,
I want us to interrogate his persona. What is it about him?
There is nothing. They said any child in Igbo land, as a proverb, they say any child is father sent to go and thief in a neighbor's compound. He goes there with boldness. When he goes there, he doesn't knock on the door. He kicks the door open because the father is behind him. So, do you think Wike can behave in this manner if the APC heading the federal government is not backing him? Can he be acting on his own? Please tell me. Can a Wike muster the courage to do most of the things he has done on his own? Is it possible? You know it's not possible now. You know. When they were resolving a River State matter, was it Wike that everybody was calling? When the River State governor wanted to make peace, is it not Wike he ran to? So he is the person there, and that is because he has the federal might behind him. A Wike on his own cannot do nothing. After all, he has left government. He doesn't have any power of his own. The federal government is backing him. It's as simple as that. Let nobody be deceived. Somebody is backing him big time. Don't you see the security he moves about with?
He's a minister of the Federal Capital Territory.
How many of the ministers are working with such security? Mr. Okoro, you didn't answer me. You know, I've been asking so many questions on this platform, which you have not answered.
Barrister, I'm not meant. You are my guest now. I'm the one asking the questions, and you are providing answers. No. You don't ask me questions because I'm not supposed to have an opinion on this show. Yes.
But there are questions that is very pertinent that you answer, so that
okay, maybe rhetoric questions, questions that don't deserve answers. So that we can move on.
So
Barrister, questions that don't deserve answers, rhetoric questions.
There is no question that doesn't deserve an answer, even a stupid question. If you like, reply with a stupid answer. We'll listen to you. Wike is being backed by the federal government.
Barrister, by the conduct of practice and professionalism, I'm not supposed to answer your questions.
Don't answer, but I'm telling you, because you're asking me why Wike is doing all this. And I'm giving you the synopsis.
When I ask more questions, I just want us to deepen the conversation so that we'll get to, you know.
No. Did I take you to court? Did I call police?
No, you said I have not answered your questions. And I said the questions you ask are rhetorical questions.
That does not mean you should not ask more questions. Ask more questions.
I'm asking more questions.
Go ahead.
Now, Barrister, on Tuesday last week, former governor of Enugu State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, officially dumped the PDP and joined the APC. What becomes of the G5 governors? Is this testing the mic for the eventual defection of Wike to APC? You know, there were 5. Wike, Seyi Makinde, Samuel Otom, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, and Okeze Ikpeazu. You know, Seyi is at loggerheads. You know, for the optics, a lot of people still believe that Seyi, Wike, and Tinubu are working together, hand in gloves. You know, despite what Seyi puts out in the PDP. Now, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi has dumped the PDP and joined APC with his governor, Peter Mba. Samuel Otom is neither here nor there. You know, officially, his state is also APC. So, do you expect? Is it that this movement of Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, is it testing the waters for Wike, you know, for eventual decampment to the APC?
Look, Wike is waiting for 2027 to know where he will go to. But I don't see him reviving a PDP that he has destroyed. Neither will he join the APC formally. That is what is going on here. Wike is looking at the possibility of using a PDP to contest in 2031. But if you have destroyed PDP, where are you going to? Where are you going to? That is just the simple truth. This man may not know what he's doing to himself until 2031 comes. Then you will see him jumping from pillar to post. By that time, no single person will be with him, no single person. Because they will see him as a betrayer. Yes, they will see him as a betrayer. All the APC states and all the APC governors, who is he going to rally around? Or is it PDP? Who will listen to him? Eventually, they will leave PDP for him now. Yes, that is what is going to happen. But whether Wike remains in PDP or not, Mr. Okoro, I can see problem boldly written in this wall here. Problem is coming.
Where is the problem coming from?
I said problem is coming. Big problem in Nigeria. Don't worry yourself. You see this thing that is happening.
But sir, what kind of problem is that? Is it political explosion or insecurity or economic problem that we're already deep into?
Problem can come in different forms. APC will regret this thing they are doing. I'm not joking. They will regret it.
Barrister, how will APC regret it? More governors are, in fact, we are told that even governors from the Northeast in particular, will defect to the APC.
Okay.
The other day, we saw Senator Semala Akila, you know, jump from the PDP to the APC from Bauchi State.
Have you even seen what they call a Fuji House of Commotion?
Okay.
That is what APC will turn to. Count down to 2027. APC will turn to Fuji House of what? Commotion. Maybe by that time you now know what I'm talking about. It has never happened in the history of this country that people will just be jumping. A party that has not done well in governance, and everybody runs to that party, and you think it's ordinary.
And when you say a party that has not done well in governance, the governors are saying they are moving because of the economic reforms of the president, which is paying off for Nigerians.
The economic reform that have brought the hardship, according to World Bank, or didn't you hear World Bank? No, tell me. They must look for something to hold on.
The same World Bank that prescribed the pills that Nigeria is taking.
Yes, so that will tell you what we are talking about. The subsidy, is it going on? Are we not paying subsidy now? Hold on. Are we not paying subsidy? The same subsidy they are using to tell you reform. We are paying subsidy. When you borrow money, you use it to cushion the effect of subsidy. As of today, 300,000 barrels of crude oil is reserved for subsidy. So how are you paying subsidy then? How? Can't you see the city here? Which bold reform? No, quit the bold reform for God's sake. Let us leave this, you know. All this deceit, it will come to a head. Let them continue to deceive Nigerians. But people who know what is going on, they still know. All this reform, they are using it to hoodwink the governors who believe that there is a reform. So this money you are now borrowing, if there is subsidy, this money you are now borrowing, what is it for? Tell me. This 21 will be $24 billion. What is this for? No, tell me now. Since your reform is yielding fruit, you go and borrow money. You now use it as if you are using the money of subsidy. God Almighty.
Barrister, on the papers today, Afebe Balola, a senior advocate of Nigeria, your colleague lawyer like you, said, look, that our high debt profile is driving away foreign investors.
No, they will come. They are coming. They are coming. Did they tell you that investors' confidence have been rekindled at...
Exactly the point. So who do we believe?
Yes, these are... Mr. Okoro, go and listen to the press. Government press, they will paint good pictures. And when you read it, you think that they are telling you the truth. No, they are not. Whenever they write anything on paper now, I will look at the paper where it is coming from.
Okay.
Government paper.
So some of the newspapers are some of the media houses are patronizing.
Exactly. Lagos Ibadan Press. They package this government well. Will the nation tell you something that is unto us about this government? The Nation newspaper. Do you expect them to write anything that will harm the government? And when you read it, you say, you may not even know. You may not even know who is behind the nation. You may not even know where the nation is coming from. You just read it and you believe that, yes, this is the authentic one. That is what is going on, nothing else. Propaganda. Everything is looking up. Where is it looking up? Where is it? Where is it? Buhari left a debt of 70-something trillion.
No, 44.
44.
Between 40 41.
So now look at where you are taking it to.
152.
That is 100.
But we are investing all of that money.
In what?
In infrastructure.
Where are they?
Rail lines. Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Badagry Sokoto Highway.
Leave that thing. So since you borrowed 100 trillion in 2 years, that means in another 2 years, you borrow.
No, the government says no, we are done with internal borrowings now. So because that 152 has two components, local and foreign borrowings.
They said internal borrowing. Is it not because the banks are no longer capable of borrowing money to government? Because the one they borrow, they have not paid. Can't you get it? They didn't say they will not borrow.
But Barrister, why are we borrowing so much money? Because at every time we are told that one agency or the other surpassed their revenue target for the quarter, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. And oil prices, went up at a point we were able to meet our OPEC quota. We hear that oil theft has reduced and all of that. So why are we still borrowing money?
When you are serving the God of Mammon, he will never be satisfied with money. That's why they call him God of Mammon. So this government, I am beginning to think that they are serving a God of Mammon. That is why with all the humongous amount of money we have made, we don't see the dividends. That means this God of Mammon is the one sucking our money. That's the truth. There's no other explanation. Let them give us a breakdown of the money they have made and the one they have spent. No way. No way. They have not told us. At a glance, you're supposed to see the money that government is making from a website, but they remove the website. They remove it, so you don't even know what is on.
Okay. All right. Now, Barrister, let's visit the issue of the opposition. We have less than 2 years to the election. What is the state of the opposition in Nigeria, especially with regard to what is going on in the PDP, the ADC, the Labour Party, and all of that? Do you expect an upset in 2027?
I don't think so. They have been hypnotized. The opposition is under heavy hypnotism. The same thing they did to Jonathan in Aso Rock. They have been hypnotized. Quote me. Because I have never seen this type of thing in Nigeria. I have never. That means when something is this bad, it is better you look at it closely and see what is wrong. The opposition is under a heavy spell. Look, when you are dealing with some people or somebody, and you know the antecedent and the character of this person, you should be expecting that which he is known for. You should be expecting it. You don't expect a snake to become short all of a sudden. No, a snake will always be long. A leopard cannot change his spots. If you are dealing with some people or somebody who believe in all these things, he will never, or the people will never achieve anything without consulting one witch and wizard. They always want to acquire power through this means. I said I remember what Wole Soyinka said. By the time they chased Jonathan out of Aso Rock, he said that the spell they placed on Jonathan wouldn't have saved him in Aso Rock. And the Bishop Mike Okonkwo of Trem He said that all the pastors in Nigeria couldn't have saved Jonathan from the spell they placed on him.
But sir, who is the day? Who are the day?
Who else? Who removed Jonathan from power? No,
Nigerians voted.
No. Which party? Oh, Mr. Okoro, you have come now. Which party benefited from the exit of Jonathan? Which party?
Was it a party team or was it about Nigeria?
It's the party that took over. That party did most of the work, which have been Nigeria. Are you not hearing what has happened now? You are calling Nigeria.
Barrister, what has happened?
Didn't you see what happened?
Like what? What happened?
The people in APC, they are coming out now to sing in Keneri. They are singing and telling you what they did. In fact, El-Rufai said that he will talk more. He said it.
Barrister, El-Rufai is talking now. He's talking because he didn't get into cabinet.
Look, listen that thing. You have seen the figures he brought out. All the states how the election panned out. Nobody from the presidency have replied him or challenged him. True or false? True or false?
Do they need to challenge him? Because, I mean, the Supreme Court affirmed the election of the president.
Leave all those things. The Supreme Court. Which court? No, that election tribunal, even the people that did it, did they tell you that they did it with clear eye? Since that time till now, has this
okay, now Barrister, if we have a situation where, from the picture that you have painted, you know, all the parties. Okay, Barrister, I would like for you to. I will come back to you. There's an incoming call. Let's take the call and hear him out. Good evening and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you are calling from. 1 minute, sir. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, now unfortunately we've lost that call.
The line has gone off.
Okay, yes. But Barrister, like, if we are able to trace, according to you, the problems in all the opposition parties to one man, you know, does it lend credence to the fact that that man might be the master strategist like Nigerians have painted him? So what is he?
No. Do you know why? One of the reasons why I like this athletic, international athletic meet?
Okay.
They don't tolerate cheating. The moment you cheat, they will, in fact, they will punish you. They will sanction you. If you now use a performance-enhancing drug to win a race, later you are tested and they discover that this is what you did. Have you not seen what they do to them? No, we don't say that because you have won. In fact, you are the fastest runner. You fly like a bird. Therefore, since you have won, now you go with your trophy. No. They did it to our owner, Okabere. I'm sure by the time she finished the 10 years ban, she will be expired. That's the truth. That is what you do so that any competition will be clean, free and fair. Don't reward infamy, Mr. Okoro. Don't. All this is strategy and whatever. It's because you and I, we have accepted it as a way of life. Can't you do something with the free and fair hand? You want to contest election, you apply all manner of rubbish. And people will be telling you it is a straw what? You're either using Agbero or you are compromising all the institutions. And you are calling it strategy. Don't you see how the Western world will punish their leaders who want to contravene their electoral processes? Richard Nixon, what shut him down from his second term? Richard Nixon of the US. Just because of his dropping. Not to talk of when you are using Agbero to fight for you, snatch ballot box, disenfranchise others and all that. And you are telling me strategy. That's not strategy. That is infamy of the highest order, and we should frown at it. Election should be free and fair without any inducement, without any force. That is the only way you can beat yourself. Say, yes, I won this election. You celebrate it. Not this type of thing we are seeing here. Not this type of thing. It's unfortunate, seriously.
Okay, now Barrister, as we custom now, I want us to talk about something that happened recently, and it's about the coup scare. Now, the Defense Headquarters has denied reports of any coup attempt, but we hear 16 officers, you know, have been arrested and undergoing investigation. We also hear that a certain governor, a former governor from the south, is also under investigation. Barrister, this cool thing, is it phantom to distract, or is it to hide the discontent in society? What will it be for you? Is this some form of distraction? Do you think it happened? Recall that 2 or 3 days ahead of the 65th independence anniversary, the presidency came out to say that there wouldn't be any parade. And looks like, was that intentional, or is it that the security, the intelligence community had noted that, look, there was something like a coup. You know, this case, is it real or phantom? What do you think? What will it be for you?
You know, when something is looking like a real, you look at it closely. You remember when Abacha, when he was in power, you know that the man was infamous for disappearing people. And for that reason, many people were against him, one way or the other. Is that not true? Good. And he now created a phantom coup to take care of those people who are against him. All of them were reined in. Dia and Larewaju even went to cry at his feet, and he had to give them is it not white handkerchief to clean their tissue? All those things are what orchestrated, we know. But this is a civilian setting. Is it not a shame that 2 years into an administration, you are talking of a coup? If we do the right thing, for God's sake, what is wrong? What is wrong? If the right thing are done, will anybody be thinking of you not even carrying it out?
That is my question. Is it a product of discontent in society?
Yeah, I mean, who else carry coup? Is it not the military? Is it a civilian? It's the military.
Great Oboro was not a soldier.
It just happened. The real people, the real full soldiers.
No, but he was the mastermind.
How can he be the mastermind?
He was the sponsor. He was the sponsor.
No, sponsor. You just sponsor. It's the military that knows the tactics now.
No, he wasn't acting alone.
No, there's no way you will not involve the civilian because they have a role to play. Ogboru was using his fish farm to harbor some of the vehicles they are going to use. That is the prominent role he played. And somebody living near him saw this and reported that, look, these people, there are some vehicles and all that, armor tank. They are stockpiling somewhere. This was one of the reasons that happened with that of Ogboru. But in this particular case, something is definitely wrong. What we are seeing,
what could be wrong? What is
wrong is the administration. The way this administration is very, very bad. The level of arrogance and impunity is, in fact, the military couldn't have done this. The military couldn't have gone this far in infamy. All the institutions have been compromised in a democracy. Now look at all the opposition. You are not even allowed them to breathe. All the opposition. All the institutions compromised. The legislature, the judiciary, civil society, everybody that is anybody. Nobody could talk. Nobody could talk. So what do you call that? Is that a democracy? It's not. That is one of the reasons that angered the people. To make matters worse, insecurity, which you swore to carry out, to curtail, you couldn't do that. All what your only concern is 2027, how to win election. Meanwhile, the real governance is suffering. You are just all about yourself, what concerns you. This is not how to run a government, seriously. It has gotten to a head where even ordinary people have said, no, we can't do this any longer. You remember hunger strike and all the other strike that has happened in this country. All because of what? Impunity and arrogance. You know that this thing you are doing is not good, yet you are doing it. Because nobody could talk. Nobody could challenge you. That is it. Nobody could talk. You are not even listening to anybody. What you want to do is what you are going to do in a democracy. Eh? Okay, the reform you are talking about, where is it? 2 years, 3, going to 3 years, no sign.
All right.
By next year now, campaign and primaries will start. That means governance is over. So 4 years down the line, we didn't see one single dividend of your reform. Rather, you hire the press, you hire some people to be praising you that yes, your reform is yielding fruit. Meanwhile, we are not seeing the fruit. We are not seeing the benefits. So what does that tell you?
All right then. Now this would be a good place to anchor this conversation. But I must say that the opinions expressed here are those of the guest analyst and not the position of Voice of the People Television. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for coming to Political Lens. We appreciate you as always.
With our pleasure.
And I hope that we can do this some other time. Right, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bass manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nnamdi Kanu. Stay with us and don't go away, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the morning show.
I've been in this profession now over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukwuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekubali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions. You don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke gị.
So this is the people's voice, and the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on at VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Nnamdi, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship.
People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel, you know.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nnamdi. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from EFCC recovering 500 billion naira and securing 7,000 convictions in 2 years, to Ananuga seeking disciplinary action against Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer. Also, federal government is moving to ensure Nigeria's health policies reflect grassroots realities. We'll delve into the implications of these stories on Nigeria's political landscape and more. Join us as we break down these facts and provide context to help you stay informed. After this short break, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government says Nigeria's anti-corruption fight is yielding strong results as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has recovered assets worth over 500 billion naira and secured more than 7,000 convictions in the past 2 years. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu at the EFCC NGI Capacity Building Workshop for Judges and Justices in Abuja, said the achievements reflect the administration's non-interference in the agency's operations and its commitment to transparency and accountability. He explained that recovered proceeds are being reinvested into key development projects, including the student loan and consumer credit schemes. The Vice President further called for stronger collaboration among the executive, legislature, and judiciary, emphasizing that justice and transparency are vital to building a Nigeria free of corruption. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Joining us virtually is Engineer Fimba Ajegu. He is a chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State, and a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's also a commentator on social and national issues. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for joining us, Fimba. Okay, we'll get to him. Okay, we'll get to him during the show. Okay, let's start with you, Dr. Peter. 500 billion naira recovered in 2 years. Would you say that's an impressive one? Is it an impressive action or impressive step or underwhelmed?
Well, for me, I don't know who the money or the asset was recovered from. And I know that EFCC is doing pick and choose. EFCC is doing pick and choose. most of the corrupt individuals have been exempted from persecution by the EFCC. Hadi Sirika has not been prosecuted. Omar Farouk has not been prosecuted. Many of the big thieves in this country are still going free. So for me, I don't know who that money was recovered from. And if they think that it is a big money, for me it's not. When you convert 500 billion to dollars, how much? So for me, the right people are not being prosecuted. EFCC is being pick and choose. Most of the people who are sympathetic to APC, sympathetic to the government in power, are not being prosecuted. So for me, I'm not impressed with what is going on there.
Okay, so one of the things that Shetima said during his speech at this program is that the administration has given EFCC the needed independence to execute their statutory mandates. Do you think that is true? Would you say that is true?
It is not true. That's why I say they are doing pick and choose. If they are independent, Hadi Sirika should have been in Kuje prison as we speak. Omar Farouk has been in prison as we speak. What is her name? The former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, should have been in prison as we speak. Where are they? Where are they? So they are taking permission who to prosecute from Aso Rock. And people who are friendly to those individuals are not being prosecuted. So saying that they are independent, they are not, and they have never been, and they will not be.
Okay, so this thing you're saying is actually so different from what the government is saying, because really they have come out to say that they're not shielding any political ally. They're really saying that they're not shielding any political ally, that nobody is a friend to a friend to the government.
Then
and
where is Hadi Sirika, the former Minister of Aviation? Where is Omar Farouk, the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs? Where is Betta Edu, who was removed from office because of corruption? People's money was transferred into a personal account. And where is she? So for me, the people to be prosecuted are not being prosecuted.
So are you saying that nobody that is linked to this government that has been prosecuted?
If you know of any, let me know. Just mention one. If you know of any, just mention one.
Okay, let's move away from that. You know, beyond recovery figures, how would you say the EFCC... Okay, before you answer that question, really, let's still go back to how well they've done. Recently, in an interview, Nnamdi said his boss has really performed. You know, he had 3 priorities on coming into office, and he reeled out those priorities. He said one of the priorities was to use anti-corruption to stimulate the economy, to work within the rule of law, and then, of course, to enforce professionalism within the EFCC. And he actually said that on those 3 scores, that his boss, which is Olu Koyede, has performed excellently well.
That's what he's expected to say.
So
if you don't say it, he'll be out the next minute.
So what do you think about that?
He is defending his boss, he's praising his boss.
No, what I mean is, what do you think about, has the FCC chairman really done any of those 3 things that he has?
His boss said he would rather resign from his job if Yahaya Bello did not go to prison. Where is Yahaya Bello today? Where is Yahaya Bello today? So I don't trust them. I don't believe them. Understand? As I said, those who are friendly to the government are not being prosecuted. It is only those who are that's on the other side. So offense in Nigeria is defined by where you come from and the party that you belong to. That is what defines criminality in Nigeria, where you come from and the party that you belong to. So if you come from the right side, and if you are a member of the APC, whatever you do is not a criminal offense. But if you come from the wrong side, or you're not a member of the ruling party, whatever you do is a criminal offense.
Okay, so beyond recovery figures, how do you think EFCC can ensure transparency? I guess I know that you said you feel like EFCC hasn't done what it should do, but how do you think EFCC can ensure transparency and public tracking of recovered assets?
If it's possible, is to have a mind of their own. If it's possible, is to have because you cannot be transparent when you don't have a mind of your own. But I know that with the way appointments are being made in this country, it's difficult for anybody to have a mind of his own because they are always loyal to somebody who gave them that appointment. They always do the bidding of the person that gave them the appointment. So, and since that is the case, transparency cannot be there, objectivity cannot be there, sincerity cannot be there. EFCC is just an attacking dog of the presidency.
Well, I'm sure they would argue that. I'm sure EFCC would.
I expected them to argue that, but the arguing that does not change my thinking.
Well, it's your opinion. So what reforms do you think should be are needed for the EFCC to begin to operate free from police? You already said that they are being influenced by the administration in power. So what are those things? What are the reforms I think can come into play for EFCC so that they begin to operate free from political influences?
That's why I say having a mind of their own. That's being independent, not being a page of the executive, not being a page of cow. Nobody should be seen as too big, too big reason. As we speak, it is only the enemies of government that have been arrested, that are having their properties confiscated. So, because they are not being free until they become totally independent. That's the only condition that's when we begin to talk about whether they are doing good or not. But for now, they are doing pick and choose.
Okay, so one of the things that EFCC had said, or one of the things that Shetima said in this speech, was that some of these money that have been recovered are being used appropriately. So how do you think Nigeria can make this asset recovery translate into tangible economic benefits for citizens? Because it doesn't look like the common man is really benefiting from this. Yes, they real that some things that these monies are being used for, but how can this money or this asset recovery be used for?
Those things that you tell them, how can you verify it? Those areas that he said that they are channeling this morning, how can you verify whether it is true or not? We were told that the money that was saved from the removal of subsidy will be used there for so and so things. And they are still borrowing. They remove money from subsidy. Now money is coming because they are no more paying subsidy and they are still borrowing. So how can you justify these two issues? Because in this government, there's no transparency. Or everything is seen as propaganda. Everything is seen as propaganda. So for me, one, I don't know if money is being recovered. Even if it's being recovered, it's from the enemies of government. Even if money is being recovered, it's only from those who are not in the good book that's of the government. It's only from those who are from a particular section of the country. Understand? So, and whether it is being used for other things, I cannot verify, and I'm not sure.
Okay, so some of the things that have been said, from some of the things that the money have been used for, is they've been used to, according to Shetima, to fund critical social investment programs, including student loan and consumer credit schemes. They've said these are what the recovered monies have been used to do.
What is the consumer credit scheme? Who is benefiting?
That's the question that they have to answer. No, definitely not me. And of course, we'll move on to the next issue that we have on ground. Presidential aide Bayo Nanuga has called for disciplinary action against Aloy Ejimako, one of the lawyers representing detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Onanuga, who serves as special advisor on information and strategy to President Bola Tinubu, criticized Ejimako for joining protesters in Abuja, demanding Kanu's release. In a post on X, Onanuga argued that Ejimako's participation violates the principle of sub judice, since Kanu's treason case is still before the court, accusing him of abandoning his professional duties for what he called extra-legal tactics. Onanuga urged legal authorities to consider sanctions for what he termed unethical conduct. Meanwhile, there have been reports of attacks on the protesters and also on some journalists by members of the Nigerian police force. So, let's start with this. Of course, we knew the protest was held today. What is your take about the reports of police forcefully dispersing protesters from the protest locations?
Well, it's happening because the government is jittery. Government is jittery, and that's why they are acting that way. Every good government welcomes opposition. Every good government welcomes protest because protest is recognized in every constitution. Protest is recognized in every constitution. It is only autocratic government that doesn't welcome protest. So this shows the kind of government we are running at this point in the country. Because it is better that people come together and protest than everybody begin to take laws into their own hands. Because it will be far more dangerous if there's no protest and everybody starts saying, let me help myself, let me help myself. So protest remove that instinct or that urge to help yourself, which means you are helping the government, but they don't understand it. And again, there's nowhere in the world that you use knife wounds on protesters, because protesters are not criminals. Protesters are not criminals. You can only use tear gas or tear gas at worst, rubber bullets or water. You don't use knife ammunition on protesters because these are gentlemen and women. But when a government is uncouth, uncivilized, brutal, that is what you see.
Okay, before we move on, what do you think about what Onanuga said about the lawyer, Kanu's lawyer?
Is he a lawyer? Is Onanuga this thing? How can he say what he does not know? Understand? Ejimako is a lawyer, and before he knocked his door this morning, he has the consciousness of what he's going to do and the implications. He knows where he was going and the implications. That to start with, he has the right to protest. He has the right to protest. Mind you, the guilty party here is government, because appeal court has given an order for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Appeal court, several courts has given order for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, but government says no. So the guilty party here is not a Jimako, it is not a Sowore, it is not or the protesters who came out today to protest against injustice in the country. The guilty party is federal government who is disobeying court order.
But don't you think that Ejimako coming out to be a part of this protest, would it not look as if he doesn't trust the judiciary that he's also representing?
Do you trust the judiciary?
That's not my place to answer.
Okay, I don't trust them. I don't trust them. They are complicit. They are corrupt. Understand? So Ejimako, to start with, has every right to protest. It is within his constitutional rights. It is one of his civic responsibilities to protest, and he protested. And Ononoga should not teach law to Ejimako. Okay. Ononoga should not teach law to Ejimako, because I've never seen Ononoga in any court.
Okay, so there's under the rules of professional conduct, there's a rules of professional conduct for lawyers, and lawyers are prohibited from conduct that undermines the integrity of the court or ongoing proceedings.
That's if the court has integrity. That is if the court has integrity. It is not every court that has integrity.
But there's no clause to that. Is there a clause to that?
I say if the court has integrity, if the court is upright, understand? And if the parties are obedient to the law, not when a judgment is given and the parties say no.
Okay, well, is that okay? So still on that, do you think there's a difference between legal activism and professional misconduct? What Ejimako has done now, would you refer to it as a professional misconduct, or would you say it's a legal activism?
He enforced his right, his fundamental human right as a human being, which is his right to protest, and he protested.
But shouldn't he have been able to, just kind of stay aloof or stay away from this protest? Isn't it possible for him to have done that?
I say protest is his fundamental human right. You cannot take it away from him. It doesn't stop him from going to court tomorrow. But there's no even justice system in our country. So talking about integrity, does our courts have integrity? Does the federal government obey court orders? If they obey court orders, Nnamdi Kanu would not have been in court as we speak. Understand? Because an appeal court said that he should go. Why has government not obeyed it?
Okay, that's a question that the government would have to answer, because everyone really is waiting for them to obey the court orders, and of course, this is one of the reasons the protest is ongoing. But would you say that this debate ties into the broader conversation about shrinking civic freedoms in Nigeria? Is there something about that? Is it that people cannot really freely carry out their civic responsibilities as Nigerians?
When government is shooting at using knife bullet on protesters, what do you call it? When government are using knife bullets on protesters, what do you call that? That's why when Sowore said that he was going there to protest on behalf of the police, I called him, Sowore, don't waste your time. These people don't deserve it. And it was the people that he was fighting for that are now shooting him. Understand me? It is the people, the police that he was fighting for that are now shooting him. So, and that proved what I told him, that he was going to waste his time, because these people don't deserve it. So when your fundamental human rights are being reduced on a daily basis by government, understand? When the will of the people no longer prevail, when government is no more afraid of reaction of the people, what do you think that is? So we are no more running a democracy. What we are running is autocracy, or even totalitarianism, which is everything for the state and nothing against for the state. Whatever you do that's not welcomed by the state, you will be seen as an enemy and as a suspect.
Okay, some of the things that happened during the protest today was that there were reports that some journalists were attacked. And you know that Nigeria, as at 2024, the reports in 2024, Nigeria ranks 112th out of 180 countries on the 2024 World Press Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders. And it's been slipping steadily since 2021. And now this new incident, or this recent incident by the police, what does the arrest of these journalists during a court-approved protest, because of course the court had already approved the protest, despite what the police is saying, what does this say about the state of press freedom in Nigeria?
Well, there's no press freedom. And what is saving Nigerians is social media. What is saving Nigerians is social media. Because the mainstream media has compromised. The mainstream media has to an editor of Lagos. He told me that they have instructions to be using a story that is anti-government, anti-APC. That's what an editor told me. Understand? He said, I will not use this story. My MD will not be happy with me. They say I shouldn't be using stories that is against government, against APC. And that's why for 3 times in 2 years, Tinubu has held meeting with the Newspaper Owners Association of Nigeria. That's Newspaper and Proprietors of Nigeria. So they have already compromised. And you check, most of the newspapers are owned by those in APC. Understand? Most of the newspapers are owned by those in APC, or those sympathetic to APC. Most of the radio stations, the same thing. Most of the TV stations are the same thing. Apart from maybe VOP and Arise, other ones have compromised. So your media space are shrinking on a daily basis. If not because of social media, 1 million people will be killed in Nigeria. Nobody will hear it.
Wow. Okay. We'll come back to you, but let's go to our guest who is joining us virtually, Fimba Jegu, Engineer Fimba Jegu. He's the chairman, Safety Engineers, and he's also a commentator on social and national issues. Welcome, Fimba. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here.
You're welcome. Okay, so we're talking about the protest. What happened during the protest today? What's your take on what happened during the protest?
Sincerely, my opinion is that the federal government of Nigeria, whom a lot of us have high hopes on, disappointed today's event. Our police, our armed forces should have been more professional, not put in a position whereby they will be, rather than protect peaceful protests, they are rather attacking and putting all kinds of hardship on those who have come to protest peacefully. This is not what we should be having at this 21st century in 2025 under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whom of course in his own days was a major, he was participated in many other protests as an ADECO. And he knows how these peaceful protests should be. And now that he is in the position of power, that he should cordon, he should ensure that there is no wrong elements that will take advantage of the protest. Rather, he's putting armed forces to intimidate and harass peaceful protesters. It's very bitter the world is watching, and people like us and many more are not happy with this, sincerely. The object and the subject of the matter is that Nnamdi Kanu should be free now. I mean, it is very obvious. The courts have spoken a number of times, and you don't have a very tangible or reasonable case against this young man you have put forward to prosecute him. Why not let him be? It can be any one of us. It could even be me. It could even be you in the studios. May God help us in this country.
Amen. Okay, so one of the things, so you know that Ejimako, who is a lawyer of Nnamdi Kanu, had joined this protest earlier in the day. And Onanuga, who is one of the presidential aides who is one of the president's presidential aides, had called for his for disciplinary action against him for joining the protest. Do you also share that? Do you think that Ejimako shouldn't have joined the protest? Of course, as a lawyer, do you think he should just have put his hands away, or taking his hands off that protest and just stood aloof and allowed every other person to go for the protest aside him?
Sincerely, with the amount of information at the lawyer's disposal, at the lawyer Ejimako's disposal, he volunteered to be part of the protest because the information he has genuinely touched him and has made him understand that the government of Nigeria holding Nnamdi Kanu is baseless. Him, not just him, and the other lawyer too, they have realized that what the federal government of Nigeria is doing to Nnamdi Kanu is baseless. This young man should have been let go many months ago, many years ago. If you don't find anything on him to prosecute him, the courts have asked him to let go, have asked him to set him free, and then the federal government of Nigeria, using the armed forces or the machinery or the DSS and the rest of them, are still holding him. Meanwhile, there are a lot of other people who have just been granted pardon recently. This is very appalling, very appalling. I, like many other Nigerians, are quite very unhappy, but just that sometimes, because of the kind of country we are in, many of us would have loved to join this protest, sincerely. And as the day goes by, a lot of us will be looking forward to perhaps express our bitterness, and in any means we can. But the federal government of Nigeria, seeing that people like Ejimako and his colleagues have joined this protest, should at the same time understand that the senior advocates of Nigeria, Nigerian Bar Association, all of them, these are just a sign of bitterness of what the judiciary is showing out, playing out in this our country. If Ejimako and his colleagues should join this kind of protest, it shows that yes, what they have seen and the information available to them is very appalling, and that Nnamdi Kanu should be let go.
Okay, so part of the incidents that happened during the protest today was that some journalists were attacked. We had reports of journalists being attacked. What would you say, what are the long-term implications of repeated arrest for Nigeria's democratic reputation?
Sincerely, I'm giving my personal opinion in this regard. Your question is quite very direct. The reporters and the press, they also have to understand that our country is a country where journalists oftentimes are being harassed, are being intimidated, which is not supposed to be. It's very sad. I think the NUJ and the other similar unions or societies should also come out and make their own statement very clear that please, on a case like this, the federal government should not intimidate or harass their members because they are performing their lawful duties. It is for them to come out and show the people what is exactly happening. So you don't have to go and harass and intimidate them in any means using the law enforcement or using the uniformed personnel, whichever way it is. Please, our government is a government of the people by the people. But I am quite disappointed that this kind of things will be coming up at this time, 2025. Please, on all reporters, they are supported, they are encouraged and protected to carry out their rightful responsibilities of making the people know exactly what is going on. Because I myself, I'm in Anambra currently in Oka, and I may not know exactly what's going on in many other places. Only when I see what the press are putting up in the media, then I can understand the gravity and extent of what has happened today.
Okay. Okay, would come back to you. Okay, let me come back to you at the studio, Dr. Peter. Would you really say that Nigeria is practicing democracy for the people, by the people? Would you say that's what we're practicing? Because he made mention of it. Democracy is for the people, by the people. And so what do you think that's what we're practicing? Actually, with the spirit of press...
Democracy has died in Nigeria long time ago. So whoever thinks that we are practicing democracy doesn't know the meaning of democracy. In democracy, power belongs to the people. In a democracy, government should be afraid of the people. Understand? But today, it is the people that are afraid of those in government. Understand? Imagine what happened during end bad governance. That's when Nigerian masses come out and raised a 10-point demand. Up to today, not even one was met. Not even one was met. Tinubu is behaving like Pharaoh in the Bible. When the Israelites were in Egypt, when Israelites say this burden is becoming too much on us, instead of making it better, he will add more. Is that democracy? Is there democracy in Nigeria where there's no separation of power, where there's no checks and balances, where it is only the executive that is functioning, where INEC takes instruction from the executive, the National Assembly takes instruction from the executive, the judiciary takes instruction from the executive. Democracy had died long time ago in this country.
Okay. Let's come to you, Fimba. Do you also share the same view that democracy is not being practiced in Nigeria?
Yes, frankly, I listened to my senior friend here. You see, I will not want to say that the democracy has died totally. We still have some little, parts of it that we are practicing. Because when that part comes completely down and is broken, then we can say that it's totally dead. But appreciably, I agree that yes, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, they have grossly failed in their own part of, in their own responsibility as it pertains to institutionalizing democracy in our country. They have grossly failed, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. I say it again. It's very sad that a lot of us see it as a rubber stamp, where the executive gives instructions to the judiciary, and then the judiciary carries it out, and the same thing they give.
Okay, we seem to have lost connections with Fimba there. Then let's move on away from the stories we had talked about. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, says the country's health policies must reflect the real-life experiences and needs of its communities. Speaking during an event in Lagos, the minister, who was represented, stressed that health reforms will only succeed if they are rooted in grassroots realities rather than top-down approaches. He noted that effective policy must resonate in the marketplace, the schools, farms, churches, and clinics where Nigerians live and work daily. Professor Pate emphasized the need to include the voices of youth, women, and marginalized groups in shaping public health decisions, describing inclusion as a matter of both fairness and effectiveness. Pate added that the government remains committed to working with private sector players and development partners to strengthen the nation's health security through the One Health approach, which integrates human, animal, and environmental health. Let's come to you, Dr. Peter. Why do you think that our policies are failing at the grassroots? Of course, we get to hear so much money being spent, but still, it doesn't get to the common man at the grassroots.
It is deliberate. It is intentional. Forget about all these beautiful scripts that they write. They know what they are doing. They want to keep all the people poor. Because when the people are poor, they'll be thinking of how to survive instead of asking questions. When the people are poor, they'll only be thinking how to survive. How do I get my next meal? So they will not have time to check whether what government is doing. Understand? They want to keep people poor so that they wake up, when they wake up very tired, they'll not even have the energy to protest. So all these things are deliberate measures that government is using. So when they come, they will present beautifully scripted papers. But when they go back, that thing that they wrote, they begin to do the opposite thing. All those things in the paper, the only way it can work is to bring a legislation that every public office holder should be using public facilities. Every public office holder should be using public facilities, public health centers, public hospitals. And when that thing when they begin to enforce it, you will see our medical department will begin to be well funded, because they will not want to die. Understand? They will not want that to go that to the hospital and be told that doctors are on strike. Because whatever they do now don't affect them directly. It don't affect their children directly. Imagine a minister of health, when he wants to do a checkup, he will go to UK. So which means if the doctors here are on strike, it doesn't affect him. So until legislation is made and begin to be enforced, that every public office holder, right from the president to the councillor, should be using public facilities. That is the only time we begin to listen to them. Anything other than that is mere propaganda. It's mere deception.
Okay. You know, we have traditional and community leaders, of course, in our villages, in our local governments and all. Is there a way Nigeria can leverage these leaders to be able to drive healthcare adoption?
Excuse me. If a governor in Nigeria can go to a public hospital in Nigeria, there's no way a local government chairman will go abroad. If the president can be using public facilities in Nigeria, there's no way a minister will go abroad. There's no way a senator will go, because people look up. What is the guy at the top doing? Understand me? So it's because of they are following what the president is doing. They are following what the president is doing. There was a day that P2B went to a hospital in Nnewi. Assuming that P2B is governor of Anambra State, and he went for a checkup in a hospital in Nnewi, there's no way a commissioner will go abroad.
Okay, let's have you, Fimba. I'm sure you are with us. Okay, so what do you think about this? You know, the Minister of Health has come out to say that he wants to have policies that would help healthcare, to take the healthcare to the grassroots. What do you think about this?
Frankly, you see, the Honorable Minister may have not been propagating properly the activities of the ministry. Sincerely, because a good number of us will tell you that, or will rather say we don't know exactly what is going on in the Ministry of Health of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because he's not even propagating the activities. And some of us will tell you that it's not working, while some, very little perhaps, will tell you that it's working. Those who probably are a handful, who know which very little things are going on. So sincerely, if you're talking about the grassroots, majority of us in the grassroots will tell you that Ministry of Federal Republic of Nigeria is not working. So telling us that they are having a program or activities in the grassroots, I'm telling you sincerely, it is zero, because we are not seeing the impact of the Federal Ministry of Health at the grassroots.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you just give us your final thought on these issues we've discussed before we leave tonight?
Yes. Finally, I want to say that they should sit up. The Federal Ministry of Health should sit up to ensure that the health of the citizens at the grassroots are attended to, because there are a lot of funding which comes into the Ministry of Health to see that the safety of lives and the environment for all citizens, both animals and humans, are put at best. And with that too, I think that legislation that my friend talked about will be very necessary, so that he ensures that the legislation is passed, so that all federal officers will make and utilize the hospitals and the general hospitals and the medical centers that are within the country. As much as you're a federal officer, you should utilize the federal hospitals and the general hospitals, because by doing so, they will be compelled to invest more in the hospitals, and they see that the hospitals are kept at its best.
All right.
That's my conclusion.
Thank you very much. Your final thoughts, sir, before we move on.
Well, I commend those that participated in the protest today. If I was in Abuja, I would have participated, because it is a protest against injustice. It is a protest against injustice. Understand me? So I'm fully in support of it.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Peter, and thank you very much, Fimba Jegu, joining us virtually. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis. And don't forget to follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnamdi. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Sowore Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Nnamdi Kanu, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị